Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to rise to present two petitions. The first is from residents throughout my community of Saanich Gulf Islands and is one that's shared widely across Canada, concerned to restore the funding and to create predictable, long-term, stable funding for the nation's public broadcaster, the CBC and Radio-Canada. I note that progress has been made in this direction in the last budget. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is also from residents of my community, as well as from a number of petitioners from Calgary. And they're calling on the government to recognize animals as beings that can feel pain and move animal cruelty crimes from the property section of the Criminal Code and to strengthen language in federal legislation. I believe that a private member's bill currently before this House would help in this direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by my constituents in my riding of Guelph regarding the creation of a Canadian Military Volunteer Service Medal.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions from my constituents this morning. One calls on Parliament to establish a Department of Peace that will reinvigorate Canada's role as a global peace builder and that will have the abolition of nuclear weapons as a top priority. And the second petition regards physician-assisted suicide. The petitioners ask that the House of Commons allow sufficient time for broad and timely consultations on this issue, and that any legislation passed would be stringent and would serve to minimize the occurrence of physician-assisted dying. And also the legislation would accommodate medical professionals who choose to refuse to participate in this program.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
In the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business to supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Cooper on political fundraising activities.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves that the House urge the Minister of Justice to A. Follow her government's own guidelines for ministers and ministers of state as described in Annex B of Open and Accountable Government 2015, that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government, that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties, and that there should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff and departments. B, apologize for the fundraising event on behalf of the Liberal Party with one of the top law firms in Canada. And C, return all funds collected from the event, as was done in 2014, for the event involving the former Minister of Canadian Heritage. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, it is with disappointment that I rise today to speak on this matter. It is never a good day when a minister of the Crown breaches ethical standards for which the minister is bound by. Mr. Speaker, it is particularly disappointing when that minister of the Crown is the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, someone who is bound by the highest ethical standards. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the Minister must not only at all times act with the highest degree of integrity, the Minister of Justice must also be seen to at all times act with the highest degree of integrity. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, the role of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General is an important role. It is a unique role, and in that role, Mr. Speaker, a special trust is placed in the minister. And Mr. Speaker, we are here today to debate this matter because, Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Justice and Attorney General has broken that trust. Madam Speaker, it was not long ago, in fact, it was indeed only in November of 2015 that the Prime Minister, with great fanfare, unveiled open and accountable government, the ethical guidelines for which ministers and parliamentary secretaries in this government are bound by. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his opening letter contained in Open and Accountable Government, said, "It isn't just a matter of adopting the right rules and seeing that those rules are complied with on a technical basis. Rather, the Prime Minister said that ministers in his government would be held to a higher standard. Indeed, they would be held to the highest standard of honesty, integrity, openness, and accountability." Madam Speaker, today we will learn whether the Prime Minister meant what he said and said what he meant, or whether those words of a Prime Minister, like so many words of this Prime Minister, are merely hollow words with no meaning at all. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's Ethics Code states that ministers shall ensure that political and fundraising advertising clearly separates fundraising from department responsibilities. And consistent with that, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's Ethics Code provides that ministers shall not engage and converse on matters related to their ministerial responsibilities at fundraisers. Now, despite those rules, at this particular fundraiser, it was billed as a fundraiser with the Minister of Justice, not the honourable member from Vancouver Granville, despite the very clear guidelines from the Prime Minister that provide that ministers must separate their ministerial duties from fundraising. Now, admittedly, if that was all that it was, if only it was a situation where the event had been advertised as a fundraiser with the Minister of Justice as opposed to the honourable member for Vancouver Granville, I think it would be fair to say that it was a breach of the Prime Minister's Ethics Code, but a minor breach, a technical breach, something that might be attributable to sloppiness, something that certainly should not be repeated in the future, but something that would not require any further action. But of course, that's not what happened. What happened was serious, far more serious. Mr. Speaker, not only was the fundraiser advertised as a fundraiser with the Minister of Justice, the fundraiser was advertised as an opportunity for those who paid $500, an opportunity to engage the Minister of Justice on matters that pertain specifically to the minister's responsibilities as minister. You want to talk about medical marijuana, or how about physician-assisted dying legislation? Or what about missing and murdered Indigenous women, Mr. Speaker? Pay $500 and you'll have your opportunity. Madam Speaker, there is only one way to characterize this type of fundraising. It's called pay-to-play fundraising. And what this minister did was attend and participate in a pay-to-play fundraiser. But, Madam Speaker, it gets even worse, because it wasn't just any pay-to-play fundraiser for anyone to show up and pay to play. No, it was targeted to a select group of elite Bay Street lawyers to pay in return for access to the Minister of Justice to talk about issues that pertain specifically to the minister's responsibilities.
That's shameful.
And, Madam Speaker, then there's the location of the fundraiser. Torrey's LLP, a law firm with extensive dealings, legal dealings, with the federal government, but not only extensive legal dealings with the federal government, Torrey's LLP, as one of its core services, provides lobbying to clients, lobbying the federal government. And amongst its most senior partners and senior lobbyists happened to be an individual who was registered up until the eve of the fundraiser to lobby, guess who? The Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, so much then for the Prime Minister's ethics code that states that ministers shall not raise funds from department stakeholders and lobbyists. Certainly, the Minister of Justice disregarded that part of the Prime Minister's ethics code. So let us just take a step back and look at what we're dealing with. Here we have a Minister of Justice with broad authority and power over legal matters concerning the federal government, attending a fundraiser at which attendees were invited to pay in return for the opportunity to engage the minister on matters that pertain directly to the minister's responsibilities, targeted to a select group of Bay Street lawyers, hosted at a law firm with extensive legal dealings with the federal government, including the minister's own department, that counts as one of its most senior lobbyists, someone who, up to the eve of a fundraiser, was registered to lobby the minister herself. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're dealing with. And you know what else, Madam Speaker? It stinks. It stinks. That's what it does, Madam Speaker. And, you know, quite frankly, what is very, very clear is that the minister broke the Prime Minister's ethics code. The minister broke the Prime Minister's ethics code by failing to ensure that fundraising advertising did not mix fundraising with her responsibilities as minister. The minister broke the Prime Minister's ethics code by raising funds from department stakeholders. The Minister of Justice broke the ethics code by failing to sufficiently separate her duties as Minister of Justice with Liberal Party fundraising activities. And, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice broke the Prime Minister's ethics code by giving at least the appearance of preferential access to government. Madam Speaker, these are not technical breaches of the Prime Minister's ethics code. These are substantial breaches of the Prime Minister's ethics code. These are multiple substantial breaches of the Prime Minister's ethics code. And, Madam Speaker, instead of taking responsibility for these multiple breaches, the minister refuses to stand up and answer even the most basic questions about this sordid fundraising affair. If the minister has nothing to hide, and if everything is above board, then the minister, as a starting point, could release the list of attendees who attended the fundraiser. But, Madam Speaker, the minister won't do that. I guess the reason, Madam Speaker, is there really is nothing that could be above board about a Minister of Justice and Attorney General participating in a pay-to-play fundraiser. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Canadians deserve better than a Minister of Justice and Attorney General engaged in pay-to-play fundraisers. Canadians deserve a Minister of Justice who adheres to the highest ethical standards in government. Canadians deserve a Minister of Justice who is not only at all times independent, but a Minister of Justice who is at all times seen to be independent. By attending this pay-to-play fundraiser, the Minister of Justice has not only breached the Prime Minister's ethics code, the minister has compromised her independence and impugned the integrity of her office. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't note that it wasn't long ago that members on that side of the House, when they were in opposition, certainly had harsh words for the former Minister of Canadian Heritage in the previous Conservative government, the Honourable Shelley Glover. Shelley Glover, as minister, attended a fundraiser, a $50 a head fundraiser, not a $500 a head fundraiser, but a $50 a head fundraiser. And upon arriving at this fundraiser, she discovered that there were department stakeholders in attendance at the fundraiser. And what did Shelley Glover do when that happened? Well, Madam Speaker, she immediately reported the incident to the Ethics Commissioner. She took responsibility. She returned the cash that was raised from the fundraiser. And she instructed her electoral district association to be absolutely certain that in the future department stakeholders were not invited and in attendance at fundraising events. So that's what Shelley Glover did under the previous Conservative government. What has this minister done? Madam Speaker, this minister has refused to take responsibility for her actions. She has refused to answer basic questions about who was there and what was said. The minister has refused to release the list of attendees. The minister has refused to return the pay-to-play cash. And instead of at least saying, look, I at the very least made a mistake, and this is not going to happen again, the minister is lined up to attend yet another pay-to-play fundraiser, effectively thumbing her nose at the Prime Minister's Ethics Code and thumbing her nose at Canadians who expect their ministers to be open, accountable, transparent, and independent. Now, Madam Speaker, if the Minister of Justice and Attorney General took her responsibilities seriously and took the office that she holds seriously, the minister would do the right thing, stand up, apologize, and return the pay-to-play cash. And, Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister's Ethics Code is worth the paper that it is written on, if it is actually meaningful, if it's something more than just hollow words and hollow gestures, which sadly has become a hallmark of this young government, then the Prime Minister will insist that the Minister of Justice return the pay-to-play cash if the Minister of Justice doesn't see fit to do so herself. So, Madam Speaker, very simply, the Prime Minister's Ethics Code demands that the Minister return the pay-to-play cash, and, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve no less. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député, the honorable.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his speech. Madam Speaker, I'd like us for a moment to take a step back and look at the facts here. The Minister of Justice was proactive in seeking the advice of the Ethics Commissioner before she attended the event, in which case the minister was advised that it was okay for her to attend. Secondly, she stated in this chamber that she discussed at this fundraiser about the future of Canada, which she clearly stated here in this chamber. Thirdly, the information that the member is seeking with regards to who and how much and all that other information is available online, and he clearly could have access to that information at his willing. And four, the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, has received a 3-page response from the Commissioner outlining her response to his questions. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to ask the member, what part of that 3-page response from the Commissioner did you not understand?
So first of all, I do want to remind the member that when you're saying you're directing it to the chair and not to the member, and I can tell you that I understood. Second of all, I would just want to remind members on this side of the House that when someone else is speaking, to allow them that respect. And if you have comments or wish to say anything, please wait for your turn maybe to ask a question. So the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for those questions. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary indicated that the Minister of Justice took steps to contact the Ethics Commissioner in advance of the fundraiser. In fact, Madam Speaker, the fundraiser became public on April the 5th through CBC. It was only after the fundraiser became public that the minister saw fit to contact the Ethics Commissioner. So the Minister of Justice did not take proactive steps. In fact, Madam Speaker, this fundraiser was intended to be secret. The Minister of Justice didn't want Canadians to know about it. The Minister of Justice wanted to keep Canadians in the dark. And, Madam Speaker, Canadians wouldn't have known about it, and Canadians would have been kept in the dark, but for the fact that the fundraiser was leaked to the CBC, and it was only then, again, that the Minister of Justice saw fit to go to the Ethics Commissioner. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, asked about the letter that I had received back from the Ethics Commissioner. The letter merely stated that the Minister didn't break Section 16 of the Conflict of Interest Act, that the Minister didn't technically break the law. That's not the standard, I don't think, that the Prime Minister set when he unveiled open and accountable government. I would think that all Canadians would expect ministers to adhere to the law. The issue is that she broke the Prime Minister's ethics code.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Irony is lost on Conservatives. Even though they are pointing a real problem and, something that will appear really strange and odd to many Canadians, let me remind them some of their old friends. Do they remember Dean Del Maestro, Mike Duffy, Nigel Wright, Pamela Wallin, Patrick Brazeau, and others? Do they remember In and Out scandal? Do they remember RCMP getting to the Conservative Party office? It's always really dangerous to throw rocks when you live in the house of windows. So I will ask my honourable colleague, what did the Conservative Party did when they was in office recently to change the law about conflict of interest, to strengthen the ethics codes, and to restore trust of Canadians for their federal government?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, when the Conservative Party took office, we took office after the Liberal Party brought to Canada the sponsorship scandal. That former Liberal government brought corruption in government to a level that had never before been seen by Canadians. That was the situation that our Conservative government inherited from the former Liberal government. And, Madam Speaker, what did the Conservative government do when it came to office? It took action. It passed the Federal Accountability Act, the most open and comprehensive piece of legislation to open up government. We banned secret donations to political parties. Our Conservative government strengthened the powers of the Ethics Commissioner and the Auditor General and improved access to information. Madam Speaker, the record of the previous Conservative government is a record to be proud of when it comes to openness and transparency, something that can't be said about the former Liberal government, and it's starting to look like this Liberal government is following the record of the sordid record of a previous Liberal government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to thank my colleague for trying to hold us to a higher standard here in the House. One thing I heard in his speech is trying to get a hold of the list of who attended the fundraiser. Certainly, I've gone on the Elections Canada website and found that you can't actually search by specific funding event, so it's very difficult to get that information. My concern is that the Justice Minister in her role will be appointing judges and other positions of note within the department, and it could be construed that people that paid to play are getting preferential treatment. So I wondered if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton for the good question. Yes, it is true that, yes, this information is publicly available, but it's not readily available in the sense that you can just go online and find out the names and individuals who attended a specific fundraising event on a specific date. Madam Speaker, in fact, had this fundraiser not been leaked to the CBC, Canadians may very well have never discovered that the minister attended this fundraiser because it's quite possible that no one would have been able to put all the pieces together. And so that's a problem. And it's a problem particularly given the appearance of preferential access. And it may be that although the minister broke the Prime Minister's ethics code, that, you know, there really is nothing to hide and everything was more or less above board. And if that's the case, then the minister can do something very easily, and which is just release the list of attendees. It's very simple. It would be a major step to help clearing the stench that surrounds this event. I really, for the life of me, cannot understand what the reluctance of the minister is to do this if she really has nothing to hide.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laval des Îles.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech, but I see my colleague from the other side, Madam Speaker. He pretend like a judge and he started blasting the Prime Minister, the Minister of Judge, while he has difficulty in distinguishing between Mr. Speaker and Madam Speaker. Now, if he believes strongly in what he's saying, and if he had enough courage, why he doesn't go outside this chamber and claim what he's claiming, not taking advantage of this chamber because he is protecting him. So my question to the honourable member from other side, why he doesn't go to the commission, the Ethics Commission, and complain, perhaps giving them some advice to reforming. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, a very brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm really amazed by that question. Obviously, the member hasn't been paying much attention to this issue at all. If that honourable member did, he would have known that I not only wrote to the Ethics Commissioner, I made my letter public. Right. Not only did I make my letter public, I've gone on television about this issue, I've talked to the media, I've engaged the public. I'm not hiding behind parliamentary immunity. The member should know better.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to stand before you today to speak on this baseless motion put forth by the member for St. Albert Edmonton. And while this motion has no merit, I am excited that after 10 long years of being in the dark, of dealing with one of the most opaque and secretive governments in our history, that Canadians finally have a government that they can trust and depend on. Je suis fier de me...
Today, I am proud to stand with a government that is committed to accountability and transparency. A government that believes in a simple yet powerful idea. Open government is good government.
Today, I am proud to stand with a government that is committed to accountability and transparency. A government that believes in a simple yet powerful idea. Open government is good government. Mr. Speaker, before I get into what our current government has been doing to advance accountability and transparency, I want to take a moment to remind my colleagues across the way of what the former Conservative government was responsible for, in case they've forgotten. It was the former Conservative government that was behind the in-and-out scheme in 2006 and had them pleading guilty for exceeding election spending limits and submitting fraudulent election records. The Conservatives transferred money between different levels of their party to obfuscate their election spending and circumvent Elections Canada rules in order to exceed spending limits. In total, $1.3 million was transferred to 67 riding offices to pay for national advertising for the Conservative Party during the 2006 federal election. These offices included several cabinet ministers of the day, such as Foreign Minister Lawrence Cannon, Treasury Board President Stockwell Day, Natural Resources Minister Christine Paradis, Intergovernmental Affairs Minister José Verny, and former Foreign Affairs Minister, the member from the Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that unethical behaviour is deeply entrenched on that side of the House. And unfortunately, in the end, it is Canadians who have to pay. Over a 5-year period, investigations to uncover this Conservative scheme cost taxpayers $2.3 million. And the Conservative tactics to hinder our democratic system do not end there. Let us recall the robocall scandal during the 2011 federal election, when individuals from the Conservative Party sought to suppress voter turnout through misleading calls in Guelph and elsewhere. In that case, a former Conservative staffer was found guilty of using misleading calls to send voters to the wrong polling station on the day of the election. In ridings across the country, hundreds of voters had reported receiving calls purported to be from Elections Canada that gave erroneous information on the location of polling stations. It is also that party whose former Minister of Human Resources was found to have violated the Conflict of Interest Act when she awarded federal money in 2011 to an infrastructure project that was backed by an individual with close ties to the former Prime Minister. It was the former Conservative government that believed they could hide unethical behavior with a $90,000 payout. Also, how can we forget Dean Del Mastro, who was a Conservative parliamentary secretary to the former Prime Minister and who has been found guilty for violating the Canada Elections Act during the 2008 election. So now we've got corruption in all three elections. He has been convicted of 3 electoral offences, including failing to report a personal contribution of $21,000, which he made to his own campaign, and filing a false report. And the unethical behaviour, Madam Speaker, is not limited to just the Conservatives. The NDP misappropriated millions of taxpayer dollars when they used their parliamentary office budgets to pay for satellite party offices across the country. In that case, 68 NDP MPs improperly pooled their House of Commons office budgets to pay for the salaries of 28 staffers to work in satellite offices in Montreal, Quebec City, and Toronto. In total, the NDP misappropriated $2.75 million of taxpayer money. Still, the NDP has not repaid this amount. This is unacceptable behaviour, and Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the list goes on for both parties across the floor. This is just a small window into the type of behaviour from that side of the aisle that Canadians have grown tired of. Our government knows that Canadians deserve and expect more from their members of Parliament. That is why our government is committed to full accountability to Canadians, and we expect ministers and parliamentary secretaries to uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. We believe in integrity, honesty, and transparency, all values that are exemplified by our Minister of Justice. In fact, while the member for St. Albert Edmonton tries to make claims against the Minister of Justice about her conduct, it was the minister who proactively sought the advice of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. She attended a fundraising event, something that all members here have done before, and no doubt continue to do, as an MP and engaged with Canadians. In my opening remarks, I said that this motion was baseless, and let me tell you why. The member from St. Albert Edmonton wrote to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and received a response indicating that the Minister of Justice was not in contravention of the Act. Yet here we are, debating a motion from the member from St. Albert Edmonton, trying to suggest otherwise. I would ask that the member from across the way, again, review the response he received from the Commissioner. It might, on a second reading, provide him with the answer he is seeking. And to be clear, in case of the member from St. Albert Edmonton and members across the way are not aware, regarding the specific activity pursuant to Elections Canada regulations, the Liberal Party will be entirely responsible for all costs associated with the event. Now, as I said, our government is committed to accountability and transparency. Even before forming government, the Liberal Party has always been raising the bar on transparency. In 2013, the Liberal Party was the only party to require members to proactively disclose expenses. We believe Canadians deserve to know how their dollars are being spent. The Liberal Party also introduced motions to advance transparency and accountability in the House. Unfortunately, the NDP did not support this effort to increase transparency, and the motions did not pass. Finally, in 2014, a Liberal motion that called on the Board of Internal Economy to adopt a more comprehensive disclosure mechanism received all party support. We are proud to have led the way on this front.
As part of this commitment, the Prime Minister in November issued Open and Accountable Government, a guide for the conduct of his ministry. This guide is available on the Prime Minister's website for all Canadians to read. This is an important and foundational document for the government, and I would like to draw the attention of the House to some of its key themes and topics.
Our government continues to work toward increased transparency and accountability. As part of this commitment, the Prime Minister in November issued Open and Accountable Government, a guide for the conduct of his ministry. This is an important and foundational document for the government, and I would like to draw the attention of the House to some of its key themes and topics. As the Prime Minister states in his message to ministers at the start of Open and Accountable Government, for Canadians to trust our government, we must trust Canadians, and we will only be successful in implementing our agenda to the extent that we earn and keep this trust. I would like to take this moment again to highlight the conduct of the Minister who proactively sought advice from the Commissioner and is someone who Canadians can depend on as an individual with utmost integrity. She is someone Canadians can trust to protect our rights and ensure that our legislation continues to meet the highest standards of equity, fairness, and respect for the rule of law. I am proud to be working in this House alongside such an exemplary individual. I am also proud to be part of a government that understands the importance of integrity and honesty. This importance is highlighted in open and accountable government, as the Prime Minister states. To be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or of ensuring technical compliance with those rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. To assist members in meeting these duties, open and accountable government sets out the Prime Minister's expectations for their personal conduct, which includes compliance with statutory obligations under the Conflict of Interest Act and the Lobbying Act, with the ethical guidelines set out in Annex A of the Guide and with the guidelines on fundraising set out in Annex B. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on the topic of the Lobbying Act, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some key features of this Act. The Lobbying Act requires anyone who lobbied federal public office holders to register as a lobbyist with the Commissioner of Lobbying of Canada. All lobbyists are obligated under the Act to report on lobbying activities, including communications with designated public office holders, on a monthly basis. This information is published on the Internet on the public registry maintained by the Commissioner of Lobbying. So who is a lobbyist, Madam Speaker? The Lobbying Act identifies two types of lobbyists. A consultant lobbyist is an individual who, for payment, communicates with public office holders on behalf of any person or organization. This individual may be a professional lobbyist, but could also be any individual who, in the course of his or her work for a client, communicates with or arranges meetings with a public office holder. An in-house lobbyist is an individual who is an employee of an organization and whose duties are to communicate with public office holders on behalf of his or her employer. Or, if the employer is a corporation, there are two other ways in which a person can be identified as an in-house lobbyist. The first is if that individual's duties are to communicate with public office holders on behalf of any subsidiary or the employer. And the second is that individuals' duties are to communicate with public office holders on behalf of any corporation of which the employer is a subsidiary. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, all lobbyists are obligated under the Act to report on lobbying activities, including communications with designated public office holders, on a monthly basis. So what are these activities? The Lobbying Act defines activities that, when carried out for compensation, are considered to be lobbying. Generally speaking, they include communicating with public office holders without changing federal laws, regulations, policies, or programs, obtaining a financial benefit such as a grant or a contribution, and in certain cases, obtaining a government contract. As well, in the case of a consultant lobbyist, arranging a meeting between a public office holder and another person qualifies as lobbying. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner has provided additional interpretation on what must be reported. In-house and consultant lobbyists must report all oral and arranged communications relating to financial benefits, even when initiated by a public office holder. Likewise, consultant lobbyists must report oral and arranged communications relating to a contract regardless of who initiated the communication. So what are these communications the Act refers to? For the purposes of the Lobbying Act, communications include both verbal and written. Examples of verbal communications with a public office holder are arranged meetings, phone calls, informal communication, and grassroots communications. Examples of written communications with a public office holder include hard copy of electronic format. Some types of communication do not require registration. These include, for example, inquiries on publicly available information and general inquiries about the terms and conditions of programs and application processes. Registration is also not required for participation in government-initiated activities such as consultations, hearings, roundtables, or like activities where transparency is comparable to that of a parliamentary committee with participants, proceedings, and decisions readily made public. The same goes for preparation and presentation of briefings to parliamentary committees. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the Lobbying Act requires anyone who lobbies federal public office holders to register as a lobbyist with the Commissioner of Lobbying of Canada. So who are these public office holders? Public office holders are, as defined under the Act, are any employee or officer of Her Majesty in right of Canada. This includes virtually all persons occupying an elected or appointed position in the federal government, including members of the House of Commons in the other place and their staff. Now, on a broader level, open and accountable government also lays out the fundamental principles of our system of responsible government, including the core tenets of individual and collective ministerial responsibility. Now, Madam Speaker, all this to say that the Minister did not break any rules. She's completely in compliance with the law. Her actions were consistent with the actions of other members of this place, and I defend her actions very strongly. I challenge any member here to not fundraise and see how the next election goes, Madam Speaker. But more important, there's been no violations of any ethics codes by members of the government since October 19, 2015. Prior to that is entirely another story. When, Madam Speaker, will the member for Calgary Heritage, for example, release his donor list from his leadership run of the Canadian Conservative Reform Alliance Party? You'll remember that party, Madam Speaker. Their first official name was the C-CRAP. When, Madam Speaker, will the member for Calgary Heritage release his donor list from his leadership run for the Conservative Party? What does he have to hide? How many members, Madam Speaker, have been taken away in leg irons? And from which parties, again, Madam Speaker, were they? Madam Speaker, the Conservatives talk about ethics as if they have some basis for doing so, as if they don't have the longest history of unethical practices. Madam Speaker, there's a couple of books I refer them to. One is called On the Take, another one is called Blue Trust. These are fascinating books by author Stevie Cameron on the long and colorful history of conservative ethical standards. Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to having this conversation go a little further and hearing more about how the Conservatives believe they understand what ethics are and how they believe they have any moral basis to bring it up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. It was interesting that two-thirds of the member's speech was a bunch of bluster in regards to history rather than the facts of the case that's before us. So he mentioned in regards to their proposed standard of withstanding the highest public scrutiny. So I just have some very simple questions for the member. Does a pay-to-play event by a Minister of Justice for $500 meet Canadians' highest public scrutiny? Does a $500 donation and a face-to-face meeting with the Minister of Justice who makes judicial appointments withstand the highest public scrutiny in a Canadian's eyes? Does a minister accepting an invitation by a law firm who has significant dealings with the federal government to attend a lavish reception catered by them in their offices withstand the highest public scrutiny? And finally, with any appointment of any person who attended that event, will that in the future withstand the highest public scrutiny?
The
honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. If we're talking about the pay-to-play, and I should probably insert a coin to continue this conversation, that's how we pay to play around here. The minister followed every rule. She acted within the practices of this place. Every member here must fundraise. That is what we do to fund our next election campaigns. If you want to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, that's a conversation I'm open to. But we have to operate within the rules that we have here. And in that context, the member had every right and every obligation, in fact, to hold fundraisers and carry through with her activities in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think that there's anyone here in this room that questions the fact that we need funding for political activities. However, the minister's actions went against the Liberals' own code of conduct. If I refer to Annex B of the guide, which says that there must be no preferential access to the government or appearance of preferential access to the government given to any individuals. This is exactly what's happened in the case before us today. So my first question, this obviously contradicts their own code of conduct. Second, the minister at the event organized by Tories LLP said that she was there as the MP for Vancouver-Granville. I would like to ask my colleague, what are the concerns and of the people of Vancouver-Granville that she transmitted to the people of Tories LLP? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. I wasn't invited either, Madam Speaker, but I can say that if we invite everyone to an event for the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, we'll see how many people come. I know that the member is very interested in having as many people come as possible, but the work of an MP is to raise funds, among other things, and she did that job very well. Thank you.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. We have here today, I think, a waste of time, I would say, in a supply motion that deals with one specific case. I think there is a large conversation to be had about the ethical framework for this place. The failure of the previous government, although the former Prime Minister had promised to bring in 52 specific changes to ethics, 22 of those promises were never kept. And in fact, they changed the ethics code in the Accountability Act by removing the duty to act honestly. It would be good to get that back in. And I think this issue also is worth debating in terms of the context of fundraising. What more could be done to take undue influence out of money? So I don't approve of the current level of ethics rules for this place, but I don't believe the current minister violated the current ethics rules. They can be higher, and we can all insist that government do more to ensure that fundraising events like this do not happen. So my question to the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle is, would he agree with me that overall standards should be raised, both to ensure that fundraising events, that there's more public money into election campaigns and excluding influence, and to ensure that we return the duty to act honestly to federal ethics codes?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's always room for improvement, and I'm always open to looking at more improvement. In the case of the member of Saanich Gulf Islands, I want to congratulate her also. She wrote a book that I read when I was younger called How to Change the World in Your Spare Time, and I found it quite inspirational. And I applaud her constant work in the public interest. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ajax, is it? No. Sorry. Acadie Batter, juste à côté. Excuse.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question for my colleague is, as my colleague from the NDP, the member for Rosemont-la-Patrie, said earlier, he listed a number of members of the Conservative Party who had found themselves in hot water in the past. So I don't want to get into that list. I know there were many of them, and I don't want to miss anyone. So my question for my colleague is the following one. Could he say once again to this House what the Ethics Commissioner said about what the Minister was eligible to do? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner was very clear. She said that there was no conflict here. It couldn't be any clearer than that, Madam Speaker. And as the member for Saanich Gulf Islands said, we're wasting a day on something that is not a real problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm a father of four, and this conversation that we're having with our members opposite is it reminds me of my kids, and it's like, well, they started it first, and don't look over here. Hey, take a look over there. It's kind of a diversionary tactic. Let's remind people of the past. Let's talk about today. The fact of the matter is that the minister stood in the House. She wasn't clear and consistent with your code of conduct. She took part in trying to mislead this House and Canadians. She wasn't proactive in going to the Ethics Commissioner. She went to the Ethics Commissioner after this event was made public, and then went and checked to make sure, well, is it above board? And the Ethics Commissioner, in the response to the letter from our honourable colleague on this side here, was that given the information that they have received, there is no conceivable issue or they see no conflict of interest. But the actions speak for themselves here. The Minister of Justice stood in the House, said that indeed she attended the event not as the Minister of Justice, but as the MP for Vancouver-Granville. And her head policymaker attended the event as a volunteer, which then when everything blew up, she said, well, actually, no, I attended it as the Minister of Justice, but everything is okay. And by the way, the Conservatives did this and the NDP did this. So, Madam Speaker, the question that we are having a problem with, and again, I'm in this Parliament, I wasn't in the previous Parliament. And so instead of diversionary tactics, why can't we speak to the issue today and agree that perhaps maybe there was some, mistakes happened, Madam Speaker, and standing up in the House and saying, you know what, I was wrong, I made a mistake. There's nothing wrong with that. So my question through you to the honourable colleague across the way is, do you not see where the vague and confusion can come from with the verbal gymnastics and the changing of the stories? Again, going back to my being a father, when I talk to my kids, where there's smoke, there's fire. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of smoke here.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle, a brief response.
The member makes a very serious accusation that the minister misled this House. As the member knows, that's not terribly parliamentary language, nor is it true. In fact, he just misled the House. So if the member is not happy with the state of affairs, why not use the opposition day motion to change the rules? Why not say, let's say this doesn't work, why don't we try that instead of saying, rah. Madam Speaker, I think we can do a lot better. The member is working within the current rules, within the current ethical boundaries, and I think the member is doing a very good job. So if the member wants to change the rules, that's a separate whole issue, and he's welcome to make a motion to that effect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss the Conservative motion that we in the NDP will support because it targets a problem that could raise doubts among certain citizens about the role of partisan funding of political parties, coupled with the role of a minister exercising his or her duties. In general, we have to broach this subject with a more global perspective for an institution like the House of Commons in a representative democracy. Our system works based on the trust that people have, that the people they send here to discuss legislation, vote for legislation, adopt budgets for their country, will do it impartially, with great objectivity, and not be in it because of financial considerations. The problem here is that this kind of behavior feeds into the cynicism of the public in our representative institutions, and it has an effect even on voter turnout, because the general perception is that it's Tweedledum and Tweedledee. They're the blue party or the red party. We're always in a mess of scandals. We sling mud at each other. Somebody's budget will be less bad than somebody else's. There's the last scandal, the next scandal. I want to talk about that, but I want to take a minute first to say that perhaps this isn't the best use of our time as parliamentarians to sling mud and accusations at each other. Now, having said that, we as parliamentarians, the government, its ministers, have to have impeccable conduct and the appearance of no conflict of interest possible in order to maintain the public's trust in the system. And that's a more noble objective, and in the medium and long term, it's much more important than the scandal of the day. I want to reiterate what the Prime Minister said when he appointed his new government and talked about the guide that was to govern the behavior of his ministers. He talked about this trust that I was referring to. In order for Canadians to trust their government has to trust them. We'll be open and honest with Canadians. We will behave according to the highest standards of integrity and impartiality in the administration of our public and personal affairs. I'd like it to be still the case, Madam Speaker. The documents we made public today are a list of directives about the way we are to take on our responsibilities as ministers, I encourage Canadians to read them and hold us accountable to these commitments. I'll get back to the fact that, on the face of it, the behavior of the Minister of Justice did not correspond to the highest standards of impartiality and integrity. I think we all agree that she committed a faux pas, that she should apologize, and like a previous minister under the Conservatives, she should probably reimburse the money raised during that fundraiser from a Toronto law firm. Now, before I get into the crux of the matter, I'd like to say that I feel that the intervention by the leader of the Green Party earlier joins up with my introduction. There are many things we should be discussing today. The Conservative motion forces us to talk about scandals and accuse each other of different things. We'll waste the day doing that. We all know that. It's already started. We know what it's going to look like at the end of the day. You used to do things that were worse. You were caught up in this or that scandal. The police visited you, and all that may be true, but that's a diversion of parliamentary business by the Conservative Party. That subject is already in the public platform. I've been interviewed about it, about the minister, asking her to be accountable, but the Conservatives' motion means that we're wasting a day, and we could have talked about issues that affect the daily lives of our citizens. I think the public in my riding, or any riding, send us here in order to improve their working conditions, their retirement conditions, how they get health care, their daily lives. Today, I would have liked to have had time to talk about my colleagues, to debate about things that really and concretely change people's lives. Daycare spaces. I live in Quebec. I've seen how much it changed people's lives to have affordable, accessible childcare for everyone. The Liberal government has been inactive on that file since it came to power, whereas that's something that could really change people's lives very quickly. People in Ontario, the West, who pay $60, $80 a day for childcare. That means that one of the two parents stays home because it's too expensive to send children to private daycare. Generally, it's women who, once again, play that role, unfortunately. Pierre Fortin's study in Quebec was very clear about the economic impact this has on women. When we have a program like the one we have at the provincial level, women go back to the labor force. 70,000 some women were able to contribute to the general productivity of society and improve their own financial autonomy within their families, their couple. So we could have talked about that, but the Conservatives didn't want to. We could have also talked about health care. That's always a #1 priority of Quebecers and Canadians, Madam Speaker. When you're sick, you want to be able to get treatment, not wait 14 hours at the emergency room. You want access to specialists. We have a Minister of Health, a Liberal, whose mandate it is to apply the Canada Health Act. I called on her on many occasions. What is she doing with the governments of Saskatchewan and Quebec, who are introducing fees in private clinics that restrict access to care? That directly affects people. They have to pay $80 to get ophthalmological drops, whereas they cost $4 in a pharmacy, $300 or $400 or $500 for colonoscopies or other kinds of diagnostic tools or treatments. That's restricting health care access. That does not respect the Canada Health Act. The federal government has a role to play in that. We call on it to do something. The Conservatives didn't want us to talk about that today. The sums to be transferred to provinces. We're at a crucial point here where the agreement that's about to expire is coming to renewal. The Conservatives deprive the provinces of $36 billion in the next 10 years. What's the plan here from the Liberals when it comes to the health care transfer? We don't know. It's still very vague. They shovel this forward. These are issues that really matter to the people in our ridings. And once again, the Conservatives are making us waste our time today to talk about something else. Of course, the behavior of the Minister of Justice has to be pointed out. But, as I said a bit earlier, in the questions I put to my Conservative colleague, it seems that the ability to see the irony in this escapes the Conservatives because they're not in a good position to bring this subject on the carpet here. They're running after trouble, in a way. Let us recall the fact that the RCMP went into the Conservative Party offices, seized documents, and investigated because the party had not respected the Elections Act. Remember that the Conservative Party was found guilty in the In-N-Out scandal, where they had some expenditures go through local ridings, whereas they were national expenditures, and they went beyond the legal ceiling provided for by Elections Canada for election spending. They were caught with their pants down and their hand in the till. So I fail to understand their strategy today, 6 months after the election, in trying to stir all that up. They're also in a bad position when you think about Dean Del Mastro, who personally committed fraud, did not respect the Elections Act. It's quite incredible. He wrote a $20,000 check to himself, to his campaign. We know that the legal ceiling is $1,500. That was the Member of Parliament who was the Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister himself. Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister speaks on behalf of the Prime Minister in this House when the Prime Minister is absent. And today, he has to serve time in jail because he did not respect the Elections Act, and he was stubborn in saying that he had done nothing wrong. So I think the Conservatives will probably feel a backlash after this motion and debate. We could also talk about our friends in the other place, on the other side of this building. The former Prime Minister had sworn that he would never appoint duly elected senators, but he appointed 58 of them just to be able to have a majority in the upper chamber. These were appointments that were not always very well thought out, Madam Speaker. Mike Duffy. We haven't talked about Mr. Duffy for a long time in this House, but who had expenditures that were potentially fraudulent regarding his secondary residence. It was reimbursed directly by Nigel Wright, the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, who cut a personal check for $90,000. These are the people who today are trying to teach us a lesson in morality. Well, I think they're not in a good position to do that, Madam Speaker. We call and also talk about Patrick Brazeau, Pamela Wallin, a bunch of cronies of the former Conservative Prime Minister. And I'm getting back to what I said initially. They undermine the public's trust in our institutions. Their conduct meant that taxpayers were outraged and very angry with the former government that did not respect them, did not follow the rules. Now, having said that, the Minister of Justice did behave rather strangely recently when she took part in a private fundraising evening for the Liberal Party of Canada, organized by Tories LLP, a Toronto law firm. The tickets cost $500 apiece. The impression was that the participants would see the Minister of Justice as guest of honor. Contrary to other Liberal Party fundraisers, this did not appear on the Liberal Party website. It was semi-hidden. We finally found out about it because the media found out and put that out in public. Earlier, I was referring to the new Liberal government's guide that the Prime Minister referred to in the quote I read. These are excerpts from Schedule B, from this guide the Liberals are so proud of. Fundraising activities and relationships with the lobbyists, exemplary practices for ministers and parliamentary secretaries. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest or situations that could lead to this. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must have necessary limits between fundraising and their political activities. They must make sure that they inform their staff of such practices and implement in their offices processes to have them respected. These practices complete and do not replace. It's too bad that the guide does not constrain them. That's another problem. Other rules that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must respect, such as the Conflict of Interest Act, the Lobbying Act, etc. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must contact the Ethics Commissioner if they have questions. If the Ethics Commissioner and Conflict of Interest Commissioner said that there was no problem with the conduct of the minister, then the rules aren't strict enough in our opinion. General principles. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must make sure that fundraisers and other activities do not seem to have or do not have any impact on their official duties, on access of individuals to the government. That's where the problem lies. And there must be no preferential access to the government or any appearance of preferential access granted to individuals or organizations because of financial contributions made to politicians or political parties. The fundraising activity organized by a Toronto law firm, where it announces explicitly that $500 given to the Liberal Party will give you access to a minister, seems to me that flagrantly contravenes this code that the Liberals say they're so proud of. I'd like to hear from them about that, because there's definitely preferential access here. There's a great deal of appearance of preferential access, and we in the NDP find that very troublesome. A former Conservative minister who had been caught in the same kind of imbroglio with a fundraiser where people had been invited who were directly involved with her portfolio, people in the arts community, the cultural community, and the minister had reimbursed the money that had been paid through this fundraising event. I think it would be appropriate to do the same in the case of the current Minister of Justice. But the Liberal Party has a defense. It says she was not there as a minister. She was there as a member of Parliament. Well, first of all, that's not what the invitation said. Secondly, I'd like to see how you take off your minister hat as you walk into a room, especially since she was in Toronto in a law firm's offices, where she is a member of Parliament in British Columbia. So it's quite a clear question for my Liberal colleagues. If she really went there as the member for Vancouver Granville, I'd like to know what are the issues and concerns of the citizens of Vancouver Granville that she presented to the lawyers of Tory LLP in Toronto. That seems far-fetched to me. Was she going there to talk about the concerns of people in her riding? It seems to me that this was in contravention of the guide of the Liberal Party of Canada. We thought we had a breath of fresh air and some semblance of renewal after 10 years of a Conservative regime, but we realized that the Liberal Party is getting back to its old bad habits. It's you had the partisan appointments, the sponsorship scandal, the first ambassadors to the U.S. or the UN appointed by the Liberal government were directly connected to the Liberal Party. These were partisan appointments. They denounced that in the past when they were in opposition, but they're doing exactly the same thing today. On the Liberal Party website, we're seeing competitions or contests to accompany the Prime Minister to Washington. You left your email address, or contests that allowed you to have access to certain ministers on certain occasions. Once again, there's a danger here of having no distinction made between official and government activities, parliamentary activities, and partisan activities.
And we're seeing the new Liberal Party in power that right from the start of its mandate has started to make mistakes in this area and to deviate from the highest standards of integrity that they had set for themselves during the election campaign. So I'd like to ask the new government to listen to the concerns being raised by citizens of this country, members of the opposition, and to shift their strategy so that they can honor these commitments, the promises that they made during the election campaign.
To repeat in English that even though it's important to talk about the respect of the law and the scandals that can affect the new Liberal government or the old Conservative government, I think it's problematic that because of the Conservative motion, we will spend all this day speaking about that kind of issues and not issues that are the real concerns of people from my riding, and I think most of the ridings. You know, people want to hear about jobs, childcare, healthcare, good pensions, and this is what the NDP would like to talk about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport. Is it Davenport? Sorry. Oh, Toronto Danforth, sorry.
Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais bien.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his remarks. But what he said when he wrapped up his remarks was very important. There are things that we can discuss here in this place that are very important. And in that regard, last week we spent a great deal of time, in fact, an entire evening, talking about what had happened in Attawapiskat, and that was an important debate. Today, we're devoting an entire day to talking about something that's very partisan in nature, and it's quite sad, in fact, that we're using the time here. This is such important time we have in the chamber. So I'd like to ask him, my colleague opposite, if he has any ideas with respect to how we can shift the dialogue here, the discussion, to shift it away from something partisan so that we can spend our time, our days here, talking about things that are important to people in our ridings. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, I think that we share the same concerns with respect to pertinent and constructive debates that we can have here to resolve a number of issues. There are many things that we can work on to improve together, and I'm thinking about things that is important to us back home: rail safety, protecting dairy producers, for example, be it public transit, our aging population. We can and must do better for our people back home. Now, with respect to the scandals and dealing with election financing and whatnot, in comparison with the U.S., I think we have a system that is advantageous because of the limits established under the Elections Act on election spending, on donations to political parties, for example. Companies and labor organizations have been excluded as well, and I think that helped clean up, if you will, election financing. But where we could make some other changes and improve things is with respect to funding of political parties by individuals. This is something that was changed by the Conservatives. We could restore it because as a result of the changes, people make mistakes, like we saw with the Minister of Justice recently. That happened. So all parties would have an opportunity to play on an equal footing, to be on an equal footing, rather. And that would improve our democratic lives here. It would also reduce pressure on the parties with respect to this need to be out there seeking funding, raising funding, and that would make our system more democratic.
And comments? The honourable member for Markham Unionville, is it? Richmond, Athabasca. Excuse.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I found them interesting. Now, I heard the member opposite on the government benches talking about important issues in our society, raising these issues, but when we talk about conflict of interest, public confidence and trust, dealing with public cynicism because of action being taken by politicians, well, it seems to me that if there is an important matter, if there's something that we need to take action on, well, it seems to me that the public needs to have confidence in us here in this House. Now, someone else talked about focusing on the past and instead focusing on the future, but in the past where we saw actions taken, things done, measures were taken. People had to pay back certain amounts, for example, for events that were organized by influential people. So I'd like to know in concrete terms what the member thinks about the situation. Should the minister be paying back the amounts that were collected during that event? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Richmond Athabasca, for his question and his willingness to look towards the future to improving the situation. I think that the members and ministers' conflict of interest code could be strengthened. I think that the commissioner should have more teeth, if you will. The guide that the Liberals adopted, which is a recommendation, should be binding in nature to force ministers, above all ministers, to take action, to act as ethically as possible, to deal with conflict of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest. And in this specific case, we're talking about the minister was a misstep on the part of the minister, and I believe that the amounts should be reimbursed because it was a $500 head dinner in Toronto.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his excellent remarks. He covered all of the very important issues on this file. Indeed, we are wondering about this ethical issue. It's very important. It's very of grave concern to everyone. The issue surrounding Nigel Wright, who'd given a $90,000 check to Mike Duffy, that was of grave concern to us. And this situation is as well. It's a scandal. But just 6 months, a mere 6 months after the election of the government, they're already getting bogged down in scandals, and ministers are showing a lack of judgment, a total lack of judgment. So it's very disappointing. But while we're focusing on this lack of judgment, there are other serious issues of concern to people, Canadians, people in my riding of Drummond, people across the country. For example, the importance of continuing to work on enhancing official languages. That's being ignored. The Liberal government, in the budget, could have indexed sums under the roadmap for linguistic duality, could have enhanced the budget for the official languages commissioner. Commissioner, what about the environment? It's very disappointing there as well. People in Drummond want to see investments in green energy, in green technology, in eco-energy housing renovations. That can drive the economy in our regions and get it going. It can help us to make a transition towards a carbon-free economy. So my colleague Forth, the member, is, well, in fact, more of a comment as opposed to a question. I want to congratulate him again on his remarks and to say that I think we need to continue to work for our constituents, and it's not the Liberals and the Conservatives at this point who are doing so. It's deplorable that we're seeing another scandal like this arise. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Drummond for the quality of his remarks. It's very pertinent. I share his disappointment or sadness that we're seeing another scandal. We went from blue scandals to red scandals. I do want to congratulate him for the work that he is doing on official languages. I want to congratulate him for tabling legislation, a bill, with respect to bilingualism among Supreme Court justices. It's important for francophones across the country, Quebecers. It's something that we've put forth. In a previous parliament, we had succeeded in obtaining bilingualism for a requirement for bilingualism for all officers of parliament. We're continuing the battle. But I also share his concerns with respect to the decisions that have been made by the government. They are having a real impact with respect to the environment, for example. The new Liberal government showed up, in fact, in Paris with the same objectives and targets for greenhouse gas emissions as the Conservatives. That was deplorable. That's not enough. We need to do more and do better in order to transition towards a renewable energy approach. I don't understand how the Liberal government can simply blindly sign a an agreement like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They criticized the Conservative government for the content of the agreement when they're in opposition. Now they're just blindly signing it. Joseph Stiglitz has said it's probably the worst free trade agreement in history. Several studies have shown that in Canada it might well cause a loss of over 60,000 good jobs. So I'd ask the government to sit down, to do its homework, and to put in place a real job creation strategy for the people of Quebec and across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to join in the debate today on what I consider to be a very serious topic. Madam Speaker, we're talking about the inappropriateness of a fundraiser that was conducted by the Minister of Justice. But before I get into the specifics of that particular fundraiser and why we are having this discussion today, let me just start by saying that I think we all agree in this place that fundraising is both legitimate and necessary for political parties and for politicians to engage in. But it has to be done within the rules. Now, there are rules for everything, Madam Speaker. We all know that. We all know that we need to abide by them. And, Madam Speaker, I would remind you and other members of this place that when our Conservative government first took office in 2006, we made some very necessary changes to the method in which all political parties and, in fact, individual members could fundraise. We reduced the level of fundraising significantly that one could ask from an individual, and we eliminated corporate and union donations entirely. We did that for a very legitimate and a very necessary reason, because we didn't think it would be appropriate for our government, or in fact any government, to be beholden to an individual, to a corporation, or to a union simply because they donated money. Now, in years past, Madam Speaker, and I'm talking many years ago, it was not uncommon to see some corporations donate tens of thousands of dollars to political parties. Why would they do that? Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's very appropriate to say that many would donate vast sums of money in order to try and receive some form of benefit down the road. Now, Madam Speaker, that's basically what happened years ago, and it continued until a subsequent series of governments started to change the fundraising regime to lower the amount of money that individuals and corporations could actually donate, to get away from the undue influence of big business or wealthy individuals, to the point where we have it now, Madam Speaker, where all corporate and union donations are outlawed, they are banned, and the amount that an individual can donate to a party or to an individual member of Parliament is somewhat less than that, less than $1,500. Madam Speaker, I should also say, and I should have said at the outset, that I will be splitting my time with the member from Caribou, Prince George. Now, Madam Speaker, that brings us to where we are today. We brought forward a motion basically talking about what we consider to be inappropriate fundraising by the Minister of Justice. Since I talked about earlier the reasons behind changing the fundraising regime to try and get away from any undue influence that individuals or corporations might be able to exact upon a government. What did the Minister of Justice do exactly that was so inappropriate? Well, Madam Speaker, she attended a fundraiser hosted by a number of well-heeled Bay Street lawyers at a law firm, and these individuals, for the privilege and for the right of attending this fundraiser with the Minister of Justice, paid $500 a person to do so. Now, why would any individual do that, Madam Speaker? I can assure you that, at least in my opinion, it wasn't because these lawyers wanted to hear the minister spout profundities about their government. No, quite simply, these members spent $500 apiece, shelled out $500 per person in order to get close to the minister, so that they perhaps could receive some benefit in the future. Perhaps they might be able to receive a government contract for their law firm, or perhaps they might hope to receive a government appointment personally somewhere in the future. Now, Madam Speaker, this type of approach is in direct violation and contradiction of the Prime Minister's own Code of Ethics, in which he instructed all of his public office holders, all ministers and parliamentary secretaries, to not engage in fundraising that could be a conflict of interest or even a perceived conflict of interest. Now, Madam Speaker, if ministers attending a $500 a person fundraiser is not considered to be a perceived conflict of interest, then nothing is. Even more damning, Madam Speaker, is the fact that one of the attendees, until the night before the fundraiser occurred, had been a registered lobbyist, registered to lobby the Minister of Justice. And I suspect what happened, Madam Speaker, was that when the individual in question knew that this might be viewed upon as a conflict of interest, he took steps to deregister himself literally the night before the minister attended the fundraiser, in order to try and make it appear at least that there was no inappropriate lobbying that would occur. But Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, that simply doesn't pass the smell test. It simply doesn't. And whether or not, Madam Speaker, you could technically argue that this was within the rules, from a perception standpoint, it certainly doesn't pass that smell test. Clearly, if lawyers, stakeholders, were paying $500 per person to sidle up to a minister to discuss who knows what, an average Canadian would have to think that there was something fishy going on, that perhaps they wanted to try and curry favor with the minister to some extent. And Madam Speaker, this is, as I said earlier, completely in contradiction, in violation with the Prime Minister's own Code of Conduct. Now, Madam Speaker, I also have to say one thing that I find, frankly, somewhat disturbing, and that is the fact that in this House, when we have raised questions to the Minister of Justice, she has steadfastly refused to stand up and answer any direct questions about that specific fundraiser. Instead, the government House Leader has stood up in her defense and to answer and deflect any questions. One of the things, frankly, that I find perhaps not disturbing but almost humorous is the government House Leader's contention that every MP does this. This is no big thing. The Ethics Commissioner has cleared the Minister of Justice, and we all do it, so why are the opposition members complaining? Madam Speaker, I would simply say this: earth to government House Leader. Backbench MPs don't charge $500 a pop for fundraisers. They might be able to charge it, but no one would show up. So to try and contend that at one time the minister said, I'm only doing this as a member of parliament, in my role as a member of parliament. You would not get people to attend a fundraiser at $500 a pop to any backbencher in this place, let alone $1,000 a pop, which the Minister of Justice is now going to do at a future fundraiser. No, the reason these lawyers spent $500 a person was to get next to a minister who has influence within her department, obviously, and might be able to benefit those individuals attending the fundraiser. That is clearly inappropriate. And you don't have to be a political scientist or a political pundit to understand that. It is just common sense. There is a perception that it was a pay-to-play fundraising event in which individuals wanted to curry favor with a minister and they were willing to pay large sums of money to do so. So, Madam Speaker, clearly it was inappropriate. We are asking the minister to simply admit that she made a mistake, return the money, and do what is right and what is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dallard, c'est bien ça?
Madame, c'est bien ça. Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clearly at the beginning of his speech that fundraising is legitimate and necessary, but it must be done within the rules. I think on that we absolutely agree. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And the interesting thing is we have rules. We also have an arbiter of those rules, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, who is in fact put in by the previous government. So, something was brought up, it was adjudicated by the Commissioner and was found to be completely within the rules. So my question would be, where do you, in your opinion, obviously because of this debate, you've made a statement that the Commissioner's made an error. If you could explain to us what specifically was the error in her judgment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I hate to correct my member opposite, but I will. I never said that the Ethics Commissioner made a mistake. Not at all. In fact, what the Ethics Commissioner has said on many occasions is that if members want to make the rules around fundraisers even more stringent than they are now, she would welcome that. In other words, she is basically saying, look at members of Parliament, get together, tighten up the rules, because she probably thinks they're a little too lax. I agree that the minister or the Commissioner of Ethics technically said that there was no breach in this case, but I point out, as I did several times in my intervention, that the Prime Minister said there should not be any real or even perceived conflict of interest. And if the member opposite can't see where a bunch of well-heeled lawyers paying $500 a pop to sidle up to the Minister of Justice isn't a perceived conflict of interest, he's simply fudging the facts.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, so we've heard from members on the opposite side, arguing kind of the legalistic aspect of it, whether the letter of the law or the letter of the rules was broken. But as the member on our side has eloquently said, it's a perception of conflict. It's a perception that the public has, and it's an issue of moral suasion here, I think. So I'd like to hear him maybe speak more about this issue of the morality of this, the ethics of it. It's not just about hard black and white rules, but this is in the gray. This is where the problem is here. So I'd like to see him speak just a little bit more about that, comment on it a little bit more. Thank you.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question because he's quite correct. I mean, we're talking about something here that most Canadians would consider to be inappropriate. Again, I point out what I said earlier in my intervention. One of the members of the law firm hosting this fundraiser, one of the members who paid $500 a pop, had until the night before the fundraiser been a registered lobbyist, someone who was registered to lobby the very minister who was coming to their fundraiser. All of a sudden, he deregistered. Why? Because he knew that would be a clear conflict, not just a perceived conflict, but a real conflict of interest. So he took the step of deregistering to try and make it look, on a technical basis, appropriate. It is not appropriate. Why in the world would he want to lobby the Minister of Justice to begin with? To try and gain benefit on behalf of a client. And just because you deregistered 24 hours before a fundraiser doesn't mean you still didn't have that intent in mind. Madam Speaker, on all levels, any normal individual, any rational thinking individual would recognize this for what it was. Inappropriate fundraising by a bunch of individuals who wanted to use money to gain influence with the minister. That is simply wrong.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powder River, a very brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I just wanted to comment on the fact that as I was knocking on doors across my riding, one of the things I heard repeatedly was that people were feeling disillusioned and feeling like there wasn't the ethics that there should be in this House based on a previous Conservative government. And I'm just wondering if you agree that the Conflict of Interest Act needs to be reviewed.
I assume that you wanted to address that question to the chair. I will allow the member to answer with a very brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the NDP for saying, yeah, I do. I think it should be reviewed. I was, for 9 years while we were in government, on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and the Ethics Commissioner appeared before us on several occasions, always requesting us to do a review, and I think it should be reviewed. I think, the ethics code that we all live by, and some public office holders have a slightly different code than just regular members, is a living, breathing document. It should continuously be at least examined, and hopefully that improvements can be made on a continuing and ongoing basis. So I would agree with the comments or the...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to stand in the House. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Moose Jaw Lake, Senator Lanigan, for splitting his time with me today. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's mandate letter or code of conduct to his ministers regarding ministerial conduct reads as follows. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standards so that the public confidence and trust in the integrity and the impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. As public office holders, ministers and parliamentary secretaries are subject to Part 1 requirements of the Ethical and Political Activity Guidelines. The final line of this says, moreover, they have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny, Madam Speaker. This obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. Madam Speaker, I bring that up because, as I said earlier, we are here today, and I agree with those in the comments that have been about the House earlier. We definitely have more important things to debate. But the facts are the facts, Madam Speaker, is that on the government that campaigned talking about bringing real change to the House and bringing an open and transparent government, now all of a sudden within the last 6 months or the short term that they've been in power, that we are seeing some questionable activity. And, Madam Speaker, perception is that there are some things that are going on that maybe are not right. Now, as I said earlier on, the issue for me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that when this was found out, when this issue or this event was discovered, it wasn't a matter of the Minister of Justice being proactive, as mentioned earlier by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. It was when a media outlet reported this event and made it public. Then, and only then, did the Minister of Justice report that this event and asked regarding any impropriety or if there's any broken rules of conduct. It was then, and only then, was that brought to light. Now, shortly thereafter, after the event was done, it was brought forth in the House. The question was raised by our honourable colleague. And it was at that time that the Minister of Justice stood in the House and said that she attended the event merely as the MP for Vancouver Granville, and her head policy maker or advisor was there merely as a volunteer. So again, questions arise, Madam Speaker. You know, again, mistakes happen. We're all human. We all make mistakes. And as I tell my kids, and as I've been married for a long time, Madam Speaker, so I know when to say I'm sorry and I made a mistake. Sometimes we have to do that. And we can forgive, but sometimes you can't forget. And the minister stood in the House and said that she was merely there as the Vancouver Granville Member of Parliament, and again, her head policymaker was there as a volunteer. So again, a question right off the top of my head there would be, was the policymaker there merely as a volunteer? Did she claim per diems? Did she take a day off? You know, the actions, in fact, were not clear and consistent, as again brought forth by the members of the other side. As I said earlier on, I've been married for a long time. I have 4 kids. I have coached for a very long time. And diversionary tactics I'm very used to, Madam Speaker. When you have your kids that are going, hey, but look over here, or they did it first, it doesn't make it right. And we're talking about today's Parliament. We're not talking about what's been done in the past. Madam Speaker, I think, again, as our honourable colleague just previously mentioned, that perhaps Canadians were disillusioned as to how government was moving forth. I think successive governments, everybody sets out with best intentions. But in the ways of the world and as we go about our daily lives, sometimes we stumble. But stumbling is one thing, Madam Speaker. Standing up and being able to say, you know what, I made a mistake, is another. And that is commendable. The minister attended an event, not only attended the event, but advertised that this event was a $500 a plate or, for access to the Minister of Justice, to a law firm that does considerable amount of work with the federal government. Not only that, but the lawyers that would have attended that could be in line for government appointments. So, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you can see where some of the, I guess, confusion lies with those of us on this side and some of the concern. You know, again, as we talked about an open and transparent government, the story has changed many times. Well, I was just there as a member of Parliament for my riding. My head policymaker was there as a volunteer. You know, when we stand in the House, oftentimes we forget who we really represent, and we forget who we should be speaking to or speaking for. And we should be speaking for all Canadians. And Canadians, we should speak in common language. And, Madam Speaker, would this hold the smell test in your family? If you had somebody or a member of your family that came up and said one thing and then the next day the story changed, would that hold the smell test for that? Would that pass the test? And the facts are the facts, Madam Speaker. There's a bit of a smell to this. And while we should be debating and talking about the crisis at Awapiskat, or the deficiencies in Budget 2016, or the reason why it took the Minister of Indigenous Affairs a week after our emergency debate on the suicides in Attawapiskat to get to that community. In fact, we're talking about an issue that is relatively small in the grand scheme of things. But it speaks volumes to what we have seen over the course of the last 6 months with this government. They campaigned that they would have a mere $10 billion deficit. March 22nd, what did we see? A $29.4 billion deficit. They campaigned saying that they would lower the taxes on small business. And instead, what they've done is froze it. And what we've seen now is that they're likely going to increase that. It is, again, another string of confusing and maybe misleading tactics. So we as our job on this side of the House is to hold the government's feet to the fire. That's what we're doing, because Canadians have that same question. And as our honorable colleague earlier on stated, maybe they were looking for some real change. And instead, they've got the same Liberal government making the same promises and then breaking them and maybe looking after their friends a little bit too much. But, you know, Canadians deserve better, Madam Speaker. I think they deserve better from all of us. And I would agree, maybe there are things that we need to look at and maybe we do need to collectively as a whole, you know, be better, strive to be better, strive to be more accountable. Remember who we represent. Speak the language, the common language of our constituents so that they understand what this is and what this really means. And that we're not pointing fingers and saying, well, guess what, they did it, it's okay for us to do it too, and so take that. And you ain't seeing nothing here. And the spoken and diversionary tactics, the shell games that we're seeing. Let's be honest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would, if there was a mistake made, all the minister would have to do is stand up and say, I erred in my ways, I made a mistake, it will never happen again. And I think the members opposite can agree that if we did the same, or if I did the same, I would be doing the same thing and standing up. And I've stood in the House, Madam Speaker, I've made a mistake in the House. And I've stood in the House and I have apologized publicly to the mistake I've made. And I think that that's all that Canadians are asking for, is that this Minister of Justice be held to a higher level. Maybe all of us held to a higher level. And if we make that mistake, Madam Speaker, that we are able to stand up and apologize and say we're sorry and make sure that we move forward with truth and real change. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear in this House that the Minister of Justice, as well as members of this caucus, place a premium on honesty, openness, transparency, and accountability. And as member or minister or as a parliamentary secretary, the concerns of the people of our riding are, in fact, the concerns that are shared by many Canadians. Madam Speaker, there are other important issues to the people of Canada, and in my riding of Whitby in particular, jobs, in particular youth jobs, climate change, mental health issues. These are all issues we could be discussing today. I want to ask the member opposite, why are we continuing to make an issue where there is no issue?
Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
No, Madam Speaker, Caribou Prince George.
Oh, sorry, Caribou Prince George, sorry.
Sorry to correct you. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, again, Madam Speaker, I think we should all be looking at the issues and discussing the issues at hand that are most important to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, we sit without a softwood lumber agreement. We are 40 days into a 100-day timeline that the Prime Minister and the President Obama said that in some fashion that they would have a solution to the softwood lumber irritant. And yet, today, we have no further information on that. We are still sitting without a Trans-Pacific partnership that would create thousands, if not tens of thousands of jobs. We have an energy crisis in terms of a pipeline that we could approve that then we would take Canada's reliance off of foreign oil and allow us to maybe take advantage of our own products and employ hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I would agree wholeheartedly with our member opposite. We should be talking about other things, but the facts are the facts. The Minister of Justice made a mistake. Can she stand in the House and apologize and return the money that she got at that fundraiser?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit concerned that in this House today, our business is really wasting time with a lot of the back and forth kind of accusations when we know that the past Conservative government and Liberal government have had ample opportunity to address tougher rules, and that's something that the NDP have been calling on for a number of years. And I know from the election, knocking on doors, that Canadians, and specifically in Windsor-Tecumseh, people are very astute, and they know about the semantics and the smoke and mirrors, and they understand how strategizing and diversions sometimes just cast those aspersions instead of really talking about the crux of the matter, which is the need to change, to revise our rules. And what I'm hearing now, I heard an earlier colleague from the official opposition say that perhaps a review of the Conflict of Interest Act is in keeping, but is a mere apology enough? Should we actually be looking at a review? And what is your opinion on the concept of conflict of interest and perceived, or the appearance of conflict of interest, not really being addressed, and that may be the crux of our issues here?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, and I thank our honourable member for the question. Madam Speaker, again, we in this House very oftentimes start placing blame and talking about what was done in the past and what should be done now and what these guys did. I won't even bring up, Madam Speaker, the NDP's $3.5 million that they took from the Canadian taxpayers and failed to repay. So we will go on from that. But, Madam Speaker, I would agree with our honourable colleague is that we should be talking about other things, but this core issue that we're talking about right now, it's a matter of trust. And right now, in the last 6 months, I believe this Liberal government has broken Canadians' trust.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable minister for the status of women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to this motion. When the government was elected, we committed to work tirelessly to honour the trust that Canadians have given us. We committed to bring new leadership and a new tone to government, listening to the needs of Canadians and working collaboratively to tackle the real challenges we face as a country. Unfortunately, instead of focusing on these real challenges that Canadians across the country face, challenges like seeking better job opportunities, finding affordable housing, advancing equal rights, or dealing with other pressing issues like climate change, the member for St. Albert Edmonton felt it was important to discuss this frivolous motion, a motion that I can confidently say is without merit. However, I am happy to stand here today to speak about the amazing efforts that our government has made to increase transparency and accountability, as well as our strong commitment to an open and honest government that Canadians deserve. We also committed to tracking our progress and relying on evidence. So what does the evidence say about Canadians' trust in government? An HoC poll this week showed that Canadians' trust in government has skyrocketed to levels not seen since the mid-1970s. Canadians trust us because they know that we are serious about openness and accountability. For the past 10 years, Canadians have witnessed the most secretive government in Canada's history, one that has shut out scientists and closed the door on evidence-based decision-making. They are also a government that has been riddled with election scandals and unethical misconduct. Under the former Conservative government, Conservative Senator Mike Duffy inappropriately billed taxpayers as he engaged in Conservative Party fundraisers across the country. This happened under the former government's watch. And this unethical behaviour is not just limited to the Conservatives, but the NDP have also misused Canadian taxpayer dollars. From the Conservatives' many instances of overspending on election expenses to the NDP's misappropriation of millions of taxpayer dollars, which they funneled to partisan satellite offices, Canadians have had enough of this behaviour. Canadians want a government that they can trust, which is why voters chose to elect a Liberal majority to bring real change to Canada. And I am very proud to be part of this change and to stand here with a government that is committed to measures for a more open and accountable government. Our government is committed to taking a different approach than the previous Conservative government. And that is why, in November, our Prime Minister issued Open and Accountable Government, which sets core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible parliamentary government. At the core of this guide is the understanding that public office holders must maintain integrity in order to be worthy of Canadians' trust. Open and accountable government recognizes this importance, and it states in its guidelines on ethical standards, public officers shall act with honesty and uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity, the objectivity, the impartiality of the government are conserved and enhanced. And I have no doubt that while the member for St. Albert Edmonton would like to make claims that question the Minister of Justice's conduct, that she is an individual of utmost integrity who Canadians can trust as the legal advisor to the Cabinet and the Chief Law Officer of the Crown. It is a tremendous role, but one that I know that the Minister of Justice is well equipped to take on. In fact, despite what the member for St. Albert Edmonton's motion seems to imply, the Justice Minister acted accordingly with the Conflict of Interest Act and proactively sought the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's advice on her fundraising activity. All members in the House are familiar with and have likely engaged in fundraising activity for their party. These are normal, routine activities that members undertake to support their party, but to also engage with Canadians. In the fundraising activity that the member for St. Albert Edmonton is referring to in his motion, the minister appeared as a member of Parliament. Further to this, her conduct was cleared by the Commissioner, and the member for St. Albert Edmonton knows this very well. He received a response from the Commissioner addressing his baseless claims that he had raised in relation to this fundraising activity. I'm not sure why the member has continued to pursue this in light of the response from the Commissioner. But I will take this moment to again reiterate that the Minister of Justice took all the appropriate measures to ensure that she was not in contravention with the Conflict of Interest Act and did not transgress Section 16 of the Act, which pertains to fundraising activities. Further to this, pursuant to Elections Canada's regulations, the Liberal Party will be entirely responsible for all costs associated with the event. The Liberal Party fully complies with the Elections Act in all of its fundraising activities. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to being open and accountable and ensuring that our ministers discharge their duties with integrity and meet the fundamental principles of our system of responsible government. In meeting these duties, open and accountable government sets out the Prime Minister's expectations for their personal conduct, which includes compliance with the statutory obligations under the Conflict of Interest Act and the Lobbying Act. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss Canada's conflict of interest regime. Our country has benefited from a robust regime, and Canada continues to rank among the most ethically governed countries in the world. This is due to the fact that the Conflict of Interest Act establishes strict rules for all full-time public office holders. The Act applies to the Prime Minister, ministers, ministers of state, parliamentary secretaries, and ministers-exempt staff. It also applies to almost all governor and council appointees, including deputy and associate deputy ministers, heads of agencies and the CEOs, chairs and members of Crown corporations, boards, commissions, and tribunals. All of these public office holders are subject to a set of general conflict of interest rules set out in Part 1 of the Act. This includes the core rule that public office holders are to avoid conflicts between private interests and their official duties. Some public office holders are also considered to be reporting public office holders under the Act, and this includes ministers, parliamentary secretaries, full-time exempt staff, and full-time governor and council appointees. Reporting public office holders are subject to additional rules and obligations under the Act, including a prohibition on engaging in outside employment or other activities, a requirement to make various confidential and public disclosures of assets, liabilities, and other private interests, and to divest through sale or blind trust certain assets such as publicly traded stocks, a 1 to 2 year cooling-off period in which they are prohibited from accepting employment or appointments with organizations which they had direct or significant official dealings with during their last year in office. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the conflict of interest regime in Canada is a robust regime that has evolved over time. Let me give you a bit of its historical context. It used to be that the conflict of interest rules that applied to ministers, parliamentary secretaries, other public office holders, and parliamentarians were found in federal statutes like the Criminal Code and the Parliament of Canada Act. However, starting with former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau's guidelines for cabinet ministers in 1973, these statutory rules were replaced or supplemented by conflict of interest rules and guidelines. Today, the Conflict of Interest Act outlines the expectations and requirements for public office holders. The Senate and the House of Commons have further adopted the Parliamentary Conflict of Interest Codes to govern the conduct of their members. Changes were made to the Conflict of Interest regime by the Federal Accountability Act, which brought the Conflict of Interest Act into law. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the conflict of interest regime we have in this country has helped to guarantee the integrity of our public office holders and our democratic system of government. I believe Canadians are well served by the framework that we have in place today. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, despite the claims made by the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, the Minister of Justice was not in contravention of the Act. Moving forward, I have every confidence that Canadians will continue to be well served with this framework. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians and lives up to the highest ethical standards. As detailed in the Open and Accountable Government, it is critical to the principle of responsible government that all organizations within the executive be the responsibility of a minister who is accountable to Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, I can confidently say that the Minister of Justice is an individual of utmost integrity that Canadians can depend on to be fully accountable to Parliament. Again, as stated in Open and Accountable Government, the Minister is accountable to Parliament for the proper functioning of his or her office and department and all other organizations within his or her portfolio. Ministers fulfill this accountability by demonstrating appropriate diligence and competence in the discharge of their responsibilities. Of course, what constitutes appropriate ministerial oversight will depend on the nature of the organization and the minister's role. Where arm's-length bodies are concerned, the minister's engagement will be at a more systemic level. I am pleased to note that the Open and Accountable Government includes new guidance to assist ministers in respecting the parameters of their responsibility with respect to arm's-length organizations. Ministerial accountability to Parliament does not mean that a minister is presumed to have knowledge of every matter that occurs within his or her department or portfolio, nor that a minister is necessarily required to accept personal responsibility for every matter. Given the size and complexity of government, this would be an impossible standard to meet. However, the Prime Minister has made clear in Open and Accountable Government that his expectations is that ministers will take appropriate corrective action to address any problems that may arise in their portfolios in a manner that is consistent with their role with respect to the organization in question. He has also indicated that he expects ministers to attend to all matters in Parliament that concern any organizations for which they are responsible, including responding to questions. As the Prime Minister has stated, open and transparent government is good government. It strengthens trust in our democracy and ensures the integrity of our public institutions. Canadians have indicated their support for the progress the government has made so far in this area, and they expect us to continue. We must never cease to earn and to keep their trust. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to reiterate that the member for St. Albert Edmonton's motion is baseless in questioning the conduct of the Minister of Justice. Again, as I have said before, she attended the event as a Member of Parliament and followed all fundraising rules outlined in the Elections Act. In her correspondence with the member for St. Albert Edmonton, the Commissioner found that the Minister was not in contravention of Section 16 of the Act, and I am proud to call the Minister a friend and a colleague. And I know that Canadians are being well served by a minister that is committed to upholding the rule of law and protecting the rights of Canadians. I am also proud to be part of a government that is committed to being open and transparent with all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague, our Minister of Status of Women, for her speech today. Mr. Speaker, this is about trust. That's all it is. I won't go as far to say that the Minister of Justice misled Canadians. Again, we'll go back to say maybe there was a mistake made. But it also should pass the smell test. And, Mr. Speaker, I have a quote here that I'd like to read. It is totally incomprehensible to me how a minister of our federal crown, the Minister of Justice, and the Attorney General at that, participating in a private fundraiser with lawyers can be said to escape either the reality or the appearance of a conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, who said that? The former Premier of British Columbia, the former Attorney General of British Columbia, and a former Liberal Minister of Health, Ujjal Dosanjh. And if it doesn't pass the smell test with this gentleman, how can the government expect it to pass the smell test for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Actually, we have an ethics commissioner, and the Minister of Justice followed all of the requirements of a minister in consulting with the ethics commissioner about the appropriateness of this particular fundraiser. And so I have confidence, like the Canadians that have placed their trust in us, in the ethics commissioner's ruling. And I believe that the ethics commissioner has details that perhaps the people that the member has quoted does not. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And through you, I'd like to put a question to the Honourable Member. We are hearing a lot in this place, including from the Honourable Member, about what the law states and the ruling by the Ethics Commissioner. But what troubles me is this new Liberal government has propensity, instead of amending the law to include what they uphold as stronger principles, for example, environmental assessment, instead of amending the law or the rules to now allow citizens to participate, they simply issued non-binding guidelines. Well, the member's party in November last year issued Open Accountable Government Guide stating ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure their fundraisers avoid soliciting political contributions. And then the Prime Minister issued to all of his ministers and parliamentary secretaries very clear directives that they must ensure that they not appear to affect the exercise of the official duties or access of individuals. There should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access. There should be no singling out or appearance of singling out individuals. Very clear direction to the ministers and parliamentary secretaries that they should take greater care in solicitation of political contributions. Now, there's a lot of argument being made that the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, was there in her own right. But surely the presumption that the Minister of Justice is there with people who could potentially be seeking judicial appointments, surely greater care and attention should be taken among all cabinet members by the Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure exactly what the question is in that statement, but I will say that, in fact, we stand by the open and accountable government. It is a significant improvement in our commitment to transparency and accountability to Canadians. And furthermore, I would say that the Minister of Justice dealt with her responsibility to act in an ethical manner by seeking the advice of the Ethics Commissioner. This is not to be understated. We all have that responsibility as ministers to work with the Ethics Commissioner. In fact, I have several times asked the Ethics Commissioner myself about actions that may or may not be prudent and have received excellent advice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Minister of Status of Women for her statements and giving us a better history of the Office of the Ethics Commissioner. What I would like to ask her is that in my discussions with people in my community and when I'm in my riding, people are talking to me about jobs, about health. They have questions about transit funding, about the budget, many questions that they have raised. And when I have heard from the opposition when presenting this motion, are a lot of questions about the trust and the faith of Canadians, and that is what the issue is. And what I would like to ask the minister is, if she has any comments about what she is hearing in her community about what they are placing their trust and faith in. What are they looking for? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for her question. In fact, I have not had any conversations about this issue in my riding in terms of the Minister of Justice. And just as the member has pointed out, the conversations that I am having are twofold. One, the incredible need that exists in our communities for good legislation that addresses many of the needs that Canadians are facing in regards to housing, facing in regards to employment, the widening gap between people who have wealth and who do not, people who have difficulty accessing services. These are the kinds of things that I'm facing. In fact, in our constituency work, one of the things that we deal with the most in my riding, Thunder Bay Superior North, which surprised me, is immigration issues. And you wouldn't think that from a riding that's not known for a vast amount of immigration. But in fact, because of changes made that have deleteriously affected our immigration system, we have many people in our riding that are struggling tremendously to address the needs that they face. So I echo my colleagues' concerns around diverting the conversation from these very real challenges that Canadians face to something that has been explained over and over in the House that has the full consent of an ethics commissioner. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable colleague for his speech. Ever since I've been here in the House, I've heard words from this government and the second opposition party, words like unfounded motion, frivolous motion, uninteresting subject. There are all kinds of ways to talk about this motion tabled by our party. We're talking here about conflict of interest, privileged access, undue influence, trust by the public, cynicism about politicians. When I went into politics, a journalist asked me, if you were elected, if you were in government, what would be the first thing you would do if you had the power to change something? And I said, some kind of concrete action so that the public can restore its trust in politicians in order to take care of issues like immigration and finances and defense and all the other issues that citizens talk to us about in our riding. But they have to trust us. So my question for the honourable colleague opposite is this: does she feel that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, who was involved in fundraising activity in a law firm, is that ethically acceptable? Does she feel that the money should be reimbursed what it was collected during that activity? The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. In fact, let us be clear about trust. It is the member opposite and his party that is seeking to undermine the trust of Canadians. And I have to tell the member and you, Mr. Speaker, that when I was campaigning as a candidate for the first time for a federal office, one of the most disheartening things I heard was the distrust that Canadians had in their politicians based on 10 years of unethical behavior. And thank you, yes. And to me, one of the best privileges of being an MP is actually restoring that trust. As I travel through my riding, after winning this candidacy, after becoming an MP for Thunder Bay Superior North, after receiving the great honour of becoming a cabinet minister, all I have heard from Canadians in my riding and across this country as I travel is thank you. Thank you so much for bringing back accountability, transparency, ethics, and we believe in the work that you're doing. And we know that it won't be without difficulty. And we know that you will not always agree. But we know that you will do your best. And I am incredibly and immensely proud of the response that Canadians are having to our government. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly this government has brought back liberal ethics. As the Minister for the Status of Women has said, liberal ethics that led to the sponsorship scandal, liberal ethics that led to many issues over the years, and liberal ethics that have led to a Justice Minister providing access two lawyers who potentially could be requesting the request for a position behind the bench in the future. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also stand and split my time today, or request to share my time with the member for Barrie Innisfil. And I'd just like to comment quickly before I begin on one other thing that the Minister for Status of Women has said, which is this isn't important to Canadians. Yet, Mr. Speaker, standing in here today, we have many parliamentarians. We also have members of the Barrie and Area Firefighter Association who believed it was so important that they joined us in this chamber today. Mr. Speaker, I stand to speak to the motion sponsored by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, regarding the fundraising exploits for the Minister of Justice. This minister is not the first minister of the Crown to exercise poor judgment in attending a fundraiser staged by individuals who seek to gain from their responsibilities. This has happened on numerous occasions on both sides of the House. Sometimes it's because the individual didn't know. Sometimes it's because the minister doesn't yet understand their position. And sometimes it's because the party is trying to fundraise and cares not for the conventions of this honourable House. Members of the government side will use past issues to clutter today's debate, to rationalize the legitimacy or illegitimacy, as I see it, of the Minister of Justice's fundraising with lawyers. So in order to put this to rest in advance, I want to outline the circumstances surrounding this that are most applicable. A minister in the last government attended a fundraiser for $50 per person, where there were stakeholders present from the minister's portfolio. The minister was unaware that the event was raising funds using stakeholders from their portfolio. Subsequently, the minister returned all of the funds and addressed it immediately. In the end, the Ethics Commissioner decided that while this event was not technically against the law, the Ethics Commissioner stated in the ethics report conclusion that, quote, it was clearly inappropriate. This sets the standard for both what is expected of a minister and not attending such a fundraiser, and also how to respond in an open and honest fashion if a mistake is made in the future. Other standards that need to be met in matters regarding fundraising are outlined by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has said in the open and transparent conduct letter to his ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and to Canadians the following. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty, must uphold the highest ethical standards so the public confidence and trust in integrity and impartiality of government are maintained and in fact enhanced. As public office holders, ministers and parliamentary secretaries are subject to the Part 1 requirements of the Ethical and Political Activity Guidelines for public office holders set out in Annex A, as well as the best practices for fundraising and dealing with lobbyists that are set out in Annex B. Moreover, they have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. This obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. I repeat, this obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. Meaning the standard of care, Mr. Speaker, is not just to meet the regulation of the law of this land, but to be without ethical question and to maintain the credibility of the position with the public. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the minister has crossed ethical lines by attending a Liberal fundraiser for members of the Law Society whom she oversees. The Minister of Justice is responsible for naming individuals to the bench and for overseeing the judicial system in Canada. Therefore, having lawyers who could be requesting appointments as judges paying money to meet the person who would appoint those judges is an obvious ethical lapse.
There can be no question regarding the minister's ethics, as it would undercut the credibility of not just the Minister of Justice, but the government appointments process and indeed the government itself. Since the Prime Minister is failing to hold his minister to account on this matter, it leaves Canadians again questioning the legitimacy of his words spoken and written, which are in direct contradiction to his actions that are taken or are not taken. My colleagues have clearly outlined the ethical lapses regarding the minister's fundraising practices from a parliamentary standpoint. But what about the ideal? What about the ideal that the Canadian government is as accessible to each and every Canadian in the same way? Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to say or tell a little bit of a story. Growing up, I had the opportunity to take a civics and careers class in high school. At the time, my family was living in government housing, and I fell in love with politics. I fell in love with politics because everything I read about in these textbooks showed that if one believes enough, if one hopes long enough, if one works hard enough, that they will be able to attain all of the successes that are available in this country. Not because of the amount of money they have, not because of their age, not because of a whole plethora of reasons that we could come up with, but because we live in a country where each and every person is valued equally, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of all those other issues, regardless of their means, Mr. Speaker. What this fundraiser has done, in my opinion, is it creates two classes of citizens in this country. One citizen who must pay to go and give feedback and input and influence to a minister at $500 a head, and those that don't have that access, those that are unable, those that do not have the means to be at those meetings. And what this has created in our country is an unequal footing. An unequal footing for those who have the, thank you, Mr. Speaker, those who have the financial means to show up, those who have the friends to get the invites. And quite frankly, it's wrong. It's not what our country stands for, and it's not what our government should be practicing. And when the Prime Minister during the election promised open and transparent government, when the Prime Minister during the election promised that his government would be different, this is not the different that I thought I would see. I thought we would make gains on the transparency and accountability front, and we find out the opposite. Not only have they already acted, or has the minister already acted in this way and conducted herself in this way as a minister of the Crown, but she's committed to holding another fundraiser in the future. So I mentioned earlier about a minister in the previous government who realized immediately that the fundraising efforts were done in an incorrect fashion, returned the money, and dealt with it right away. This minister is literally doubling down, going from $500 a head to $1,000. And that is not the example that I want us to set for our youth, that if you have $1,000, you can go and meet the minister, but if you don't, you can't. It's wrong, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe any of these things about showing up and participating as a member of Parliament. And I hope that Canadians see through this as well. And finally, I think it's important that we know who is benefiting. Who is it that's attending these fundraisers and paying to be able to talk with and perhaps influence policy or maybe even influence appointments down the road? We will find out eventually. But it's important on these matters, because of the ethical questions, that the minister is forthright, steps up, and releases all of the information available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time today, and I'm certainly open to any questions that come forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I find these comments quite interesting, and I do understand, however, Mr. Speaker, the member's cynicism being a member of a party that, when in government, had to defend atrocities and crossing the line. Some examples, Mr. Speaker: Senate hush money, contempt of Parliament, refusal to share budget information even after court orders, granting immunity, falsifying and documents, duplicity of project costs, advertising scam, corruption, and the list goes on. And with that, once again, Mr. Speaker, I do understand the cynicism from the member. The question is, Mr. Speaker, is once again, as we've asked over and over and over, and I would like to hear a yes or no answer, Mr. Speaker, is has the Integrity Commissioner failed in her judgment?
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Integrity Commissioner was very clear that there are rules, there are laws that define the interaction between ministers and the public and in fundraising opportunities. There are also things which she has labeled, she has clearly communicated as wrong, as unethical, as inappropriate. And that was clearly communicated in an identical circumstance during the last government. The funds were returned in advance, and all necessary measures were taken. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed to learn the lesson from that. And instead of learning the lesson and not conducting their activities in such a way, they have said, how can we exploit our positions and gain money for our coffers for the next election? Not once, but twice.
Questions and comments. Question Kamantaya, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to convey and ask of my honourable colleague with regards to perception. We know that Canadian taxpayers are exhausted and they're disillusioned. And right now what they're saying, in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh specifically, they're saying more of the same. Does the honourable member believe that we are indeed ready for a comprehensive and crucial review of the Conflict of Interest Act, and that perhaps this is the time for us to have real meaningful changes that address the problematic issue of perception and appearance?
Well, member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I think that when you're looking at any of these type of acts that govern the way in which we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians, the way in which ministers of the Crown conduct themselves, it's important to remember these are living, breathing documents. And certainly, I would hope that as we see people, or we see ministers, or we see parliamentarians looking for loopholes, that we would look at opportunities to make them better. I would also say that the cynicism that you are hearing reflected in your writing through yourself, Mr. Speaker, to the member, is something that I have heard certainly across the board, especially from young people. And being a young member of Parliament myself, 30 years of age, I've had the opportunity to meet with and speak with many young people who feel they've been told one thing during the election, told one thing during the throne speech, but the implementation and action of the government is something completely different. It needs a change.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask my honourable colleague who did a great job presenting his case before this House if he believes in some of the rhetoric that we've heard from the other side about how today's debate is frivolous, because today's debate is actually all about a document called Open and Accountable Government, which has penned, if not penned, at least signed by the current Prime Minister of Canada, and if so, is any document that the Prime Minister of Canada signs frivolous? Oh, good question.
Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Obviously, I don't believe it's frivolous. I think that what the Prime Minister wrote set the standard, it set the tone for how this government should conduct itself. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister also appointed people to his front bench that failed to uphold the tenets of that document. And quite frankly, what I would ask for is the governing party to stop referring to things as frivolous, as small. These are not small issues. These are the underlying tenets of our entire democracy, that all have access, that there is accountability among the government, and I would ask the Prime Minister to start enforcing it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte, for sharing his time with me today. And I want to begin, before I get to the formal part of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to introduce Mr. George Taylor. And for those in this House who don't know who Mr. Taylor is or was, he's a resident of Barrie. He is the former Solicitor General in the province of Ontario, and I'm sure you would know him, Mr. Speaker. He's a well-respected former member of the provincial legislature in Ontario. And just last week, Mr. Speaker, on Facebook, Mr. Taylor weighed into this debate. And what he had to say on Facebook was rather quite interesting and quite telling, because Mr. Taylor, by all accounts, and I've corresponded with him when I was a city councillor in Barrie. I've never had the chance to meet him face to face. Is an honourable man, a man of great conviction, and a man who is well respected. And he wrote this on Facebook, that the Minister of Justice must have missed the conflict of interest course, as did the Ethics Commissioner, to conclude the attendance at the Tory law firm dinner, as she has said to CBC, that she was there as the MP for BC. Law firms, he wrote, do not ask MPs to dinner. MPs do not appoint judges. They do not grant QCs. They give out great amounts of legal work and determine who to prosecute. The Minister of Justice is to be more independent than other ministers, Mr. Taylor wrote. She will have to learn more about her duties. You are never not a minister. Hear, hear. It's true. And, Mr. Speaker, those are wise words from a well-respected man. Now, I was at the epicenter of this issue when it started taking root. It became a regional issue. I was called to CBC on Tuesday, April 5th, to come down and comment about this issue taking place. Now, I wasn't sure what it was about, Mr. Speaker, on my way down there, but I was certainly briefed on the issue. And when I walked into the CBC building, I was told by a producer that I was going to be interviewed by Mr. Terry Milewski. Now, we knew that this story was going to have legs. We knew that this was going to be one of the lead stories on CBC, and as it turned out, it was. And I asked Mr. Milewski what angle he was taking on this story, and quite clearly he told me that he had received an email from someone stating that there was an event to take place with the Minister of Justice at the law firm, and that it was, in effect, a secret meeting. There was no formal invitations that was sent out. In fact, the email, Mr. Speaker, reminded people to pay for the event, $500 a ticket as we found out, by going to the Liberal Party of Canada website. But if you search the website, Mr. Speaker, there was actually no page. It was a link that led you to the website. And so that was the angle that he was taking on the story. Now, Mr. Speaker, what was interesting about that was the fact that there was a regional component to this. And at that time, the controversy in Ontario was breaking out with the Wynne government. We were finding out then about the pay-to-play scenarios that were going on, where cabinet ministers in the Ontario Liberal government were asked to find donors, some of them up to $5,000 each, to attend functions where cabinet ministers would attend, Mr. Speaker. And this sounded eerily similar to what was going on in Ontario. But should it have surprised anybody, Mr. Speaker, that this in fact was going on? And the reason why I say that is because it's quite clear now that the same players who are running the Prime Minister's office were the ones that were running the Premier's office, both Premier Wynne and McGuinty's office. So it should come as no surprise to any Canadian, it should come as no surprise to anybody in this House, Mr. Speaker, that this is now happening at the federal level. And it should come as no surprise, Mr. Speaker, and I know it's not germane to what we're discussing here, that we're starting to see the debt and deficit situations happen federally that we've seen in Ontario, because the Liberals now have access to a bigger piggy bank, and they will surely go at it. And what's interesting, and I think this is what the root of this whole debate is about, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Red Deer Lacombe spoke about this, but on the Prime Minister's own page, his own page, Mr. Speaker, it talks about, for Canadians to trust our government, we must trust Canadians, and we will only be successful in implementing our agenda to the extent that we earn and keep this trust. To be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act in integrity. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. He goes on to state, the Prime Minister of Canada, and it's signed by him, that I draw your attention in particular to areas of the guide that we have expanded or strengthened for our mandate, including the guidance on the nonpartisan use of departmental communication resources in Annex G. And Mr. Speaker, when you look on the government's website about open and accountable government, and this was one of the tenets, one of the things that they sold Canadians on during the last election, that they were truly going to be open and accountable. It says ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals to organizations. Again, Mr. Speaker, ministers and parliamentary secretaries should not seek to have departmental stakeholders included on fundraising or campaign teams or on the boards of electoral district associations. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries, it goes on and on and on. And it speaks to the issue, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that government ministers are to be held to a higher standard, as with all governments, in the areas of conflict of interest, perceived or real. Now, I know that the members opposite will say that it's been cleared by the Ethics Commissioner. I know that they'll say that we've seen the government House Leader stand up again, time and time again in this House, and defend the Justice Minister. The Justice Minister is not in a position to defend herself for whatever reason, or feels like she shouldn't be defending herself, but it's the government House Leader that's doing that, Mr. Speaker. But it goes back to the root of the issue, the perception of this. And I think most Canadians, if you were to ask them, as my honourable colleague from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte said, it does not pass the smell test. It's that question that I was asked on CBC that night, Mr. Speaker. It does not pass the smell test, and I think most Canadians would feel that way. This is about open and accountable government. And it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we've gone back in time to when the Chrétien Liberals were in government. And they're simply paying lip service, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians and this House about their commitment to the high standard of ethical conduct. I'm holding out hope, Mr. Speaker, that this minister will do the right thing for Canadians. And that is to agree with our motion today, and I'm hoping that the Liberal government does this as well, return the money and apologize for attending the event. And I conclude, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go back because I think it's worth repeating what Mr. Taylor, the former Solicitor General of this province, says. The Minister of Justice is more independent than other ministers. She will have to learn of her duties. You are never not a minister. And Mr. Speaker, the night that the Minister of Justice attended that fundraising event with one of the largest law firms in the country, with registered lobbyists who lobby on behalf of organizations right across this country that will deal with the Justice Ministry and the Attorney General of this country, Mr. Speaker, I suggest to you that she was a minister that night, and she should apologize for her actions and give the money back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Pierrefonds.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The member has made a good statement where he said government ministers have to be held to a higher standard. We've also heard him say, and many of the colleagues on that side of the House have said, this doesn't pass the smell test. Well, and you've also mentioned and acknowledged the fact that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner made a ruling and found nothing untoward on this ruling. But clearly they're not happy with the ruling, and we can see that, and they've got this motion to make the statement, and many have gotten up, including the member there, and said they're clearly unhappy. So what I'd like to learn is, are they unhappy with the rules, or are they unhappy with the ruling of the commissioner? Which one are they unhappy with? Because they're clearly unhappy. The rules have been followed. The commissioner's made a ruling that we follow the rules, but they're still unhappy. So is it the rules that they're not happy with, or is it the commissioner?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's a fair question on the part of the honourable member. If you look at what the Ethics Commissioner has said subsequent to the ruling, she said she herself is not happy with the rules, and she says that the rules should be looked at as well. But I think what's important here, and I think you're going to hear this all day if you haven't heard it all morning, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that it's the Prime Minister's own accountability in this situation that is being called into question. And I gave various examples, Mr. Speaker, from the Prime Minister's page himself, the expectations of his ministers, the open and accountable government website where it says very clearly in Annex B, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflicts of interest, the appearance of conflicts of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. That wasn't the Ethics Commissioner that wrote that, Mr. Speaker. That was the Liberal government. That was the Prime Minister of our country who made that very clear to his ministers. And so I would ask the honourable member, subsequent to what he asked me, which part of that didn't happen in this case?
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. As one of the two MPs for Barrie, I think he got the better end of the riding name stick, but that's okay. The other one's just too long for me to remember. But insofar as ministerial conduct is concerned, my colleague here actually quoted out of the document. Moreover, they have an obligation, and it's referring to ministers, they have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. So I'm going to ask my colleague from Barrie Innisfil if he believes that when the Justice Minister actually left her role as chair of the First Nations Financial Authority and her husband stepped in as the registered lobbyist and then went to cabinet meetings to which the Ethics Commissioner has no access to what was discussed at those meetings, and then we find a $20 million kickback in the budget to that same group, if my honourable colleague will say whether or not that meets the test laid out by the Prime Minister.
Here, good question.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
That is a great question, Mr. Speaker, and one that again calls into question the Prime Minister's own ethical standards by which he set for his ministers. If in fact these types of things are happening, I think Canadians rightly have a reason to be concerned. And what they should be concerned about is what is going on within the government. Our friends, our cronies, our Liberal stakeholders benefiting from the fact that this Liberal government has taken over. I would suggest that it's back to the future, Mr. Speaker, and that we're actually in fact seeing what happened in those years of Liberal cronyism. And I think all Canadians, I'm concerned about it, not just as a parliamentarian, I'm concerned about it as an individual Canadian. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Please the débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You'll excuse me, I have a little cold today, so if I lose my voice, well, it's not because I'm very committed to this debate. It's, well, because I have a cold.
Pleased to rise today and join with some of my colleagues in the Liberal caucus who've spoken previously to explain to the House and to Canadians why we are opposing this, what we think is a frivolous and gratuitous motion. We're proud to oppose this motion because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, its cynical origins, and we recognize the attempt to distract Canadians and parliamentarians from issues that concern, we think, the vast majority of Canadians, and the attempt to fabricate a circumstance around one of our colleagues, which we believe obviously has no merit. Mr. Speaker, during my speech, I intend to demonstrate to the House not only has the Minister of Justice acted honourably, ethically, and in a manner beyond reproach, I'll also, I hope, be able to point out that many current and former members of the other parties in this House could in fact learn enormously from her outstanding actions. Mr. Speaker, I will show how in a few short months Canadians have witnessed how different and improved things can be when they have a government that truly believes in openness and transparency. Every action that this government has taken is based on the idea that we, as an institution, if it's a government or parliament, we can and must do better. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, instead of moving ahead with us on this particular approach, the opposition has chosen to spend today debating a motion which, in our view, as I said, has extremely limited merit. It's designed to fabricate an issue where, in fact, none exists. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives could have decided to debate today one of the numerous issues that continue to worry Canadians, issues which they have ignored, for example, in a decade in government. A few examples might be the weak economic growth that the previous government saw, or Canadians' eroding ability to ensure a secure retirement, or a lack of diversification in our economy, or the increasing unfairness in various government programs like employment insurance, or a failed relationship with Indigenous peoples. But instead, Mr. Speaker, they want to spend today talking about our colleague, the Minister of Justice. So let's do exactly that. Aujourd'hui, nous parlons.
Today we're talking about integrity and transparency and honesty, and these are character traits that perfectly describe the Justice Minister. These principles are at the heart of good government. They are the basis on which we will continue to rebuild trust between voters and elected officials. These are the principles that guide the measures taken by this government, as well as the measures taken by our colleague, the Justice Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made it clear to all members of Cabinet, as well as our colleagues in the Liberal caucus, after a decade where Conservatives found themselves repeatedly before the courts, where insiders close to the former Prime Minister were hiding, for example, in Panama, fighting extradition, and where a $90,000 payoff to a sitting senator was simply seen as business as usual in the Prime Minister's office, we believe, Mr. Speaker, that things needed to change. When caught, the former government would, and you would remember this, Mr. Speaker, you were in the previous Parliament, the former government would deny the charges, obfuscate the facts, and sometimes mislead Canadians. I heard it in my constituency, and colleagues on all sides of this House heard it in theirs, in community after community. The previous government lacked transparency. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Prime Minister, these dark days are over and have given ways, like we see outside Parliament today, to a very, very sunny way. We have an open and transparent government, Mr. Speaker, that believes in putting their trust in Canadians as a way to have Canadians better trust their government.
I know that everyone present here agrees we must never give Canadians a reason to mistrust their government. They won't always like what we do, and that's understandable. There are certain people who will not support all of the government's decisions, and that's a good thing. Diverse ideas and opinions are one of the greatest elements of our democracy because they encourage those who have opposing points of view to collaborate to find a consensus. But not agreeing with decisions that are taken is very different from not trusting the government. Canadians should not imagine that their government is hiding things from them or is not listening to them. Worse, Mr. Speaker, they should not imagine that elected representatives have a different rule book from the rest of society, and that principle is fundamental to our government. As the Prime Minister himself has said, Canadians do not expect us to be perfect, but they expect that we will work honestly, openly, and sincerely to serve the public interest. That is the bar that has been set by the Prime Minister, and we should accept nothing less.
This is exactly what the Minister of Justice has done. Unlike in the previous government, she proactively sought the advice of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. That is what a responsible government does. The member for St. Albert Edmonton knows this because when he wrote to that commissioner, she responded to him in writing, it was a 3-page letter, and indicated that the Justice Minister had followed every single rule outlined in the applicable legislation. That is an important difference, Mr. Speaker, in how the previous government acted then and how we have chosen to act now. They would usually wait until the commissioner found wrongdoing, then deny and obfuscate the circumstance, and in fact, in some cases, try and mislead investigations. We seek to proactively disclose these concerns to the commissioner, and then we are guided by her advice. That is exactly what the Minister of Justice did and exactly what the government will continue to do. La publication des lettres de mandat ministériel.
By publishing the ministerial mandate letters, Mr. Speaker, the government showed tangible proof of our commitment. For the first time in the history of Canada, a Prime Minister clearly and publicly articulated his expectations for his ministers. These expectations touch not only on what the ministers should be doing, but how they should be doing it. The mandate letters are a statement of intent, a plan that includes infrastructure spending, increasing Canada's leadership in the world, renewing a nation-to-nation relationship with Aboriginal peoples, and many other elements.
That our economic policy of growing the middle class is extremely popular with Canadians and exactly the suite of economic policies that Canadians expect. They know that asking the top 1% to do a little more in order to lower taxes on the middle class is more than fair. The Conservatives and the NDP, much to our surprise, Mr. Speaker, in the election, opposed programs like the Canada Child Benefit, an economic measure which will help 9 out of every 10 Canadian families by giving them a more generous, tax-free monthly check. They know the importance of investing in crucial infrastructure, such as roads and bridges and transit, green infrastructure and social infrastructure. Because their opposition to these particular measures is not resonating with Canadians, they find the need to fabricate an issue involving the Justice Minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for the opposition, but thankfully for the Justice Minister and for Canadians, all of the rules in this particular circumstance were followed. The Minister met the very high expectations of the Prime Minister, as well as her obligations under the code applying to members of Parliament and the Conflict of Interest Act, Mr. Speaker, which applies to public office holders, ministers obviously being principal amongst them. It's a very old method, sadly, that the Conservatives have spent, Mr. Speaker, a decade in protecting. When you cannot win an argument with respect to the substance, you turn to personal attacks and fabricate allegations. You do not have to go very far, Mr. Speaker, to find such examples. We can easily remember the numerous spokespeople in the former Conservative government when they would answer a question in the House of Commons time and time again by simply indicating a circumstance that had absolutely nothing to do with the question. Uninterested in the substance of the question, the previous government had one responsibility, that was to ignore the questions posed and respond with a series of baseless and fabricated allegations, something we see at the heart of today's motion. Mr. Speaker, we believe, entre autres, les lettres d'engagement
that the letters of commitment that our government published are another document that has a great deal of merit that is recognized by the House. This is a document that some colleagues have already mentioned, and it deserves scrutiny. This is the document of an open and responsible government that the Prime Minister published last November. And Mr. Speaker, everything is in the title. This is an ambitious and exhaustive document. This is a ministerial game plan, and I should indicate that the Minister of Justice has always followed it in a very responsible way. An open and responsible government creates expectations about the conduct of ministers and their staff. It provides a framework to establish an ethical government. There's nothing more important for Canadians. First of all, public office holders have to carry out their public duties and conduct their personal business in a way that can withstand very rigorous public scrutiny. And Mr. Speaker, public office holders must, in the case of the Justice Minister, as she has done in the exercise of her official duties, make decisions in the public interest while taking into account the
Minister of Justice has done and what she will continue to do. I know that my colleagues across the aisle like to fabricate a series of accusations and allegations. Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker, that these have no merit. They know that at all times the Minister of Justice followed these rules in a rigorous way and proactively sought the advice of the independent officers of this Parliament who are, in fact, given the responsibility of enforcing those rules and in applying them. And, Mr. Speaker, in the case of a disagreement between an opposition member of this House and the Commissioner of Conflict of Interest and Ethics, we will always defer to the judgment of the Commissioner in all cases. Openness and transparency, Mr. Speaker, for our government is more than a slogan. One example, which we find rather disturbing, is the opposition's continued request, for example, to have a list of who attended a particular event in question. Mr. Speaker, the opposition knows full well that the names will indeed be made public. As per the Canada Elections Act, donations of over $200 are disclosed and made public by political parties on the Elections Canada website, and this information is shared with all Canadians. These are rules, Mr. Speaker, of which we're very proud. The opposition knows full well that these rules apply to the particular event in question and will always apply to events where members of Parliament are raising money for political parties or local riding associations. Canadians deserve to know, Mr. Speaker, that politicians keep their best interests in mind at all times and will not be swayed by particular funding from particular groups. That's why this transparency is so important. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's a principle that some members of the Conservative Party have had considerable trouble in following. We remember the former Prime Minister, the current member for Calgary Heritage, when he ran for the leadership of the then Reform Party, he kept secret the source of $900,000 he raised in that leadership campaign. Now, Mr. Speaker, when that member ran for the leadership of the new Conservative Party, the biggest donors to his $2 million leadership campaign were quickly hidden by the Conservative Party. Now, if they had nothing to hide, we would have assumed this information should properly have been made public. The fact that they have not done so, Mr. Speaker, has led Canadians to question exactly why. The Conservatives refuse to share this information with Canadians, and we'll never know what kind of funding may have motivated the former Prime Minister in some of the decisions his government has made. Monsieur le Président, je vais conclure.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that I'm proud to say that our colleague, the Minister of Justice, is one of my friends. She is an impressive minister, an excellent Attorney General. Her conduct has been nothing but exemplary.
Minister of Justice's impressive record of public service as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as an elected Indigenous leader is something that we believe should inspire all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives themselves who brought this motion in an attempt to distract from other issues which we think are more important to Canadians, have themselves a very, very difficult laundry list of Elections Act violations, of ethical breaches. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that in question period, in previous weeks, I've referred to some of the more shocking examples where Canadians saw the Conservative Party plead guilty in the in-and-out scheme, for example, and pay a $250,000 fine as a political party for not having respected basic Election Act provisions which determine spending limits for a national party and a local campaign. And elections, they attacked the Commissioner. People will remember they attacked Elections Canada. They attacked the Commissioner of Elections. But when Parliament adjourned one spring, when nobody was looking on a Friday, guess what? They pled guilty and paid a $250,000 fine as a national party for not having followed the election rules. And, Mr. Speaker, the rather spectacular example of the Prime Minister's former parliamentary secretary being led out in leg irons and handcuffs to a van and then taken to jail for problems with election financing, I think might have acted as a brake on the Conservative Party's enthusiasm to fabricate allegations against honourable members of this House and members of the Cabinet who are following the rules and serving Canadians. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, when this frivolous motion comes to a vote, we look forward to the House defeating it.
Excellent.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear my friend and my colleague, the Honourable Government House Leader, make his comments. But I would just say in all seriousness, we are dealing with an issue now that seems to contradict on all levels the code of ethics imposed by the Prime Minister on his public office holders, his ministers and parliamentary secretaries. While I will agree with the Government House Leader that the Ethics Commissioner did indeed say that there was no violation in her ruling, the Prime Minister went further than just what the technical aspects of an ethics violation may be. He went on to say not only real but perceived conflicts of interest. And I know my friend and my colleague must agree that for well-heeled lawyers to spend $500 a pop to sidle up to a minister is a perception of conflict. Clearly, these well-heeled lawyers wanted to get next to the minister for a reason that would ultimately, in at least their hopes, benefit the members attending that fundraiser. The minister and the Government House Leader has also said on many occasions during question period that all members do the same. We all engage in the same practice. I will assure my colleague and my friend that a backbencher will not be able to charge $500 or $1,000 to get people out to a fundraiser. It was specifically because it was a Minister of Justice that these lawyers wanted to be in attendance. Will he not simply agree that at the very least there is a serious perception of conflict of interest, and on that basis alone the minister should at least apologize, if not repay the full amount of the fundraiser?
The Honourable House Leader for the Government.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Moose Jaw for his question. I don't want to scandalize him, but I can reassure him that, in fact, in our case, in our party, Mr. Speaker, some people do pay $500 to come to events where backbench MPs are featured as guest speakers. I hosted an event in my own riding a year or two ago. We were then, you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, the third party in opposition. I was the guest speaker at my own event. I think it was $500 or maybe $750 a person. It was to get ready for the election campaign. That's how we raise money in constituencies. In all circumstances, we followed the law and the requirements then, so I don't want to disappoint my colleague, but we have members of Parliament, even in the third party in opposition, that are able to attract that kind of support at fundraising events. We're proud of that. Mr. Speaker, my colleague said that he can assure us that this kind of event would not happen in a previous government. Mr. Speaker, on February 12, 2015, at the Sutton Place Hotel in Edmonton, the current member for St. Albert, Edmonton, hosted a fundraiser where the special guest was the then Minister of Health, who's now the Leader of the Opposition. So a little over a year ago, a very similar event takes place. I don't know if there were well-heeled lawyers there, but It was an exclusive event at the posh Sutton Place Hotel. Maybe my colleague's been there. The Minister of Health, and what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is on the Facebook page, the Minister of Health and the member for St. Albert Edmonton said that the Minister of Health was there simply as the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Spruce Grove. So the hypocrisy is a little shocking, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Government House Leader for his speech. And I would at first like to agree with him that this is perhaps not the most fruitful topic we could spend an entire day debating. But that said, I agree with the motion that the appearance of a conflict of interest is as important as any real conflict. And whether the Minister of Justice followed the rules exactly or got the blessing of the Ethics Commissioner after the fact, I don't think it really measures up to the fact that we wouldn't be talking about this today if there wasn't a pretty strong appearance of conflict of interest. And so my question to the Government House Leader is, does he agree that the Conflict of Interest Act needs to be reviewed to be strengthened, to more strongly incorporate this concept of the appearance of a conflict of interest?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from South Okanagan for the question. I disagree with him a little bit when he says that the Minister of Justice attending a fundraiser, as happens in the case with many members of Parliament on all sides of the House, necessarily leads to the impression of a conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, what removes the impression of a conflict of interest and what should reassure Canadians is that all of the rules that are public and well-known were followed in this case, including the disclosure of all of those who attended this event. Mr. Speaker, the reason we have severe penalties for people who don't disclose properly political donations, and the former Conservative member from Peterborough saw exactly what happens when you don't follow those rules. The reason we have those rules is to assure Canadians that, in fact, events like this, which are a necessary part of a democratic process, where individuals make personal donations, unlike the NDP, who had to pay back union donations that were received inappropriately at one of their conventions, Mr. Speaker, those donations are no longer possible. These are individuals who donate a certain amount of money personally. All of this disclosure comes out according to law and publicly. And that's what, in our view, Mr. Speaker, makes this a very normal, very routine part of democracy. And the Minister of Justice, following all those rules, in fact, did absolutely nothing wrong. And to suggest that she left an appearance of conflict of interest, I think, is extremely disingenuous.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if my colleague would care to comment on a fundraising controversy that arose in the previous Parliament, where a former Minister of Transport who had been using a government agency to fax out fundraising letters prior to being elected to this House was caught using public assets to fundraise as a member of a federal port authority. Subsequent to that, people who were appointed to that port authority by government council appointees, by the previous government, were then donating their salaries back to the political party that appointed them. Whether that behavior, which was dismissed as simply a Twitter battle and not of anything of any significance, whether that scandal was properly handled by the previous government, and whether the ethical standards of that party should have any standing in this House and raise an issue like today, when they quite clearly couldn't even follow those rules either.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. He identified yet another example which we think deeply disturbed Canadians. You had in that circumstance the former Minister of Transport who in a previous capacity was involved in a governmental organization. People were appointed to various government agencies, and Mr. Speaker, we don't know. Was there in fact an understanding that, listen, you're going to get appointed to this particular agency, board, or commission, but of course you're going to be making a contribution back to the Conservative Party? The reason, Mr. Speaker, why Canadians became so distrustful of the previous government was a perfect example just outlined by my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we did with the open and accountable government mandate is say, you know what, Canadians deserve to trust their government. We have a government that trusts Canadians, and we think it's important for Canadians to be able to trust their government. And the only way, Mr. Speaker, that we can rebuild trust from 10 difficult years in the previous government is to be more open and more transparent, as the Minister of Justice has done, to seek the advice and guidance of the appropriate authorities before undertaking a particular course of action. That's what ministers are doing. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly how we'll erase the sad memory of the scandal that my colleague outlined in the previous Conservative government and bring Canadians to a better place in terms of confidence in public institutions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Government House Leader for his speech. I'm going to try and change the tenor of the debate here, because this really is about ensuring the credibility of this House and of government, and ensuring the trust that Canadians have, the trust that he is talking about. And the document that's outlined in the motion today is actually the Open and Accountable Government that was so frivolously penned by his leader, the Prime Minister of Canada. As they're referring to it today, as this debate is frivolous. But I'm wondering if you would agree with these statements, Mr. Speaker. Allow me this if you can. It is totally incomprehensible to me how a Minister of our federal crown, the Minister of Justice, and the Attorney General, at that participating in a private fundraiser with lawyers can be said to escape either the reality or the appearance of a conflict of interest. An Attorney General is not just any minister. She is the Attorney General of Canada, and in a significant number of her functions, she must remain and be seen to remain independent of the office of the Prime Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, this article was penned by none other than Ujjal Dosanjh, a former Liberal cabinet minister and a former Premier of British Columbia, who suggested in this article at the time of its writing that the minister cancel that fundraiser. And I'm wondering why the Government House Leader can't agree with somebody from a former Liberal government that obviously understood that scandals don't do them any good.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe would certainly know that scandals don't do any government any good if you look at the record of his government. Mr. Speaker, previous ministers of justice in my friend's party, when they were in government, attended fundraising events. This isn't something that, Mr. Speaker, is unusual. The idea that there's a fake indignation that, oh my God, some cabinet minister attended a fundraiser that followed all of the rules, that was designed to raise money for a political party, exactly as all parties in this House have done. We hope, certainly in our case, Mr. Speaker, it's been the case, according to law. We see absolutely nothing inappropriate with the actions of the Minister of Justice. What we are concerned about is, in the case of my colleague from Red Deer, the event that he organized with now disgraced Senator Mike Duffy in his riding, where Senator Duffy apparently used taxpayers' money to attend a fundraiser in his constituency. And then when the public attention was drawn to this example of Senator Duffy, who Canadians will know are facing 31 charges, including a fraud over $5,000, we wouldn't have thought that that was the best guest to attend a fundraising event in a constituency, but my friend from Red Deer obviously did, because he invited Senator Duffy to his riding.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
About a motion who has been introduced by my colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert. And I want to pay all my respect for this colleague because, first of all, he's a brand new member, only elected 6 months ago, day-to-day 6 months ago, the member from Edmonton, St. Albert, and all of us have been elected, but for him, and like me, it was the first time. But I want to pay all my respect to him because he made a tremendous job, a real tremendous job, good for the country, on behalf of the debate about assisted suicide. He was the leader of our group in the committee, and he was the leader of the dissenting report he made with our colleagues from all the table. He made a tremendous job, and I want to pay all my respect to him today, and thanks to him for Canada, for the future of this country, and especially for this delicate issue. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the motion that we have before us today. It's an issue of ethics, as you know. Now, I appreciated the comments made by the government leader in the House, even though I don't share his opinion or his viewpoints, where he said, no, there's nothing there. There are no problems with that. Everything's fine. It's just a minor subject. But, Mr. Speaker, Let's look at the facts, and then Canadian citizens can pass judgment on that. In April, on the 7th, in fact, the Minister of Justice attended a fundraising activity for the Liberal Party held in a lawyer's office, and it was a $500 a head dinner. So in order to attend the dinner, a person had to pay $500 to have direct and privileged access to the Minister of Justice. So that's the reality we're looking at here, Mr. Speaker. When in this House we questioned the activity, the Minister, well, to point out the fact she was never answered. Now, as soon as someone stands up, well, the entire government answers. But if I were personally attacked like that, I would rise each time. But each time she's stood up to talk, it hasn't been on that. When we've talked about the issue of ethics and the fact that she has to pay the money back, and that she was attending an event at a lawyer's office where there were many people who would potentially want to be judges. What did she say in reply to that? She would say, Mr. Speaker, no, I was there as a simple member of Parliament. And we talked about Canada. Oh, boy. Well, that's quite the argument now, isn't it? We talked about Canada, and that's why it doesn't cause a problem? Mr. Speaker, come on. When someone's Minister of Justice, well, I can understand the fact that there might be some lighthearted comments and someone can smile when they say that. But when someone's ethics are being challenged and all that she can say is, well, I attended as a backbench MP, well, that, Mr. Speaker, shows that her conscience is not clear. Now, Mr. Speaker, everyone's entitled to make a mistake, including the minister, and she made one. A few years ago when we were in power, we made a couple of mistakes. We reimbursed the amount. Everybody can make a mistake, and people have to have the honor and dignity to admit it and to act accordingly. What we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is something that runs counter to the spirit and the letter of the mandate letter sent by the Prime Minister to his Minister of Justice. The government made those mandate letters public. That's fine. Now, we don't over here on the opposition side say all you do is bad. When you do good things, we acknowledge it. But those letters were made public. The mandate letter went to the Minister of Justice, and I can read some excerpts from it. And I quote the Prime Minister. We also committed to raise the bar with respect to openness and transparency within the government. And without the leak to CBC and the report, we wouldn't have known anything about this. And I'll continue. If mistakes are made, we need to correct things. Canadians don't expect us to be perfect all the time, but they expect us to be sincere, open, and transparent in serving the people of this country. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about here today, Mr. Speaker, because in the present case, when the Minister of Justice goes, or in fact makes people pay $500 as part of a fundraising event to attend it with her, well, we need to see courage, honor, and dignity here. When that kind of mistake is made, it has to be acknowledged, as stipulated in the mandate letter from the Prime Minister, which was not, I point out, followed by the Minister. What does the letter of intention say? As stipulated in the code, you must respect you must carry out your duties with integrity and honor, and your private affairs shall not or must withstand scrupulous examination by the public. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're talking about here today. The government, for the past 2 weeks, has just been repeating, no, it's no problem, there's nothing there, we're wasting our time on this. But, Mr. Speaker, we're talking here about issues of public management, especially since the funding of political parties is a subject, or it involves a tax receipt that can be given out when someone makes a donation, and we're entitled to a tax credit. So this is public funding that we're talking about here, and we have to acknowledge that in this case. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm inviting the government to review its position, the minister to acknowledge that she made a mistake and to make a mistake and to show some dignity. It's not just the Conservatives and our friends in the NDP who think this, Mr. Speaker. Here's a text written by a former senior minister in the cabinet of Jean Chrétien, a former premier of British Columbia, the Honourable Ujjal Dosanjh, and he wrote recently in the Vancouver Sun, and I quote,
He remained a Laurier Club member of the Liberal Party. Bon, ça c'est juste pour situer le personnage, pour être sûr et certain qu'on s'entend bien qu'il est toujours libéral. Et il dit, je cite,
and he said, and I quote,
how a minister of our federal crown, the Minister of Justice, and Attorney General at that, participating in a private fundraising with lawyers can be said to escape either the reality of the appearance of a conflict of interest. Et également, il poursuit en
And he continued by saying,
General is not just any minister. She is the Attorney General of Canada, and in significant number of her functions, she must remain and be seen to remain independent of the office of the Prime Minister. Celui qui dit ça.
Now, who said that? A former Liberal minister, the former Premier of a Canadian province, a Liberal. And that needs to be taken into account, Mr. Speaker. I never had the honour of meeting that gentleman in my previous jobs as a journalist, as a member of Parliament. I've spoken to several ministers of justice. I remember the Honourable Paul Bégin and another. And one was just appointed judge. I congratulate him on that. And we had some very interesting discussions with Mr. Bégin and Mr. Saint-Arnaud with respect to the Department of Justice. And each time I spoke to them, I said, well, can I talk about certain things with you? And they would say, yes, go ahead. And then I would start to say, well, you know, and they would say, Gerard, stop. They would say, to me, stop. You can't say that because as Minister of Justice, I need to be careful. So that shows honor and dignity. And, Mr. Speaker, those ministers of justice did not hold fundraising activities in private lawyers' offices where it cost $500 a head to get in. They were dignified. They honored their duties and positions. And that is what we expect from ministers of justice in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can hardly be surprised with these problems with ethics because, Mr. Speaker, the examples come from high above. It's not because something's legal that is morally acceptable. Are we not seeing the Minister of Finance at present, whose family company since the 90s has been a company that specializes in optimizing fiscal services, and it has its tentacles extended all the way down to the Bahamas? There's nothing illegal. But is it something that's good for a Minister of Finance? I'm not sure about that, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister of Canada himself, he's got 4 numbered countries he used to have 4 numbered companies to pay less taxes. Is that legal? Yes. But is it worthy of a Prime Minister? No. So, Mr. Speaker, should be surprised to see that the same Prime Minister, when he was the head of the third party in the opposition, paid his taxes in Ontario to pay less taxes when he was a member of Parliament for Quebec. Is that legal? Yes. Is it ethical? No. That's exactly what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. So when the example comes from above, from the Prime Minister, from the Minister of Finance, from the Minister of Justice, we can hardly see, in fact, that the Minister of Justice didn't act with the type of dignity expected of her. So, Mr. Speaker, very clearly, the Minister of Justice made a mistake. She needs to show honor and dignity. She needs to retract. She needs to pay that money back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vimy. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask a question of the member opposite. I'd like to ask him if another Minister of Justice proactively went to the Ethics Commissioner and got the assurances that she was following all the rules of the game. If the member opposite, does that mean, in fact, that the member opposite doesn't trust the Conflict of Interest Commissioner? If we can't trust that person, then in whom can we have confidence? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, I'll eagerly answer that question from the government member. Mr. Speaker, I think that I said it 20 times. It's not because something's legal that it's moral. And that is the point I'm making here. Allow me to quote once again the former Minister of Health, who said exactly that.
And the appearance of a conflict is real and persistent. The minister should cancel the fundraiser, even if the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party think otherwise. Alors, c'est une question.
So it's a matter of perception and image here, Mr. Speaker. It's about the integrity attached to the function of minister. The Minister of Justice is not just any minister, not a minister like the others. She is the minister who holds the laws in her hands, who appoints judges. She is the defender, as Attorney General, of all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, she's a minister who is up and above the others, and who must be even more ethical and show more discretion.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I did appreciate what he's saying about the appearance of a conflict of interest. Last week, I was at an event sponsored by Via Rail, and the Ethics Commissioner was sitting with the Minister of Democratic Reform and a bunch of parliamentary secretaries on the other side of the House, and it didn't look good. And I think in this case with the Justice Minister, I'm concerned how Canadians can even know in the future when she appoints judges and when she appoints people to positions of authority. If we can't see the list of who was there, how do we know who had preferential access or not?
La députée de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Motion, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the administration of the justice. And with all the respect that I have to all the member of the government, when you talk about justice, you're not talking about fisheries. You're not talking about road. You're not talking about migrants, refugee. You're talking about justice. And justice belongs to people who are far away from any partisanship. We do like partisanship. We like to be partisan, and especially me, I like to have a good political fight. But I will never be a justice minister because I'm not a lawyer. But when you're talking about justice, you're talking about everything except partisanship. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to see the Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton, assuming the role of Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in the House. It's unfortunate that we're spending valuable House time on this issue. It's also ironic to hear that this criticism is coming from across the aisle. As has been stated in the House many times, the Ethics Commissioner has reviewed the case and concluded that no impropriety has been found. Is the Honourable Member appealing the Ethics Commissioner's ruling, and is this the right time and place to do that?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Please remind me the question that I had a few minutes ago. But the point is that if it's not so important, why the Honourable Minister of Justice, when she received question here in the House of Commons, she doesn't rise up and ask and defend herself? It's always the great leader of the government who rises up every time. I appreciate him, but I would prefer to listen to the Minister of Justice who can explain herself why she did that. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. A few moments ago, I talked about lawyer, not about liar. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be hard to follow that, but I'll do my best to make sure I say lawyer when it's appropriate, and the other word when it's appropriate, but I can't say that word in here. Mr. Speaker, we're having this debate today, and it's a great opportunity for us in this House to actually reflect and take stock as Canadians watch the debate that we're actually is happening here, because Canadians want to know that when they elect people and they send them to Ottawa, they want them to act and behave in a way that holds our entire country and the way we're perceived both domestically and around the world in the brightest light and in the highest standard possible. So that brings us to actually what the motion's all about. Now, the opposition party, the government party and the members on the other side that are taking us to task for having this motion today are using words like frivolous, they're using comments like this is a waste of time. But if you take a look at the motion that we're actually debating today, we're debating a rather substantive document, a document that's called Open and Accountable Government, and it bears the letterhead of the Prime Minister of Canada, and it bears his signature. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the standard to which this debate should be being held. Now, the members of the Liberal Party over here, the Liberal caucus that are rising up, are hiding behind a technical ruling from the Ethics Commissioner's office. I want to be very, very clear for people watching at home how this works. Currently, we have the Conflict of Interest Act and the Code of Conduct for ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and members of Parliament. This is administered by Mary Dawson, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Now, she has come before the Ethics Committee many times. I chair that committee, Mr. Speaker, and I've been on that committee in previous parliaments. She has told us many times, as a matter of fact, we're reviewing the legislation. It hasn't been updated since the 80s when it was first introduced. That's how archaic the legislation actually is. And every previous government owns the responsibility of not updating that legislation. And I'm not here to debate that with the member from Lac St. Louis. I would agree with that. The time has actually come. I remain cautiously hopeful and optimistic that the new bar that will be set in law actually meets the supposed tests that the Prime Minister expects his cabinet ministers to actually make. But here's the reality. The legislation, and everybody, even the witnesses that come from the Liberal Party, the witnesses that come from the NDP, witnesses that are recommended by the Library of Parliament, virtually everybody is unanimous in saying that the Conflict of Interest Code and the Conflict of Interest Act, in which creates the code, does not actually stand up in today's society. So that bar is here. Now, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner has lobbied several times, and the Information Commissioner and the Access Information Commissioner, everybody has lobbied many times to raise the bar on all these things. The Lobbying Commissioner raising the bar. So the bar to which they say that the legislation should be changed is here. Now, the document that the Prime Minister has penned, and it's been quoted several times today, and I'll quote it again, that ministerial conduct, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and the impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. And it goes on to say that, moreover, ministers and parliamentary secretaries have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. This obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. The law has a standard that's down here according to almost anybody that comes before the committee. Mr. Speaker, that is not a high bar to achieve. And it's not a bar that I would hide behind if I were on the other side of the House today trying to defend. Now, this document holds a lot of hope and optimism, this open and accountable government, but we have to remember who penned this document. This document is supposedly penned by the Prime Minister. My guess it was penned by somebody else who might have worked at Queen's Park, where they currently have quotas for ministers to achieve fundraising targets, and simply signed by the Prime Minister. But nonetheless, the Prime Minister has signed the document. If he didn't pen it, he signed it, so he's responsible for it. And let's take a look at that particular individual's conduct. Since becoming an MP, we know that the current Prime Minister has accepted numerous paid speaking engagements while he was a member of Parliament. And for that, he was admonished, not necessarily technically by the Ethics Commissioner, but certainly anybody with any credibility in the media or in civil society looks at this and says, you're a member of Parliament, you've been invited to a speaking engagement, and you're charging a fee? In one particular case, Mr. Speaker, the current Prime Minister, in his capacity as a member of Parliament, actually billed the school board $780 for a limousine service to take him from Ottawa to Kingston and return him to Montreal. That was when he appeared at the Algonquin and Lakeshore Catholic School Board in Kingston, where he was paid $15,000 to be a speaker. That's 2010. He was a member of this House. And he probably had designs on being the Prime Minister at some point in time. My guess would be that you would have to do that at some particular point in time. And everybody, George Takash said MPs shouldn't get paid extra for public speaking. It's part of their job description. I certainly wouldn't even dream of accepting payment in my capacity as a member of Parliament, which I've had a privilege of doing for the last 10 years in this House. And others go on to say, I certainly wouldn't be, as a member of Parliament, receiving money for speaking on matters of public interest. This is something that we already get paid quite well to do, Mr. Speaker. So we have to ask ourselves, does the Prime Minister actually believe the document that he's penned, or is it do as I say, not as I do? So this raises a lot of questions. He's charged $20,000 to the Certified Management Accountants of Ontario. Now, with the Certified Management Accountants, would they have anything to lobby the government about at some particular point in time? He's also taken speaking fees from the Ontario public service unions, and we all know about Bill C-4 currently on the. The ink wasn't even dry on the swearing in of the minister's paper, and there's pro-union legislation on the table in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. So we have to wonder just exactly where the Prime Minister is at on this. So, notwithstanding the credibility of the author of the document, I still have high hopes as chair of the Ethics Committee that we can actually elevate the legislation that we have here. But then we come to the Justice Minister and the conflict of interest that is abundantly clear to everybody in the world except the Liberal caucus. The government House leader just stood up in this House and tried to rationalize her appearance because he's able to, in his own riding, 20 minutes from his house, able to get $700 a plate fundraisers where everybody knows him. $750, he's happy. He's happy. That's enough to have access. And he asked us to equivocate that with an MP from Vancouver who has hardly been known to anybody in the Greater Toronto area, charging $500 a plate for an invite-only, not even advertised event. Well, Mr. Speaker, that just doesn't pass muster. It doesn't make any sense at all. And when you compare that to some decisions, and I was hopeful before Christmas. I was. My birthday's at Christmas, so I'm feeling good.
Like the Prime Minister.
I'm feeling really good. I share birthdays with the Prime Minister. That's about all I share with the Prime Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, prior to Christmas, the current Finance Minister was actually going to attend a fundraising event. And on the Liberal website, it encouraged people to make a $250 donation for a chance to have dinner with the Finance Minister. Well, I didn't sign up, Mr. Speaker. But at least when the story broke that that fundraiser was going to happen, the Finance Minister, who had no idea who was even going to be there, had the good sense to cancel the event. Ethical watchdogs around Canada should have jumped for joy, seized the opportunity. Little did they know that was the last opportunity they were going to get to cheer for an ethical decision by the folks across the way. Compare and contrast that now to the Justice Minister, who stepped out of her role as chair of the First Nations Financial Authority, only to have her husband and business partner step in as a lobbyist for the same group, a group that, by the way, lobbies the Minister of Justice for funding. And then we find out in the budget that $20 million has been kicked back to that organization, and apparently that passes that bar. And she went ahead and attended the $500 a plate private fundraiser anyway at Tories LLP in Toronto. She's made no bones about it. She has no interest in paying the money back. The optics of it don't appeal to anyone that I know of. It doesn't make any sense. And that leads us to today. Mr. Speaker, the question that's before the House in the motion is, will this government actually live up to the document signed by the Prime Minister and raise the ethical bar? Yes or no?
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member believes the rules should be changed, why does he believe the ethically challenged government that recently left office did nothing substantial to change those rules? And why, Mr. Speaker, is his party putting forward a frivolous motion that does not make a substantial change now, rather than making solid and concrete proposals? Mr. Speaker, is it because the member is afraid that clearer rules would require us to, say, require the preceding leader of his party to reveal who bankrolled his leadership campaigns to the tune of $2 million? Or is it just that more conservatives will wind up in leg irons? Or maybe, Mr. Speaker, it is just because the member knows that nothing wrong actually took place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if he goes and asks his former colleague or friend Joe Fontana all about this, he'll have the answer that he's looking for. Look, we can cast aspersions here all day long. If there is going to be legislation coming forward that actually meets the test that's laid out in the open and accountable government document that the Prime Minister has signed, I will gladly, in my capacity as chair of the Ethics Committee, shepherd that legislation through post-haste to make sure that the Ethics Commissioner, the bar and the legislation and the code can be raised to a much higher standard than it is right now. Instead, we have other issues being brought forward by this Liberal government that have absolutely nothing to do with raising that bar. It's very, very unfortunate. In fact, it looks like everybody that did anything favorably, whether they had union workers show up at campaigns or anybody that's connected to various other parts of the Canadian economy that are well-connected Liberals, seem to be the target of what's available in the budget, and so far it's just the history book on the shelf repeating itself all over again. If I were Justice Gomery, I'd have I'd make sure I'd publish my number because it looks like we're going to need them again.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, one of the principles in the justice system is that justice must be done and justice must appear to be done. And yet, here we have a bunch of lawyers getting together, paying $500 to talk to the Justice Minister. Is it possible that some of those lawyers are looking for appointments? They're not supposed to lobby a Justice Minister or a member of government to become a judge. But in my opinion, and I'd like to hear what the members' comments on that, it puts the whole justice system into disrepute by saying, okay, lawyers, you just pay $500, we'll give you access to meet the Justice Minister and tell the Justice Minister how wonderful you are and possibly what a great judge you'd make.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for his question. He's a very knowledgeable member in the House here. He knows exactly what he's talking about, and I know exactly what he's getting at with this. Look, the reality is, at that $500 plate fundraiser, there was somebody from Tories who deregistered the day before the fundraiser as a lobbyist so that they wouldn't have to register the meeting. The $500 pay-to-play access to the Justice Minister wouldn't actually have to be recorded in the federal lobbyist register. So these are just ways that well-connected Liberals can continue to hide what they're actually doing from Canadians. So, like I say, Mr. Speaker, this is how this is going down. This is a government that's actually asking for forgiveness, not asking for permission. We know that the story broke on April, I believe it was April 5th, in CBC that this fundraiser was going on. On April 7th, the Ethics Commissioner's office said that they received a request the previous day, which is April 6th. So the timeline clearly indicates the Liberal Party had no intention of ever even asking the Ethics Commissioner whether or not this private dinner with Tories LLP was going to meet an ethical bar or not. They simply asked the Ethics Commissioner once the story broke, and then they were scrambling, looking for cover. And that's all they're trying to do. They're hiding behind a very low bar right now when they should be trying to raise the standard according to what their Prime Minister's document is, one that they say is frivolous to debate.
Before resuming debate, I must inform the honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia that he just has just under 10 minutes left for his speech resuming debate. The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Peterborough-Kawartha. Mr. Speaker, well, it's written here on my paper that it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to debate this motion, but no, it's not really a pleasure for me to rise in the House to discuss this motion, a motion which was tabled by the Conservatives who, over 10 years, were at the head of a government in a time of great darkness, in a time of great secrecy, and now they've come forward with a motion like this. What people in my riding are looking for is for their members in the House to discuss real issues, issues like infrastructure, issues which will allow Canadians to benefit from additional income so that they can make ends meet, issues that will help those who elected us get the services that they need from their federal government so that they can do what they need to do. So those are the sorts of things that we should be discussing. But unfortunately here we're debating a motion which, in my opinion, is particularly frivolous. But, well, that's the process we have in the House here, so we are going to discuss it. Mr. Speaker, when we were elected, we committed to showing new leadership and give a new tone to the federal government so that we can fully merit the trust that was given to us by Canadians. We're very serious about this, and we're very committed to offering an open, transparent, responsible government to Canadians. We believe in the fundamental principles of democracy, and we will strengthen our democratic institutions. As my colleagues have already explained to the House, our government believes in the fact that a good government is an open and transparent government. The code of conduct that we put in place is just one among many measures that we put in place to ensure that our government is open and transparent. We are strengthening, for example, the nonpartisan use of communications in ministerial offices, and we're ensuring that government advertising is used for official communications only and not for partisan purposes. In other words, no partisan symbol or content should be used in ministerial communications. Our government has been innovative in providing guidelines to ministers and their staff on how to use social media. We understand the importance of using social media as a tool to properly communicate with the Canadians, and it's important that they be used properly. These guidelines ensure that there's a difference between the personal accounts of ministers and the governmental accounts of ministers. In this way, the public can distinguish between these two kinds of communications and can continue to receive nonpartisan messaging from the Government of Canada itself. And these guidelines are strengthened by Treasury Board policy. Our open and transparent government has innovated again when it comes to the role of the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice must develop bills, policies, and programs and services for Canadians in various areas, and the Attorney General of Canada is the Chief Attorney of the Crown. The role of the Minister of Justice is repeated in our plan for a government that is open and transparent. The Minister of Justice plays a constitutional role in assuring that government laws respect the law of the land and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as the rest of the Constitution. The Minister of Justice also ensures the independence of our courts. The Minister helps the Department of Justice formulate and interpret laws. And the Minister of Justice ensures that any bills brought before Cabinet respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canadian law in both the common law and civil law forms. And the Minister of Justice works with parliamentary secretaries and other colleagues to ensure that the work is done in a professional way and to ensure that all decisions are taken in the interest of the public. Exempt staff also provides advice while offering non-partisan service. Thanks to these resources, the minister can effectively work and take well-founded decisions. And, of course, strong ethical standards apply to all of these activities. Our government has innovated by creating a similar code of ethics for political staff who must act with integrity and honesty at all times, must work in the interest of their departments by being loyal and diligent. This is a code of conduct that did not exist, and it's clear, in the previous government. Canadians expect their government to be honest, open, and transparent, and this is an example of that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, ministers can't be aware of every single thing that happens in their department. That would be unreasonable. However, our open and transparent government expects that all ministers will take every measure that is possible to fix any problems that come to their attention, and that they must be responsible in the House by answering all questions which are asked to them. This promotes the openness and integrity of our public and democratic institutions. I believe firmly that the motion put forward by the member for Edmonton St. Albert is frivolous and unfounded. The minister participated in an event as an MP, respecting the Conflict of Interest Act and the Elections Act, including Section 16. And my colleague, the Minister of Justice, proactively spoke to the Ethics Commissioner, and that shows to what extent we are prepared to be ethical and diligent in our activities. It is entirely to the honor of the Minister that this took place, and Canadians can see in her a person who is honest and open and who has acted in an exemplary way. She is an exceptional minister who is fighting tooth and nail to defend the interests of all Canadians. She represents the guiding principles of our government, and she will continue to do that throughout her mandate, I have no doubt. I believe that everyone here agrees we never need to give Canadians a reason to mistrust their government. They won't always like what we do. Certain Canadians will not approve our policies, and that's a good thing. Differing ideas and opinions are one of the greatest elements of our democracy, as they encourage those who have differing points of view to collaborate to come to a consensus. However, disagreeing with the government's policies is very different from not trusting a government. Canadians should not believe that their government, that their elected officials, have a different set of rules from the rest of society. There is no doubt that our plan for an open and responsible government shows that our government is fully invested in the rule of law and the Charter, and that we will continue to work to gain and conserve the trust of all Canadians. As elected officials, we need to ensure that this continues. As MPs, we have many roles, which include defending all Canadians' views and values and ensuring that the laws that we vote on reflect that. Mr. Speaker, in our ministerial mandate letters, in our platform, and in all our documents, this is clear, and we will respect our commitments. I hope that everyone here will applaud our engagement to this. Canadians should expect nothing less. They deserve a government that is open and transparent and accountable. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, in reminding this House that the women and men who represent their communities in the Parliament of Canada are devoted to their work, no matter which party they represent. As the Prime Minister said in the election campaign, all Canadians must be convinced that their government is there to serve them, that it's ready to collaborate with them to solve their problems and to bring real change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House resumes debate on this motion. Now, statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it took only a few weeks to find $10 billion for GM, but the Bombardier file has been frozen for over a year. The Conservative government did nothing, but the Liberals are even worse. They're doing everything to make things worse. With a weak dollar and the businesses flatlining, only the votes of the founding family is protecting Bombardier from foreign purchase and dismantlement. But now the government wants to lock things up and threatens to keep the business in Quebec. Who are they asking for advice to assess this issue? The American bank, Morgan Stanley, as if Wall Street was going to recommend keeping Bombardier under Quebec control. Mr. Speaker, I accuse the minister of issuing political orders that risk killing Bombardier. I accuse the government of listening to Wall Street rather than Quebec.
Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to recognize the efforts of Verna and Len Van Roon in preserving the history of the Charleswood community. Over the years, they educated many of my constituents, and indeed myself, on the lives of Charleswood's war heroes. They created a book celebrating the community's history and played an instrumental role in the founding and running of the Charleswood Historical Society Museum. In 2009, the community honored their dedication with a plaque. Verna is no longer with us, but Len and her son carry on the Van Roon family's important work. They remain tireless champions of Charleswood, committed to improving the community's quality of life. Mr. Speaker, our past guides our future. To affirm that Canadians' local history is a part of our shared national history and to recognize the Van Roon family's ongoing contribution, I would ask members to please join me in offering the Van Roons our sincere thanks.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the remarkable work done by the Volunteer Community Centre, ED 23, serving the people of my riding of Beauport-Limoilou for 40 years. The 160 volunteers of this organization help the community in many ways and in many fields. Their humanitarian mission is to offer services to people in vulnerable situations and to offer support in their fight against social exclusion. Mr. Speaker, the Centre is truly a frontline worker in my riding's community. In fact, it is the recipient of many awards and has a privileged relationship with Quebec City on all issues related to volunteerism. There are many examples of the hard work that the volunteers do there, such as the Meals on Wheels program that delivers 5,000 meals per year to those who have difficulty cooking for themselves. I welcome their involvement and work, and I recognize their dedication. They are a model for organizations of their kind across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, on March 9th, Sudbury lost one of its pioneers, Ted Silva, and it's a privilege.
Sudbury's iconic Big Nickel, a 9-meter replica of a Canadian 5-cent piece, stands today as one of the most photographed landmarks in Canada. It was in 1963 that Ted, then a 28-year-old firefighter, first conceived the idea of developing a tourism center built around a giant 5-cent piece, a replica mine, and a learning center to help the public discover the science behind mining. A
model of resourcefulness, he bought the land, raised the funds, designed and undertook the construction of the park, all on his own initiative.
Minted and sold mail-order coins to raise money and built the Big Nickel 3 feet outside city limits because the city refused him a building permit. Ted Silva was a community builder, visionary, a loving husband, father and grandfather. He was 81 years old. On behalf of all Sudburyans and Canadians, thank you, Ted.
Honourable Member for the Snuffy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the work of the Committee for Future Generations, who succeeded in keeping nuclear waste out of all communities of northern Saskatchewan. In united voice with First Nations and Métis community leaders, the message was clear: no to nuclear waste in the riding of Des Sneath, Mississippi, Churchill River. 9 communities are now fighting the same battle in Ontario. The plan to bury and abandon nuclear waste within a kilometre from the shore of Lake Huron is before the Minister of Environment for review. In the spirit of stewardship, there is a mandate to consult with First Nations of Ontario on the proposed plan to store nuclear waste in their region. We hope that this mandate will be honoured. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Windsor West, for his work on this file and express my full solidarity with those who are committed to keeping nuclear waste out of their communities.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize 2 outstanding businesses in my riding of Scarborough Centre that have shown real leadership in welcoming Syrian refugees to Canada. David Andrews of 3D Exteriors has already hired 11 Syrian refugees for his landscaping company, and with spring finally here, he is ready to hire more. Also, grocery store Marsh Adonis and manager Hanny Towell has hired nearly 30 refugees. Some are stocking shelves or working in the bakery making pitas, while those with strong English skills are working as cashiers. The managers have been impressed at how hard working these newcomers are, and the refugees have told me they are grateful for the chance to provide for their families and appreciate having the flexibility to schedule shifts around their language classes. Mr. Speaker, I applaud 3D Exteriors and Marsh Adonis, and I encourage more businesses to follow their lead. Thank you.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Volunteers are the heartbeat of our communities. They give their time and their energy to make the world a better place. Beautiful Langley would not be what it is without the tireless work of volunteers who care for the environment. This Saturday, we'll be celebrating Earth Day with the 5th annual Clean Up Langley Day. Businesses, community groups, families, and friends will come together to pitch in and clean up. Thank you to all the volunteers who will be working hard to keep Langley beautiful. In Langley, we also want to make sure that our environmental heroes don't go unnoticed. Over the past 10 years, over 100 Langley residents and organizations have been recognized for their contributions. For the winners, a heritage apple tree is planted and a bronze plaque will be planted in their honor. So, if you're a Langley resident, Langley City, Langley Township, and you see youth or organizations or a resident doing good work for the environment, please go to my website and nominate this year's Langley Environmental Hero. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Merci.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Lorraine Hamilton, a constituent in my riding of Burlington, who yesterday received the Ordre de la Préade, which recognizes and celebrates individuals who have made remarkable contributions to Francophone culture and French language in their communities and beyond. Lorraine is a proud Canadian who values our French and English traditions and shares her passion for knowledge and learning with others. Through her work at the Boreal College in Hamilton, Lorraine encourages and supports new Canadians in fulfilling their dreams by embracing our 2 official languages and begin their new lives in Canada, fully equipped. I'd like to personally congratulate Lorraine on her efforts and this very special recognition. Bravo, Lorraine.
Etobicoke Center.
Mr. Speaker, Nadia Savchenko, Ukraine's first female fighter pilot, was captured and kidnapped out of Ukraine during Russia's military invasion. In 2014, Savchenko was among the protesters in Maidan who stood up to the corrupt rule of Viktor Yanukovych. As an officer of Ukraine's armed forces, she defended the unity of her country against Russian mercenaries and proxies from the east. She's a duly elected Ukrainian member of parliament and a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The attempt to break Ukraine's spirit through the farce of a trial of Ukraine's Jeanne d'Arc has in fact strengthened her resolve. As she stated at the conclusion of her show trial, which sentenced her to 22 years, Russia will return me to Ukraine, dead or alive, and declared a hunger strike. She's close to death, another in the long list of victims of Putin's regime. I call on our parliament to show our support for Nadia and demand of Putin that she be returned to her beloved Ukraine. Nadyu, slava Ukraini, heroyam slava.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was National Lineman Appreciation Day. And before I ask the House to join me in thanking linemen for the dangerous work that they do, I must tell you about a cat named Kitty from Princeton, British Columbia. Kitty was just your everyday, normal feline house cat, who just so happened to find herself trapped upon a 60-foot utility pole carrying some 130,000 plus volts of power. Local residents were distraught, particularly her owner, Bill Blackhall. And in the course of the 4-day ordeal, Kitty became Save the Princeton BC Cat Twitter hashtag that generated worldwide attention from cat lovers everywhere. Fortunately, it was the linemen from BC Hydro who came to the rescue, and Kitty is now safe and sound with her owner. Linemen do dangerous work and important work and are the unsung heroes of our national power grid. Please join me in thanking linemen, specifically those that saved Kitty. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I recently attended the National Initiative for Eating Disorders 4th Annual Honouring the Journey event at Adath Israel Synagogue in my riding. Eating disorders are complex and misunderstood mental illnesses, influenced by genetic, psychological, social, and cultural factors. They are not driven by body image or peer pressure, but are triggered by them. Anorexia nervosa and bulimia are among the most prevalent psychiatric disorders in young adult females and the second most chronic illness in adolescents. They have the highest mortality rates of any psychiatric disorder in adolescence. Youth with eating disorders are 12 times more likely to die than their peers who do not have eating disorders. Monsieur le Président, nous devons...
Mr. Speaker, we must work together in order to eliminate the stigma on mental illnesses and make available to all Canadians the health services that they need and quality services. The Honourable Member for Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, while I do not know each and every one of my colleagues, I know that 6 months ago to the day, at this very hour, we were roaming our respective ridings in order to visit all of the polling stations, to thank the volunteers, scrutineers, members of the Chief Electoral Officer's staff, and above all, our constituents. The same night, we celebrated surrounded by our families and friends. However, on the other hand, for the opponents, the other candidates, things were different, and they saw their dream of serving in the House of Commons dashed. I want to take this opportunity to thank them for their dedication to their country and their respect for the democratic process. I invite all of my colleagues here to think warmly of them and to welcome them when the time comes. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was tax day, the day your taxes are due. Canadians can now say goodbye to the lowest taxation level since 1962 and start looking forward to paying extra taxes if your kids are in arts and sports, extra taxes if you are in post-secondary education, extra taxes if you're taking advantage of income splitting, extra taxes if you're a charity, extra taxes if you're wealthy, extra taxes if you're a small business, extra taxes if you have a carbon footprint. The only people who won't be paying more taxes are the many struggling Canadians who have lost their jobs in this economy. This government's plan will only reduce the unemployment rate 0.3% over the next 4 years. So goodbye jobs and hello taxes.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, while Ahmadiyya and Muslims in Canada mark 50 years of peaceful, productive and measurable contributions to Canada, not all Ahmadis have the opportunity to practice their faith motto, love for all and hatred for none. Just last month, on Easter Sunday, an explosion at a public park in Lahore, Pakistan, specifically targeted Ahmadis. Tragically, at least 69 were killed, mostly women and children. Hundreds more were left injured in this horrific act of religious violence. The attack comes just over a year after the brutal 2014 Peshawar school attack, which resulted in the death of more than 150 people, again primarily children, and a recent attack at a university killing over 30 people. Despite his community facing attacks and ongoing violence and discrimination, the Ahmadis' global spiritual leader has responded with a call for peace and understanding. I join with His Holiness in condemning all religious intolerance and violence.
Okay, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, after 40 years of successful and safe operations, the rafting industry in Golden, BC has been notified that due to safety concerns, they will no longer be allowed to cross Canadian Pacific Railway's tracks to access the lower canyon of the Kicking Horse River. The rafting industry is a major economic driver in Golden, and community and industry leaders believe that a simple rail crossing with safety education for employees and guests can resolve these concerns. But now, CP is refusing to allow any kind of crossing at all. Mr. Speaker, CP can't have it both ways. They can't insist that the tracks are unsafe to cross and then refuse to make the crossing safer. To make matters worse, this news comes just before the start of the rafting season. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to stand with Golden's rafting industry and to call on the government to get this issue resolved now. Thank you.
Member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past number of months, over 100,000 Albertans have lost their job, and even more have taken significant pay cuts, while small businesses are struggling to keep their operations afloat. Now is not the time to add another tax. Unfortunately, that is exactly what the federal Liberals said that they were going to do. In their budget, they announced plans that would force provinces to foist a carbon tax on all Canadians. Last week, Alberta's NDP government announced plans to play along and impose this additional tax on all Albertans. This tax will make it more expensive for young people to get to work. It will be more expensive for seniors to heat their homes. It will be more expensive for farmers and forestry and energy companies to get their product to market. This tax will hurt families, will hurt seniors, will hurt small business. This tax will kill jobs. Albertans are hurting already, Mr. Speaker. Albertans don't deserve this tax, and quite frankly, they can't afford it.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, hundreds of men, women and children from Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea and Sudan sailed from Libya across the Mediterranean in search of sanctuary in Italy. Tragically, their vessel sank and reportedly up to 400 people drowned in the Mediterranean. My thoughts and prayers are with those that lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, this comes on the first anniversary of a similar incident last year in which 800 people drowned in the Mediterranean Sea. Under the Geneva Conventions, those fleeing persecution are eligible for asylum, but they often face many obstacles. Asylum seekers are not criminals. They are human beings in need of protection and assistance and deserving our respect. I urge Canada to provide leadership and work with our international partners to ensure that those fleeing persecution have safe passage to countries that may grant them the protections they are entitled to under international law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from the Prime Minister's own guidelines for ministers when it comes to fundraising. Quote, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access given to individuals because they may have made a financial contribution to a politician or a political party. So, Mr. Speaker, given the Justice Minister's fundraising activities at a top Toronto law firm are in direct violation of the Prime Minister's own code of conduct, when will he direct the Liberal Party to give the money back?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party of Canada has always followed all the rules and all the regulations involved with Elections Canada and political donations. Indeed, the level of openness and transparency that we continue to display is a direct result of the lack of confidence so many Canadians had in the way the previous government operated. Indeed, for 3 straight elections, the Conservatives have been convicted of election fraud in each of those 3 elections. The fact is, Canadians were tired of the way the previous government functioned, and that's why we're committed to openness and transparency.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, that's not true. In the entire tenure of our government, a fundraiser that was similar to the one in question, a mistake was recognized and the money was given back.
That's
so
right.
why is the standard different?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
We have always been open and transparent and followed every single rule of the Ethics Commissioner, of Elections Canada, and of electoral law. The fact is, the event that my honourable colleague speaks of regarding the Conservative Minister of Heritage, the money was only responded after they got their hands caught in the cookie jar for that one. We proactively engaged with the Ethics Commissioner on this and got the all clear ahead of time.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister really should reread his own ethics code, because this isn't about the Ethics Commissioner, it's actually about his own code that he put in place for his own minister, and there has been a clear violation of that code. So why is the Prime Minister ignoring a blatant violation of his own code of conduct?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of convictions for electoral fraud, after regularly dismaying the public with their partisanship and patronage, Canadians needed a change, and that is why we demonstrated a level of openness and transparency, always following the rules, and indeed making available all the documents that the opposition is so blithely recounting now. We have demonstrated a level of confidence in Canadians, but that for 10 years was lacking from the previous government.
Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean.
Millions of good reasons to believe that. En matière de transparence.
Let's talk about transparency. The Liberal government has backed down on its promises. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said last week that it did not have all the data to do what it was supposed to do. It had the wrong numbers for job creation. And even the former Parliamentary Budget Officer chimed in to say the same thing. There's a lack of transparency. He said it. He said that there was a reason behind this lack of transparency, and that's important, Mr. Speaker. Why did the Prime Minister renege on his promise? Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the previous government, we are always open to speaking with and working with the Parliamentary Budget Officer to show that we are seeking to do much more and to be much more transparent than the previous government. What are we doing is establishing a new way of creating economic growth under a long-term strategy, and we are being much more transparent than the last gang. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. That's not what the Parliamentary Budget Officer says, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we had put in Bill C-377 for union transparency. We think that the Canadians who pay union fees have the right to know how their money is being spent by union bosses. For us, that was a question of empowerment and of transparency. Why does the Prime Minister want to prevent union workers from knowing how their hard-earned money is being spent? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it very odd to hear this party talking to us about transparency after having been for 10 years the most secretive and obfuscatory government that we have ever seen. Then the reality is that they are continuing to use transparency as a political tool against their adversaries instead of realizing that true transparency is confidence in Canadians, confidence in our unions, and a spirit of cooperation and partnership that will give better results for everyone. That's what Canadians want, and that's what we're delivering on. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Speaker, the Liberal government keeps changing its story about the Saudi arms deal. After the minister described it as a done deal, he now claims that he and he alone made the decision to sign the export permit. Canadians need to know who's running the show. Is it true that the Prime Minister and the PMO were kept completely in the dark about the signing of the export permit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I have said since the beginning of whenever this issue came up in the election campaign and even before, we will not cancel an existing contract. And indeed, we will continue to respect contracts signed because the people around the world need to know that when Canada signs a deal, it is respected. Now, however, the administrative steps that have followed for that, we're demonstrating government by cabinet, which means I have tremendous confidence in the ministers in this government to make the right decisions on files that crosses their desk, and they do so with the full support of the Prime Minister because that's why we put them in this job.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it would be nice if the government followed its own rules first and foremost. The Minister of Global Affairs has been telling Canadians for weeks that cancelling the Saudi Arabia arms deal would incur penalties. But now he's not so sure anymore. Another contradiction, in addition to all the other ones. We're a long way from openness and transparency, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have the right to know, will the Prime Minister stop doing these political contortions and make the sales contract public? The Honourable Prime Minister. I've been saying the same thing for much longer than 6 months about this contract. We're not going to cancel a contract that's already been signed. People need to recognize that Canada's word is solid on international deals. And in fact, that is something that the member for Outremont and the member for London Fanshawe have said very clearly, that signed contracts are not cancelled. Now, obviously, we have concerns about the lack of respect for human rights in the world, and that is why we are going to be open and transparent in our future deals, because Canadians demand it, and we're going to deliver on that. The fact is, it wasn't signed. It was their decision. It was their responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Canada is on track to completely miss the greenhouse gas emissions targets that are even less ambitious than those under the Conservatives. The Prime Minister has lots of empty rhetoric, but actually the targets are the same. And the accord is about to be signed, and they still don't have a plan. Will the Prime Minister finally present his plan, his action plan, or will his trip to New York just be another one of his beloved photo ops? Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to commend him for the quality of his French. What we know is that Canada must achieve responsible targets with regard to climate change, and that is going to be done by working with our provincial partners. For too long, the Canadian government under the Conservatives does not speak to provinces, does not work with the provinces, and that is why together we have put in place a plan and targets with the provinces to achieve the reductions necessary to save the planet.
The fact is, when asked when things would actually get better with respect to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, the minister couldn't even offer an answer. The Prime Minister went to Paris with no targets, no plan to get there, and no accountability to keep his government honest. Then the Prime Minister met with the premiers and came away with no targets, no plan, and no accountability. And now the Prime Minister is jetting off to New York City with no plan, no targets, and no accountability. So exactly how are these Liberals all that different than the Chrétien Liberals who failed us so miserably?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his hard work and his devotion to the environment. It's one that we share. We know that Canada needs to do more on the environment. That is why we have demonstrated every step of the way that we understand that building a strong economy goes hand in hand with protecting the environment. That's the leadership we showed at Paris. That's the leadership we continue to show on the world stage. And that's the hard work we're doing with our provincial partners, with municipalities, to make sure that Canada, once again, has a well-earned reputation as a leader on the environmental file right across the world.
Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, today, in an effort to cover her tracks, the Trade Minister said her trade meetings in Los Angeles were booked before her HBO interview. But her original HBO appearance was supposed to be on October 30th. Mr. Speaker, that was before she was even sworn in as minister. This meeting was then postponed until November 20th, so on what day did her staff start booking the LA meetings for? Is she saying that they started even before she was the minister?
The Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, once again the Conservatives are trying to concoct a story where there is none. It is my job to promote Canada and Canadian business around the world. Following the APEC summit in the Philippines, I was proud to visit California, one of our largest trading partners, larger than Japan, Germany, or the UK, and where I held 6 business roundtables. The Conservatives' accusations are absolutely wrong. All of our expenses were clearly posted months before this was raised.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Trade Minister's story just doesn't add up. She had a reserved seat on the government jet leaving Manila, but she wanted some TV time on a popular U.S. show. So the minister instructed her staff to book some last-minute meetings and a first-class ticket for her personal vanity project. Mr. Speaker, this minister cost Canadian taxpayers almost $20,000 just so she could get schooled by an American comedian. Why does this minister believe that Canadians should have to pay for her hard-knock life lessons?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, who don't really like the media, I know it's my job to promote Canada to the world. In California, I appeared in the media with U.S. Senator Angus King of Maine, with Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom of California. I also spoke to the LA Times, which wrote a column about our economic policy, and I very proudly defended Canada's support for Syrian refugees, something I will do again and again.
Now the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Minister of International Trade spent $20,000 on an all-inclusive vanity trip to Hollywood. And to cover this junket in Los Angeles, she instructed her department to create a few meetings so that hopefully nobody would notice. Does the minister really think Canadians believe she just happened to be in LA on business when HBO called? Or does she think concocting last-minute meetings, everything okay?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I've already answered that question, but since the members opposite are so interested in my promotion of Canada and California, let me talk about some of the meetings I held. I met with U.S. Senator Angus King of Maine. I met with the Lieutenant Governor of California, Gavin Newsom. I met with Jen Haney, who's the Senior VP and GM of City National Bank, recently acquired by RBC. I met with Greg Foster, the CEO of IMAX, a great Canada company active in California. I met with Creative BC and Trade and Invest BC. I met with John Chang, the Treasurer of California. I met with Jeff Gorel, the Deputy Mayor of Los Angeles. There's more, but I've run out of time.
Honourable member. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister took a self-promoting vanity trip to Hollywood.
Go for it.
She billed the taxpayers $20,000 for this trip. She directed her staff to find meetings to try to justify this trip. She even double-billed the taxpayers for dinner in Toronto after she returned from home from her trip. When will this minister pay back Canadian taxpayers who shelled out so she could hobnob with Hollywood elites?
The Minister of International Trade.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are trying to concoct a story where there is none. Whether it is interviews with the Washington Post editorial board, the LA Times, BBC, or the many media interviews I did with German newspapers and with Bloomberg promoting CETA in Berlin last week, it's my proud job to promote Canada to the world. Unlike the Conservatives, our open and transparent government speaks to the media, including international media. The Conservatives did everything possible to insult the media. We're doing things differently.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the Minister of International Trade had spent close to $20,000 to appear on a Hollywood talk show. $20,000, that's straight out of the pockets of Canadians and middle-class families that this government is supposed to be helping. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. When we look at her preparations for this trip, it is clear that the main reason she was going was for the interview with HBO. Will the minister at least acknowledge this fact? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Once again, Mr. Speaker, in French. Once again, the Conservatives are seeking a story where there is none. It is my very proud role to promote Canada abroad. After the APEC summit in the Philippines, I was very pleased to travel to California for a trade visit. As you must know, California is one of our largest trading partners. I repeat, the accusations put forward by the Conservatives are baseless. All the rules were followed. The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, in addition to learning that the Minister of International Trade wanted to have her expenses refunded, expenses that she shouldn't have claimed, we now learn that the Quebec wing of the Liberal Party of Canada had to fire its treasurer, Jean-François Lalonde, because of fraudulent electioneering, further to an investigation done by the Director General of Elections in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, given that Mr. Lalonde was relieved of his duties, what will be the consequences for the Minister of International Trade? The Honourable Government Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have to give credit to my colleague who's trying to confuse a number of different issues. It is true that the President of the Quebec wing of the Canada Liberal Party to withdraw from his functions, but he also knows very well that the accusations made by the Director General of Elections in Quebec have absolutely no link with the role of Mr. Lalonde in the Liberal Party of Canada in Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, problems at the Canada Revenue Agency just keep mounting. Officials being wined and dined by the very people they're meant to investigate, a senior investigator going over to the company in the middle of a court case, secret sweetheart deals that let millionaire tax cheats off the hook with no penalties. Mr. Speaker, this is an outrage. Canadians are tired of the wealthy and well-connected getting all the tax breaks. When will the minister stop defending the indefensible and announce an investigation into the KPMG tax scandal?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the 2016 budget that we have introduced is an unprecedented historic budget, $444 million. Budget 2016 puts forward the following investments to allow the CRA to improve customer service, to support the government's efforts in fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance, and to improve its abilities to recover outstanding fiscal debts. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Minister should put down her talking points for a few minutes and use her common sense. She continues to defend the indefensible. We're not talking just about accountants who are participating in activities of their professional order. We're talking about senior officials who are participating in secret meetings at the Rideau Club. What does she not understand in the concept of appearance of conflict of interest? When will she put an end to these practices? No more secret meetings, once and for all.
Ministre, Revenu National.
Honourable Member for National Revenue. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue, rather. Mr. Speaker, my colleague would rather doubt the professionalism of public servants. He should listen to his colleague from Jonquière who said, I am proud of our public servants. I am proud of the services they deliver, and I am proud of their professionalism. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of the professionalism of the employees of National Revenue and of CRA. Each invitation they receive must be analyzed in order to avoid any appearance of conflict of interest.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Liberals' lack of planning has resulted in Syrian refugees being exploited by crooked immigration consultants. These consultants are charging Syrian refugees thousands of dollars, selling them false hope of coming to Canada. Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government cracked down on crooked consultants. When are the Liberals going to close the door on those who are taking advantage of the most vulnerable? Thank you.
The Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, such behavior is clearly against the rules, and the perpetrators will be held to account. And if judged appropriate by the appropriate authorities, they could be charged as well under the criminal law. But that being said, the vast majority of Canadians are displaying extraordinary generosity to the Syrian refugees.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, immigration consultants in partnership with refugee sponsorship groups are violating federal rules. A Mississauga organization, Fast to Canada, has refugees paying from $12,000 to $32,000 before arriving in Canada. The group's website displays the logo of the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council and lists them as a member. Mr. Speaker, what is the minister doing to protect legitimate refugees fleeing a dangerous situation from being defrauded?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, such behavior will not be tolerated. It is possible that sponsorship agreement holders' agreements could be terminated, or the refugee could be not allowed, or if deemed appropriate by the authorities, such individuals or organizations could be charged. So this behavior is not tolerated by this government, and perpetrators will be held to account.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the immigration minister wouldn't say how much the Syrian refugee program will cost Canadians. He said it will come under budget, but there is no budget. The minister also admitted that 13% of refugees, or 3,400 people, are still in hotels. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals renovated 5 Canadian Forces bases for 6,100 people, costing $6.4 million. Why did the Liberals blow millions displacing troops over Christmas to house refugees with no intent on using them?
You are the Minister of Immigration.
Talk about a glass half empty or half full, Mr. Speaker. I had said yesterday that 87% of the refugees have now found permanent housing. That is a very large number, and we should be pleased with it. And the remaining 13% will find permanent housing very soon. And my colleague beside me, the Minister of Defence, confirms there is nothing truthful in his comments about defence.
Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning that immigration consultants are charging fees to Syrian refugees of over $32,000 to come to Canada. Mr. Speaker, when a program is rushed into too hastily, often there are flaws, and we can see the result. Can the Minister of Immigration reassure us that no one is being exploited right now by immigration consultants when they try to come to Canada? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I can definitely reassure the members in this House that this behavior is not tolerated at all, and those who are guilty will be punished. That is the law. It is deemed appropriate by the authorities or by other resources, but we will not tolerate this behavior in Canada.
Ms. Nippy, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the process of reconciliation is a long one. Residential school survivors open deep wounds to share their stories and place their trust in other parties to hold up their end of the deal. Our collective healing depends upon it. We can't let a legal mistake by government lawyers jeopardize justice for survivors. The parliamentary secretary was not clear yesterday, so I ask again, will the government ensure full payment for the victims of residential schools?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member from Destiny, Ms. Nippy, Churchill River, for her very important question. We believe that all parties to the settlement agreement have a critical role in reconciliation. We believe that the Catholic Church has to honor its obligation. This is no time to get out on a technicality. We expect that the Catholic people, coast to coast in this country, expect their church to honor this obligation and get on with the reconciliation, and they, I'm sure, will help in this endeavour.
And I have Deputy to Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, for the victims, the obligations that were imposed on the Catholic Church were part of the process for justice and healing. But now, because of an error on the part of the government, the Church can escape its obligations. We can't abandon yet again the survivors and the communities that are still dealing with the painful consequences of the residential school experience. Can the government finally commit today to ensuring that the victims will receive the compensation promised?
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, I thank him for his question. I hope that all parties to the agreement will move ahead with a new relationship that we want between Indigenous people and Canada. There is no legal recourse. It is up to the two peoples to do the right thing.
Straitsville.
Mr. Speaker, the leak of the Panama Papers has highlighted the need for collective action to crack down on people and companies who are trying to get out of paying their fair share of taxes. At last week's G20 finance ministers' meetings, the world's major economies took a united public stand on tax dodging and sent a strong warning to other countries who aren't meeting their international commitments. As Canada's representative at the G20 finance ministers, can our Minister of Finance tell us how he is contributing to international efforts and the measures here at home?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Mississauga Streetsville for his question and to assure him that we were a strong voice at the G20 around cracking down on tax avoidance and tax evasion. We committed that we will move forward on the common reporting standards and work towards those standards internationally. We committed that we will follow through on base erosion and profit-shifting deliverables. We're committed to combating any sort of tax evasion in Canada and abroad.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today on the budget, the Prime Minister's commitment to transparency has gone from a principle to a buzzword. The current parliamentary budget officer has said when you don't see the details, usually somebody is trying to hide something. And today he confirmed two more things. First, the Liberal budget doesn't add up. And second, good news, Conservatives did leave a surplus. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister is why does he insist on this continuation of misleading Canadians on these basic facts?
Well, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've had the opportunity to say to this House before, in the last month of the year, revenues go down, expenses go up. The Conservatives left us with a deficit, as we will see. Mr. Speaker, I can say that the more important question is what are we going to do about the era of low growth that's been left to us. The PBOs independently confirmed that they agree that our investments in the economy will grow the economy for the long term. That's what we're trying to do, improve Canada for this generation and the next generation of Canadians.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it was the Justice Minister who said in 2014 this about LNG. There are discussions happening where voices are being heard and concerns are being addressed. LNG remains a positive prospect for many First Nations. Yet the Justice Minister sits here silently while billions in investment and thousands of jobs hang in the balance. When will she break the silence, stand up for British Columbians, and push her cabinet colleagues to approve an LNG project?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no point in pushing me because we make environmental decisions based on evidence, facts, and science. We also do it engaging with Indigenous people in consultation with Canadians. We are committed to getting resources to market, but they must be done in a sustainable way, and that's what we will do.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, the facts are billions in investment and thousands of jobs hang in the balance, Mr. Speaker. The president of Vancouver Port Authority had to say this in response to the calls from the member of Steveston-Richmond about shutting down the port operations. We are a federal manager of the lands in the port and clearly designated as the environmental permitting agency. We're a regulatory agency, not a political body. When will the Liberals stop colluding with third-party environmental groups and approve the LNG project, which will create thousands of well-paying, high-quality jobs?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I will confirm that we will make decisions based on facts, science, and evidence in discussion with consultation with communities that are affected and Indigenous peoples. That is the way that you get resources to market in the 21st century. Unfortunately, the previous government did not understand this, and they were not able to get our resources to market. That is what we are going to do. That is a responsible thing to do.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, 2 more First Nations signed agreements with TransCanada for the Pacific Northwest LNG pipeline. This adds to a growing list of First Nations who have signed on to the project, including Doig, Halfway, Blueberry River First Nations, Yikuche, Gitano, and Kitsalis, Lake Babine, Metlakatla, and Nisga'a Lissams Nations. When will the Cabinet approve Pacific Northwest LNG?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We make decisions based on science, facts, and evidence, and in consultation. We have engaged with Indigenous peoples, and now we are reviewing the project. There are concerns with respect to the salmon. I'm sure that the member opposite would also be concerned if there were environmental effects in the salmon. We are working with the proponent. We are working with the government and with BC. We are engaging in consultation with Indigenous leaders, and we will make a decision when we are ready to make a decision.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When strikes and lockouts drag on, families and communities suffer. Anti-scab legislation would lead to fewer and shorter labour disputes. This is a simple change that any progressive, pro-worker government would support. Yet the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary actually said he would vote against the NDP bill. This is a simple but important first step to modernising our labour code. It is good for workers. It is good for our economy. Will the minister stand up for Canadian workers and support the anti-scab bill?
Minister of Employment and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to report to the House that 95% of all CBAs in federally regulated sector reached without a work stoppage. 215 out of 227 agreements. This is a process that works. This is a process that will continue to work. Thank you.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Well, the Minister of National Revenue's answer shows that they don't understand in this government the difference between managers and officials, because I think the government needs to understand a lot of things better. Last week, I introduced my first bill on anti-scab legislation. We need workers to be able to collectively bargain. The government says it's progressive. Well, will it support workers and support this anti-scab legislation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell the House is that this side respects both unions and businesses and their ability to come to a deal together. They both are going to be at the table working hard for their collective responsibilities, and overall, 95% of all agreements are settled at the table if it's fair and balanced, and that's exactly what we're doing by our Bill C4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is making defence cuts to create a leaner military and is delaying major procurement projects until after the next election. He plans on replacing Canada's combat capabilities with peace operations. He said he wants to implement the recommendations from the 2011 Transformation Report that would reduce the size of our military. The Liberals have already locked in their ideological direction for the Canadian Armed Forces. So why should Canadians expect their views to actually be heard in the Liberal Defence Review?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the Canadian Armed Forces, and with our open and transparent defence review that we're launching, I welcome the member from holding his consultations with Canadians and experts all around, and I look forward to actually hearing his comments personally as well. And I want to reiterate again to the member that our government is absolutely committed to the Canadian Armed Forces, those men and women who actually serve us. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to speak at the 9th Annual Kiev Security Forum. All speakers share concerns over Russia's continued aggressive military actions. Just last week in the Baltic Sea, Russian fighter jets buzzed a U.S. warship and barrel-rolled over an American Air Force plane. Clearly, Russia is willing to flex their military muscle. So will the Liberals take the Russian threat seriously in the defense review, or do they think talking to Putin is the appropriate defense posture?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to working with our multilateral organizations, especially NATO. I read the intelligence report on that. Our troops actually working with NATO at the moment. I got to visit our troops in Poland and also their troops that are in the Ukraine. They're doing wonderful work, and we're looking at potentially looking at other ways that we can support NATO and opposing Russian aggression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Jean Chrétien Liberals took the same approach as this new government when it comes to the defense budget. The defense troops, the military needs new equipment and more funding. Can the minister assure us that the decisions have been made and that the committee's recommendations will be taken into account?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that, as I stated earlier, our government is committed to making sure that our men and women have the right capability. We are having the defense review, but we're also on a separate track moving diligently along to making sure that we replace our CF-18s and our ships for the Navy. And we're working on a lot of other projects. However, the defense review allows all Canadians to participate in looking at where our Canadian forces need to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, this week, countries around the world are meeting at the UN special session of the General Assembly on the world drug problem. The government made a commitment that its policy on drugs, including support for harm reduction, will be evidence-based. Can the Minister of Health update the House on Canada's participation in the meeting?
The
Honourable Minister of Health. Tomorrow, I will have the opportunity to speak at the special session of the UN on this issue. Canada has supported harm reduction in our new policy. We feel that we will need legislation. We want to have more care available to deal with emergency situations. I want to thank the honourable member for his interest.
Mr. Speaker, by international standards, Canada has fewer doctors specializing in palliative care than countries such as the U.S. or Australia. The Liberal government promised to support palliative care, but there was no word of it in their 2016 budget or in their latest legislation. How can the Liberal government, in good conscience, open up physician-assisted suicide when palliative care is not available to the large majority of Canadians who need it? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with my honourable colleague that Canadians do not have access to high-quality palliative care in a manner that is acceptable. Some records suggest that only 15 to 30% of Canadians have access to such services. Our government is determined to work with the provinces and territories to increase access to palliative care. I will be working with my colleagues and ministers of health across the country to invest in home care, to invest in palliative care, to make sure people have the care they need at the end of their lives.
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sioux.
10 years ago, the NDP passed a motion calling on the government to establish a compensation fund for fallen firefighters. Liberals re-promised this fund during the election, yet the Prime Minister spoke to the firefighters yesterday and failed to act on the Public Safety Officer Compensation Fund. Firefighters are deeply disappointed. When will the Liberals honour this promise and set up this long overdue fund? How much longer will firefighters have to wait for a fund that will protect their families should they make the ultimate sacrifice while protecting the rest of us?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, some years ago I was very honoured to author in this House a private member's motion that was in fact passed and adopted by the House of Commons, calling for the creation, among other things, of a Public Safety Officer Compensation Fund. It was in the Liberal platform. It is in my mandate letter. It will be delivered, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for St. Catharines and I had the privilege to announce the first foreign trade zone in Ontario last week in our home community of Niagara Centre. This FTZ will provide companies that import and export any part of their supply and companies looking to sell their products to markets around the world with incentives to trade in Ontario and specifically the Niagara region. Could the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology and Economic Development explain to the House what else the Government of Canada is doing to help small and medium-sized business keep costs down while opening new markets around the world?
Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Niagara Centre for his question and his advocacy and hard work in promoting business development in that region. The creation of foreign trade zone points in Niagara will provide a one-stop shop for businesses to access information on Canada's foreign trade zone policies and programs. And as stated in Budget 2016, expansion of trade opportunities across Canada is a key part of the Government of Canada's plan to create jobs and grow the economy. In helping small businesses, Mr. Speaker, to trade domestically and globally, we're able to make sure that they grow, innovate, and create good quality jobs here and abroad.
For Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, members of the Agriculture Committee voted against a motion to hear from farmers with regards to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. While Conservative and NDP members voted to hear from farmers, the Liberal members refused.
Shame.
Is this the openness and the transparency that the Minister of International Trade meant when she said that she was promising broad consultations? When will the Minister of Agriculture stand up and ensure that farmers and farm families are heard on this important issue?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we said during the election what we say today. Our party understands profoundly that Canada is a trading nation. We also understand that with a trade deal as significant as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have a duty to consult broadly with Canadians. And in fact, the Trade Committee is currently in British Columbia consulting. As for consultations with farmers, I have personally held many in Alberta, and I do consult often with the farming community, including my own father, who's a...
Honorable député Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, instead of working to help Bombardier, the government is driving this Quebec industry flagship toward its dismantling or a foreign takeover by forcing it to dispose of its multiple voting shares. The government has it in for Bombardier. It is perfectly aware that it isn't listening to its officials that wanted to extend more credit. So why has this government, which has 40 Quebec MPs, issued this political directive?
Mr. Speaker, this
Honourable Minister.
is the importance of the aerospace sector, and that is why we're engaged with the company. When the company came forward on December the 11th to ask for up to $1 billion, we've been doing our due diligence and looking at the business case. We understand this is a solid company, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure we have constructive dialogue with the company, and we'll do what's in the best interest of Canadians and the company, Mr. Speaker, and Quebec, and across from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, a campaign to make employment insurance available to everyone has been launched by the Coalition des Sans-Chemises, supported by the major unions in Quebec. Despite some improvements to EI, the government is still using a two-speed policy which doesn't help rural Quebec. When will the minister correct the situation and take into account the reality of workers in the various regions of Quebec that are hard hit by seasonal work?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to remind the House that we've invested $2.5 billion in improving services and supports for workers that unfortunately get laid off, including seasonal workers from all parts of the country, even those areas that are not affected by the commodity downturn. We've provided a number of supports that are helping small business and helping workers from coast to coast to coast. We're there for those that need it and when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 15h05.
It being 3:05, pursuant to an order made on Monday, April 11, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion number 2 under Ways and Means Proceedings. Call in the members.
La question est la...
The question is the following one.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Leblanc, moved that this House approve, in general, the budgetary policy of the government. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagman.
Mr. Bagman.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alicelev.
Ms. Alicelev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Zivneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite
Mr.
Nation.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Toledo.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio. Pardon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territory.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miner, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Rouillou.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacad.
Mr. Seacad.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins,
Mr.
Lévis.
O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 134, 134.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 18, 2016, Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Baines, moves that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jevneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. de Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petipat Taylor.
Ms. Petipat Taylor.
Mr. Elcouri.
Monsieur Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elios.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefall.
Mr. Housefall.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territory.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Roomy.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedo, Branton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Stanton. Back to Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdiga.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 183, 183. Nays contre 125, 125.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on government business number 4 in the name of Monsieur Caron. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Caron, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved. Dispense?
No.
Mr. Caron, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that, during its consideration of Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the committee be granted the power to divide the bill in order that all the provisions related to the contribution limit increase of the tax savings account be in a separate piece of legislation.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Le Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboul Taïb.
Mr. Aboul Taïb.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Sagana.
Monsieur Sagana.
Madame Croix.
Madame Croix.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell.
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Miss May Sanish Gulf Island.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Tout aussi que ça repose dans la motion envoie bien.
All those who oppose this motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Madame Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislett.
Ms. Alislett.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jefneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lamette.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bostia.
Mr. Bossia.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 174, 174.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
Declare the motion defeated.
Prepare to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 14, 2016, and again yesterday by the House Leader of the official opposition concerning the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. Je remercie le...
I would like to thank the House Leader of the official opposition for having raised this matter, as well as the Chief Government Whip, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby for their submissions.
I'd ask the whips to assist me by asking members who wish to speak to do so behind the curtains or out in the lobbies. Order. In presenting his case, the House Leader of the official opposition pointed out that specific and detailed information contained in Bill C-14 was reported in a newspaper article and elsewhere in the media before the bill had been introduced in the House. In describing the seriousness of this matter, which he considered to be a breach of members' privileges, he stressed the need for members to access information in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, as well as the respect required for the essential role of the House in legislative matters. In response, the Chief Government Whip, acknowledging the problem, stated that, quote, "The government takes any breach of the privileges of members and of the House very seriously," unquote. He then noted that such a premature divulgation of the bill's contents had not been authorized and apologized unreservedly, committing to ensure that it would not happen again. This being the first question of privilege to be raised in this Parliament, I want to take this opportunity to inform members of the role of the Speaker in this regard. particularly as it is a narrowly defined role. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, states at page 141, quote, "Great importance is attached to matters involving privilege. A member wishing to raise a question of privilege in the House must first convince the Speaker that his or her concern is prima facie, on the first impression or at first glance, a question of privilege. The function of the Speaker is limited to deciding whether the matter is of such a character as to entitle the member who has raised the question to move a motion which will have priority over orders of the day. That is, in the Speaker's opinion, there is a prima facie question of privilege. If there is, the House must take the matter into immediate consideration. Ultimately, it is the House which decides whether a breach of privilege or a contempt has been committed." Unquote. In adjudicating questions of privilege, the Speaker carefully considers the effect that the alleged breach has on members' ability to function. At page 145 of O'Brien and Bosk, it states, quote, "In deliberating upon a question of privilege, the Chair will take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed upon any member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of Parliament." Unquote.
As honourable members know, one of my most important responsibilities as Speaker is to safeguard the rights and privileges of members, both individually and collectively. Central to the matter before us today is the fact that, due to its preeminent role in the legislative process, the House cannot allow precise legislative information to be distributed to others before it has been made accessible to all members. Previous speakers have regularly upheld not only this fundamental right, but also expectation of the House. On October 4th, 2010, on page 4711 of the debates, Speaker Milliken noted,
"Indisputable that it is a well-established practice and accepted convention that this House has the right of first access to the text of bills that it will consider." Unquote. This important convention exists so that members can properly exercise their functions as legislators. Speaker Milliken saw fit to reiterate it in that particular case, even though in those unique circumstances the member admitted to having herself prematurely released the contents of her own private member's bill, so no doubt existed as to the provenance of the leak, he chose not to rule that the incident constituted a prima facie case of privilege. It is within this context that I, as Speaker, must review each case on its own merits. Having done so, the facts are clear and undisputed in this instance. Detailed information regarding the contents of Bill C-14 was indeed made available through the media before the bill itself had been introduced in the House. There were no arguments raised to the contrary. As such, there was a direct contravention of the House's right to first access.
The Chief Government Whip has unequivocally apologized for any breaches of confidentiality in this instance, recognizing the seriousness of this matter. This should be reassuring to all members. That being said, it would appear to the Chair, at first glance, that the leaking of the bill's contents, and thus the preempting of members' access to legislative information, has impeded the ability of members to perform their parliamentary functions. In a strikingly similar case, quoted by the Honourable Opposition House Leader, Speaker Milliken stated at page 1840 of Debates of March 19, 2001,
"The convention of the confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary, not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role which the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation, unquote. He concluded by affirming that it was, quote, a situation that the chair cannot condone, unquote. In this instance, the chair must conclude that the House's right of first access to legislative information was not respected. The chair appreciates the Chief Government Whip's assertion that no one in the government was authorized to publicly release the specific details of the bill before its introduction. Still, it did happen, and these kinds of incidents cause grave concern among honourable members. I believe it is a good reason why extra care should be taken to ensure that matters that ought properly to be brought to the House first do not in any way get out in the public domain prematurely. Thus, the available precedents lead me to conclude that this incident constitutes a prima facie question of privilege, and I now invite the House Leader of the official opposition to move the appropriate motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the opposition whip, that the matter of the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Debate. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief in my remarks. And firstly, I want to thank you for your ruling. I think you approached it with the gravity that it deserves, and of course, had excellent examples to cite. As you mentioned in your ruling, the details around the case are not really have not really been disputed. Therefore, I don't suspect that there need to be a whole lot of debate. Hopefully, there won't need to be, and I hope all members do appreciate the importance of preserving our rights in this matter, and as you mentioned, the rights of having first access to legislation. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Chief Government Whip for his remarks when this matter was first brought up. I think it demonstrated the good faith with which all members attempt to bring to the Chamber, and I hope it is instructive to administrative staff on the government side, perhaps in the minister's offices, wherever this leak originated, that their first duty is to serve members and to serve the ministers. It's not to serve political masters, it's not to achieve political ends, but they really do have to put the dignity and authority of the House at the top of the list. So whoever is responsible for this, Mr. Speaker, must understand that we are a parliamentary democracy, and that political decisions made by staff to try to frame the debate in the media is not acceptable when that infringes upon our rights and dignities. So I hope that I hope the House agrees to send this to the Committee on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, so that the committee can look into what happened, perhaps determine who did it, perhaps determine what systems could be put in place to avoid this type of thing in the future, and if the culprit is found, to bring that detail back to the House for the House to decide what to do with it further. So I'm going to conclude my remarks there, Mr. Speaker. I think I said everything I had to in my remarks. I don't want to belabor the point, and I do appreciate your ruling. I think you summed it up very nicely. So I do hope that my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion, because it's important that each and every one of us send the message back to the political people that we work with, that the call of the House is, the rights of the House are important, that we take those seriously, and that we put them at the forefront when we make these kinds of decisions. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Please the débat, the Honourable Member for Orléans. Chief Government Whip.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
I agree with my distinguished colleague, and perhaps if we could seek consent to refer this to the committee as proposed by the Honourable Opposition Member.
The House has heard the terms of the motion, which I believe is to refer to accept to adopt the motion and refer the matter to the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Does the honourable member have the permission of the House to present this motion? Agreed. Consent agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Yes. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Cooper regarding political fundraising activities.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the government orders will be extended by 18 minutes. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on this traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples in support of the Justice Minister and against this motion. I will demonstrate that she's followed all the rules regarding fundraising. As Minister for Democratic Institutions, I believe that accountability is a major aspect of a healthy democracy. While we are addressing this, the party opposite decides to engage in petty politics that contribute to the erosion of our democratic institutions. Don't get me wrong, we welcome the opposition to hold us to account. It is a sign of a healthy democracy. But spreading rumors despite facts is the very behavior that Canadians rejected this past October. This motion is a vicious and unfounded attack on an Indigenous leader, a woman who has and continues to serve her nation honorably, and the motion is not helping Canadian democracy. I urge members to put an end to this unhelpful practice of using valuable House time to pursue baseless accusations that do nothing to promote a healthy democracy. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me begin, as is consistent with our government's approach to decision-making, with the evidence. The fact is that for nearly 10 years, the previous Conservatives chipped away at the core of our democracy. Their tenure in government saw an increase in cynicism and mistrust towards the very institutions that underpin our democracy. Instead of trying to build consensus, they divided. Instead of being accountable, they prorogued. Instead of basing decisions on evidence, they muzzled scientists, abolished the long-form census, and based their decisions on ideology. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians chose respectful dialogue over division. They chose an open and transparent approach to government. They chose a government that puts their needs ahead of petty partisan interests. Mr. Speaker, I find it quite rich, too, that the party that prorogued Parliament on 2 separate occasions to avoid answering to Canadians on their actions, the same Conservative government that was found in contempt of Parliament is suddenly so committed to ethical behaviour and accountability. But more on that later. For now, I'll point out once again that this behaviour does not help our democratic institutions. Such careless disregard and blatant lack of respect for our democracy has led to a general public sentiment of disengagement, skepticism, and cynicism about politics, a reality that our government is working hard to change every day. Today's motion is a vicious and unfounded attack, and I've said this before and I will say it again, on an Indigenous leader, an accomplished woman who continues to serve her nation honorably, both as MP and as Attorney General of Canada, and is not helping democracy. So let's review more evidence. Our government's commitment to a healthier democracy and the accountability that Canadians deserve is clear in the Prime Minister's issuance of the open and accountable government document that is a major plank of our commitment for a better government. As my honourable colleagues before me have explained to this House, the Minister of Justice followed all the rules. In the same interest of evidence-based decision-making, let's review the chronology of what actually happened. The Justice Minister consulted the Ethics Commissioner prior to the event taking place to ensure that her participation would be within the rules. The Justice Minister was given this very assurance. She was following the rules. Following her participation at the event in question, opposition members began questioning her presence. The member for St. Albert at Edmonton even took the step of writing to the Ethics Commissioner, asking for her opinion. At this point, I can only assume, Mr. Speaker, that he respects her expertise and was intending to accept her decision, whatever that would be. The Ethics Commissioner responded to the member for St. Albert Edmonton in writing, indicating that contrary to the member's baseless accusation, the Justice Minister had followed all the rules. There are no secrets on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The rules are clear. The actions taken by the Justice Minister were all within the rules, and she proactively required information to ensure that this would be the case. This is what an open and transparent government does, which brings us back to this important document. This document shows that this government is fully committed to our charter and the rule of law, including the Elections Canada Act. I'm disappointed that members opposite are more interested in continuing false accusations against my colleague than discussing how we can better ensure the respect of our charter. This is what we are committed to, and to which all ministers, including the Minister of Justice, aim to achieve. The Prime Minister has high expectations for all members of his caucus, including those in Cabinet, and I'm proud of the fact that we've shown a high level of integrity. I believe that this is a commitment that we will continue to, and Canadians will be proud of. So, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We welcome constructive criticism based on facts and intended to improve outcomes for Canadians. But spreading untruthful rumors despite the facts is evidence of the same old reckless behavior that Canadians rejected this past October. This careless behavior leads to an erosion of public trust and reduces the health of our democracy. And as Minister for Democratic Institutions, Mr. Speaker, I'm alarmed. Canadians expect us to use our time in this House responsibly. I'm alarmed. Is this how the Conservatives plan to spend their time over the next 4 years? Instead of serving constructively as Her Majesty's loyal opposition and improving the tone and the legislation in this House, the Conservatives continue to spend valuable House time pursuing non-issues and spreading lies. Canadians ask for a better tone, and they deserve a more productive Parliament. Less petty and divisive politics and more evidence-based decision-makings. Do the Conservatives want to go down in history as a divisive party that consistently ignores facts, evidence, and experts and divides Canadians? Or do they have an appetite to focus on trying to build the kind of legacy that the Honourable Flora MacDonald left behind? Time and time again, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we've been reminded that our time here is a gift. I urge members opposite to put an end to their baseless accusations, put party interests aside, and resume the task that they are here to do: serve Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank
the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions for her comments, and I appreciated her comment that she said there are no secrets on this side of the House, and I appreciate that. So I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister, would she therefore be willing to disclose the list of attendees of the Minister of Justice's fundraiser? And perhaps while she's at it, she could also tell us where the $40 million is that the Liberals lost and squandered in the sponsorship scandal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I may have spoken for nearly 10 minutes, and the member opposite may have thanked me for speaking for nearly 10 minutes, but it appears that he has not heard a single word that I said. This factless, baseless line of accusations is not helping democracy. Members opposite, the party opposite, have received the facts in writing from the Ethics Commissioner. Let's move on and speak about the issues that matter to Canadians, like a healthier economy, like a healthier democracy, like ensuring that we're moving forward on our commitment to move closer to truth and reconciliation with our Indigenous communities.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have been listening to the speech and the reply, and I thought the Honourable Member on this side had an excellent question. Just wondering if everything is transparent, why won't she disclose the list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, not only do members opposite not hear me, but they have not had the opportunity to review the information that is already disclosed online.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her great speech. And Mr. Speaker, no wonder Canadians are so skeptical about government when we're absolutely wasting a whole day on something as frivolous as a story created from nothing. Let's talk about Del Mastro. Let's talk about Duffy. Let's talk about the long trail of fundraising patterns by the party opposite. While Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are faced with a country at record levels of unemployment, poverty, middle class shrinking, I could go on and on. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we're wasting today time when Canadians are looking for good debate, good dialogue. We're wasting time on something as frivolous as this. My question to my colleague is, would she not agree that Canadians are tired of this type of politics and this tired government? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And while it's important to remember our blemished past, I believe Canadians have trusted all of us on all sides to bring a new tone of respect and collaboration to this place, to inspire the next generation of voters and leaders. And that, I believe, is a cause that transcends partisan interests and is a cause that we all need to be working on collectively.
We have time for a quick question and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I am actually alarmed and I am offended. And I could go on with a lot more objectives about how I am feeling right now from the comments of the colleague across the floor. She brought race into this, and I am absolutely 100% offended. That has nothing to do whether the minister is Indigenous or not. As somebody that has strong Indigenous women in my family, I am absolutely offended, and through you, Mr. Minister, I demand an apology.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I had no intention of violating the sensibilities of the member opposite. I was merely stating the facts. The fact is that our Attorney General is a woman. The fact is that our Attorney General is of proud Indigenous descent, and that is nothing to feel outraged about. Instead, I urge you to consider celebrating it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
The honourable colleague from across the floor neither apologized, but she further inflamed the situation by making further comments about racism.
Order. Let me consult with the table officer, and I'll get back to you in
maybe 30 seconds, if you don't mind. Very good. My initial thoughts were right. I'm afraid this is not a point of order. It's an issue of debate, and we'll resume debates with the honourable member of Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to stand in this House to speak on the motion before the House. And it's unfortunate that we have got ourselves into this position. It really is unfortunate that the member across the way, the Minister of Justice, took it upon herself to conduct herself and her affairs in such a way that there's been great questions and many questions asked, not just on this side of the House. I should note the honourable member across the way spent some significant time suggesting that it was simply members in this caucus or members across on this side of the House that have been asking questions with regards to the conduct of the Justice Minister. But before I get into some of those other folks that are asking these questions, I should just note, Mr. Speaker, that I had the privilege of getting to know the Minister of Justice long before she entered partisan politics. And as a matter of fact, I had the opportunity to work with the Minister on a number of occasions, in a number of capacities. I had the privilege of serving as the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee, and in that capacity I met the now Minister from time to time, and we often collaborated on projects. And so it is with great regret that I stand in this House this afternoon to support this motion, but also to remind the Justice Minister that she has a proud and she has a noble career up until this point, and I believe that she is an honourable member. And I think that there's a number of things. I'm going to give some suggestions, Mr. Speaker, about how I think she might be able to reclaim the reputation that she has spent her entire career helping to build. There are many people that are very proud of the Minister for the accomplishments that she has accomplished in her life. Certainly she has done great things both in her private life, but obviously to become the Minister of Justice of our country. There are many that have great respect for her, and so it is recognizing that this conduct that she has engaged in her role as the minister has obviously sullied her name. It isn't just me saying that. People across the country are asking questions about this member, and I think it's important that the minister do everything in her power to work to rectify what many people believe is incomprehensible between the conduct that she's now being alleged to have engaged in and what they know her character to be. One such person that has called for a review of this is none other than the former Liberal minister, Usul Desange. Now, obviously, I don't think that anybody on the other side would suggest that Mr. Desange is somehow a partisan conservative. That somehow he, is writing the talking points on this side of the House. But just some time ago, it was on April the 5th that the former minister did write, Justin, and pardon me, I am quoting, but I do recognize that I need to use the proper names in this House. The Prime Minister and the Liberal Party have defended the fundraising as being within the four corners of the federal law and its reasonable donation limits. In the days when the influence of big private money is being debated everywhere, from the Panama Papers to the current U.S. presidential campaign to Queen's Park in Ontario, it is totally incomprehensible to me how a minister of the federal crown, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General at that, participating in a private fundraiser with lawyers can be said to escape either the reality or the appearance of a conflict of interest. If the current law allows the Minister of Justice to be placed in this improper position of at least the appearance of the potential conflict of interest, the law is wrong and it must be changed. if the law is wrong and the appearance of conflict is real, the persistent, the minister should cancel the fundraiser even if the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party believe otherwise. Mr. Speaker, it isn't just partisan Conservatives that have questions with regards to the conduct that the Liberal minister has engaged in. Mr. Speaker, as a friend of the Minister of Justice, having worked with her long before she entered this place, this partisan place, I do have some suggestions as to how the minister herself can conduct her affairs in such a way that she can recapture some of the respect that she came into this place having. The first thing that I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, is to immediately release the names of this secret fundraiser, the people that actually attended this fundraiser. And you might ask, Mr. Speaker, why I would suggest that this is a secret fundraiser. The reason I would suggest this, it was intended, I believe, to be secret, in that if you go to the Liberal Party of Canada's website, you will find that the Liberal Party has a number of different fundraising opportunities listed on that website. At no time was this particular fundraiser posted online on that list. As a matter of fact, it was newspapers that broke the story that this fundraiser was going to be held at Tories LLP in Toronto. Mr. Speaker, the question has to be answered as to why the Liberal Party chose not to advertise this particular fundraiser. Was it because the Liberals believed that this fundraiser did not pass the smell test? Did they believe that, in fact, the Minister of Justice going into a private law firm of friends of the Liberal Party, having required that they pay $500 to be there, that some might question that? I should just note, Mr. Speaker, that I probably could talk all day, but I will be splitting my time with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, and I know that she'll have an even better speech. Mr. Speaker, so I would suggest that the Minister of Justice, if she was to recapture some of the necessities of transparency, that she would release immediately the names of those who were invited to pay $500 a person to be there. The second thing that I think she would do is I think the minister would make a commitment that she will rule out the appointment of any person at that fundraiser. So during her time as Justice Minister, she will commit today to ensuring that no person that showed up at that fundraiser or any future fundraiser will be appointed by her to any federal position. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I think that it would be appropriate for the minister to refund the money. There has been great questions asked, important questions asked about the Justice Minister engaging in this type of activity. I think the appropriate thing would be to do is to return the money. The cost to her reputation at this point has been great. Is it really worth the money to the Liberal Party to have brought this, the diminishment of her reputation with the amount of money that they're going to have collected from these high-paid Bay Street lawyers? I'm certain that they will, at some point, make another donation to the Liberal Party. But I think it would be important that they refund the money just to clear the air. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the Minister of Justice that if she wants to make a speech, as she has told this House that her speech was about encouraging all people of all different backgrounds to involve themselves in politics and that every person can make a difference. I make the similar speeches. I go to high schools. I don't charge them a cent to do it. I think there's something ironic and sad about a federal justice minister going to a room to talk about the inclusion of all people, all Canadians, regardless of background, into federal politics, but charging them $500 at the door. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of people that are marginalized, the vast majority of people whose voices need to be heard in this place, that are underrepresented today, don't have $500 to hear that speech. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would call on the Minister of Justice to reflect on the reality that she's been caught in, and recognize that her reputation and the work that she can yet do is only diminished by this activity, and that undertaking some of these steps might actually ensure that she has the ability to continue to make a difference in this place.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Avignon, Amitis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it ironic, as I said earlier, the colleagues across the way from the Conservative Party, who for 10 years put us into a period of great darkness and secrecy, are now using important time in the House to raise this kind of frivolous accusation. I'd like the member of the opposition respond to my constituents who are saying, look, what we're wanting is to hear about our issues in the House, issues that will allow us to develop our economy, to give us jobs, to allow us to earn enough to make ends meet. I would like once again for the member of the opposition provide an answer to my constituents, rather than wasting time on this kind of debate, to debate about solutions that will help our families.
Grand Prix, Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I'm struggling with the question in that the honourable member talks about the necessity for transparency, and as a matter of fact would suggest that that's what his party believes in, and yet it's his party that stands in this House and refuses to disclose the names of the donors, the people that showed up at the secret fundraiser. This is a secret list of the secret fundraiser. If the Justice Minister is going to continue to conduct herself in a way that people would believe is beyond reproach, it is in fact an absolute necessity that this debate happen, that transparency prevail, and that Canadians know the facts with regards to the conduct of the Justice Minister.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservatives on this issue, they at least have a sense of humor, you have to say. You really have to be bold to throw stones at the new Liberal government when over the last few years we've had Dean Del Maestro, we've had other scandals, the RCMP going to the Conservative offices, Mike Duffy, and so on. I think the Minister of Justice made an error and didn't respect the code of behavior for the Liberal government, but beyond that, could we just ask her to refund the amounts raised in this event in Toronto and move on to other things, to talk about issues that concern people, jobs, issues, and the healthcare system?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think that there's enough, conduct in every party that we might be able to throw stones. But I think Canadians expect transparency and expect to be repaid if, in fact, taxpayers' dollars have been misused. And, of course, the NDP is currently engaged in a debate in the courts with regards to if or not they'll repay funds that have clearly been misappropriated. But I think the honourable member across the way would agree that the minister across the way could clear the air by simply refunding the money, making a clear and transparent effort with Canadians to disclose who was there, and ensuring them that she will never, ever appoint those who showed up these fundraisers for fear that it would look like these people had engaged in a payment for special access to the minister.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, off and on through the day, I've had the opportunity to sit and to listen to the debate on this opposition motion introduced by my colleague, the member of St. Albert Edmonton. Earlier, I heard a member from the government talk about raising the bar and taking pride in the government's transparency and enhancement of their ethics. All of the government's speeches and questions highlighted the conduct of the ministers while taking pot shots at the opposition parties, trying to diminish the hot water situation that they are currently in themselves. But let us be real here and have a real discussion. We are sitting in the House of Commons, all hiding behind the Lobbying Act and letters from the Ethics Commissioner. For a minute, let's pretend we're sitting at the kitchen table having coffee and cookies. Or for many people in my riding, they'd be sitting at the Tim Hortons coffee shop. What is it that Canadians see, and what is the appearance of ethics in this particular situation? Is this government truly trying to raise the bar? Then if they're trying to raise the bar, then let's have an open discussion and stop hiding behind the rules and regulations and just look through the one lens that we need to look at, which is the appearance of conflict. As many of you in this House know, I have asked the Minister several questions specifically on this situation, at which time I have yet no response from that Minister. Each and every time, the House Leader chooses to rise and answer for the Minister. So I have heard several times that the Minister has inquired to the Ethics Commissioner, but we all know in this House that it was after the fundraiser had become publicly aware, or the public was made aware of it. I have heard members of the government ask opposition questions to take this outside and, in other terms, speak to it publicly without holding or hiding behind the member's privilege within this House. Earlier today, my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton reminded the government that we already have done this by publishing his own letters that he had written to the Ethics Commissioner. I stand here today speaking about ethics, not trying to hide behind anything, speaking as a Canadian, and let's just be honest here and discuss this. Let's start with the simple facts. The member was a guest speaker at a Toronto law firm. This particular law firm has legal dealings with the federal government. An attendee at the event decided to deregister as a lobbyist the evening before the event, something that he had been a lobbyist for 5 years prior. The member attended the event and indicated that her speech focused on the path for Canada, and the event cost participants $500 a plate to attend. Now let's add the situation to the following. The member is the Justice Minister and the Attorney General of Canada. And I'm going to read specifically this. The Prime Minister has publicly and transparently provided mandate letters to all of his ministers and has indicated to all members that political fundraising or activities that could affect or do not look like the effect to appear, the exercise, the official duties, or the access of individuals or organizations to the government. So sorry for splurging that. I hope you understand where I was going. These are just the facts, and I truly think at this point I should sit down because it's obviously clear that there has been a conflict of interest here. If we're looking at it through the telescope or the lens of, did this appear? We see a Justice Minister at a law firm. Does this appear? If anyone asked that question, they'd probably say, yeah, that seems like it does appear that way. So we're talking at the Canadian general public. Does this or does this not appear to be a conflict of interest? The minister should apologize and pay back the money from this fundraiser. Nice and simple and an easy solution. As any member in this chamber would have experienced, we're all members of Parliament, and we must stand up and be a pillar of our society and lead by example. And I think every member does their best to do so. Even I, a speedy driver, make sure I set the speedometer now so that I don't speed. Sounds very simple, but we need to be the leaders. We're needing to set that bar for what Canadians are supposed to be. Just because we're members of Parliament doesn't mean that we have different privilege. When sitting in a restaurant, nobody comes up to me to ask how my meal is, but they want to know what's happening in Ottawa, what's going on up there. And I believe every other parliamentarian has the exact same things happen to them. It's just not in Elgin, Middlesex, London. Now, specifically with this member, we're talking about the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General for Canada at a law firm. I think they've had some common ground here for discussions. Do you really think they talked about the Raptors game? Or do you think they were talking about when they were going to plant their spring gardens? These may be the common discussions at a sports bar or at a horticultural meeting, where we're talking about lawyers in the same room with one common background, which is justice. Does this fundraiser with the Minister of Justice held at a law firm pass the sniff test? In other words, you look at the pitcher of milk in the morning, It's curdled and it's lumpy. Then you proceed to smell it, assuming the milk has gone bad. Even the date on the package shows that it is expired. If the Minister of Justice already thought it might be an issue with the Ethics Commissioner, why did she have to go and ask? That clear. Because it was obviously, potentially, a conflict of interest, going back to the appearance of an interest. So let's go back to the simple question. If the Minister of Justice needed to take this to the Ethics Commissioner, would it not appear that there had been a potential conflict of interest? The key question on all of this is, did the political fundraiser activities or considerations affect or appear to affect the exercise of the minister's official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to the minister? This truly is a simple yes or no answer, but instead we find ourselves debating this on the floor today because the minister and the government refuse to live up by their own ethical standards. And as I will state, as many others have done so from our caucus, the Honourable Shelley Glover, following a fundraiser that she found out had a stakeholder under her portfolio was in attendance, she took this to the Ethics Commissioner, then paid the money back. It's that simple. There is a fix, an easy solution here. As I indicated throughout this discussion, the government has repeatedly responded to all questions by pointing the finger back at any previous wrongdoings. Wrongdoings that in the previous government's case resulted from either the money being paid back or being removed from the caucus. I already anticipate the questions coming from the government asking me to articulate what our government has done to rectify this issue. One of the first bills that we put back in 2006 was to introduce the Federal Accountability Act. It removed the donations from big business and unions and the idea that you could buy the person's vote. Now Canadians can only spend money from their own pocket and pocketbooks to make those donations up to $15.25. Earlier today, I was advised by Dr. Ted Hewitt, a longtime person from the City of London, that I had a positive and forward-focused individual, or that I was a positive and forward-focused individual. I hope that the government today, during this debate, can adopt this type of personality and stop chucking mud at all the opposition parties and just do the right thing. Take the words of the Prime Minister when he campaigned on open and transparent government, let the light shine on this issue and take it for exactly what it is, instead of hiding behind the legal jargon and the code of ethics. Rise above and do what your Prime Minister asked you to do. Be honest to Canadians. Earlier today, when discussing this speech with my staff, Scott attributed this to a simple situation. Simply, this ethic issue is like a difference between a circus and a zoo. Why do you pay so much to go to the fantastic circus performance and how much less to go to a simple zoo? Plainly, it's because we know that the animals at the circus can do incredible things. We know that those highly trained animals can jump, leap, and fly, much more entertaining than a sleepy lion at the zoo. We also know that these attendees that went to this event with the minister recognized she was one of those who could actually make differences in her high-profile job, that she could make a difference. She was a powerful, high-profile individual in the Government of Canada. Let's not forget that. We're just acting like it's a simple thing. Finally, the Minister of Justice should not accept the funds from those who have had vested interest in her incredibly important portfolio. Even if she was simply attending the fundraiser as an MP, something clearly seems wrong. The appearance of a conflict of interest is definitely evident in this activity. Before I finish, I would like to ask, many members on the other side have offered the statements for the financials showing this fundraiser. I would ask that you come over here and show me why I cannot find it on my iPad. Yes, once in a while I'll say I just can't find it, but I do not believe that those records are yet available. If you can find it, please just show me. We are telling Canadians that it's available. I can't find it, so if I can't find it, many Canadians would not find it. So I invite you to come and let's have coffee. You show me where I can find it, and then I will thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm afraid as Speaker I can't come down and show you, but I'm sure you meant everyone else, so if you don't mind. Thank you. That sounds great. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Boniface. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Believing that the honourable member and her party are serious, notwithstanding the fact that the Justice Minister has a ruling in writing from the Ethics Commissioner that no breach of ethics occurred, that no conflict of interest occurred, and notwithstanding the fact that the honourable member represents a party who were guilty on the In-N-Out scandal, who were guilty on the robocall scandal, who blatantly tried to suppress the vote through the conflict of the Unfair Elections Act, who had the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff give a $100,000 check to Mr. Duffy, who had the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary who actually went to jail in shackles, was let out in shackles, Mr. Speaker. This is the party that's guilty of everything that I've mentioned. So my question to the honourable member is, do you actually believe that Canadians feel you have any credibility whatsoever when you talk about ethical scandals?
Once again, I just want to remind the members that they are speaking through the speaker and not directly to each other. Otherwise, this could turn into a real hodgepodge of things. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
This is a very, very easy question for me. I am 100% serious. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for, excuse me, I just have to look, Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, l'île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe what I just heard from my Liberal friends over here. With what I just heard, I would just remind them that they still owe $40 million to Canadians. That being said, I agree 100% with my Conservative colleague here. In her opinion, does she believe that the Minister of Justice had an appearance of conflict of interest, and should she reimburse Canadians?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I 100% believe that the Justice Minister should be putting that money back to the people that have attended. Absolutely. When we talk about this, I'm just going to remind everybody in here, when we were all elected, we were elected on, with some of the people from the opposite side, sunny ways. I came here with the idea of working with others, and I can tell you, I have been heckled today by all the backbenchers of the opposite side. I have a gentleman here who did not listen to my 10-minute speech. And yes, I sit here and I listen and I almost laugh because the hypocrisy drives me crazy. If we're going to sit here and actually do things for parliamentarians and do things for Canadians, please live with what you're saying. And as I said, is this group, is this government going to be doing these sunny ways? I can tell you as the Member of Parliament, I sit here and think, why do we need to discuss this? You're absolutely right. Why are we seriously discussing this? And it's because the transparency, the accountability, and the truth to Canadians that this Prime Minister promised us is not being upheld.
We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I find it kind of surreal that I'm even rising today because today's debate and the issues that have been raised recently kind of remind me of the Shakespeare comedic play Much Ado About Nothing. But I take the point that the members opposite, including the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, is raising is the appearance of a conflict. And I want to get specifically to that, which is the nature of my question. And if we're going to apply the same standard that they're seeking to apply to us, would the member also be willing to go back through 10 years of records when they served in government, to go through each of their particular members of Executive Council, to see whether, in fact, they had stakeholders that were attending their fundraisers when ministers were attending as the guest speaker, and return the money to Canadians as well, where there is that appearance?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
You know, I truly do appreciate that question because I think as all parliamentarians, we need to move forward in a more positive manner for Canada. We sit there and we talk about what the NDP did. We talk about the $40 billion that you have done. We talk about the scandals on this side. I don't think anybody is perfect in this House, but I believe that from this day forward or from October 19th forward, we are the new government of Canada. I'm not. We're the government of Canada. We are the members of Parliament. So everybody wants to sit there and keep on throwing mud. How about we rise above? If this is what our Prime Minister is asking us, all members of Parliament should rise above, and we should live to those standards and see it from the ministers themselves as well.
Before resuming, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Baco in international trade. Reprise du débat.
Debate.
The honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I'd like to advise that agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures. And under the provisions of Standing Order 78-3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose, at the next sitting day, a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Thank you. Alors, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is good timing. We've just heard notice of time allocation because I was going to start by saying it's all one and the same. Liberal, Tory, same old story. The subject that is before us today, Mr. Speaker, is the questions of political financing. Of course, it's never for the right reasons in the news. And we're before a situation where the Conservative opposition motion is calling on the Minister of Justice to apologize and to refund the money she has raised. And we're simply asking them to follow the standards of ministers in the former Conservative government, for example, Shelley Glover, who repaid the money. So I don't think to the bar is very high when it comes from the Conservatives. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to touch on a number of points raised by this debate. The first is that when we talk about political financing or fundraising, I heard the government House leader during a question period, I heard him respond to questions by saying that it's normal to do fundraising in politics, so we shouldn't worry about it. But, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about ministers, and ministers have requirements and standards that are different from those of members of Parliament. I'm not saying that we don't have responsibilities as MPs, but there's a significant difference between a minister who looks after justice, so when she sits down with lawyers, hopefully she'll be talking about subjects that are only related to her file. So there's a big difference between that and a lady in my riding who decides to give me $20 because she finds that I do a good job as her representative. So that's where we fall into questions of appearance of conflict. And the Prime Minister sets certain standards for his ministers, and they indicate that partisan activities or fundraising activities must not be engaged in if they give an appearance of conflict of interest or that people can pay for having preferential access to ministers, and that's where the problem lies. Now, I'm an eternal optimist, so I'm hoping that the minister doesn't only listen to people who will pay for having access to her, but once again, the problem is perception. Canadians are wondering whether they would have to pay $500 to have the minister's ear. Now, before going forward, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to indicate that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Elmwood Transcona. I've been so rattled by the fact that there's already a time allocation motion that I forgot to mention that. So, Mr. Speaker, back to this motion. We're in a situation where Canadians are having doubts. They're wondering certain things, and already they are becoming more and more cynical about politics. There's already too much cynicism within the public, and it is being exacerbated by this kind of political fundraising activity where people have the impression that if they pay, a minister will listen to them, but not otherwise. When we go door knocking, we know that we will meet people who say, I don't care about politics, I couldn't care less. And when we ask them why, and when we try to talk about the projects we're working on and the good work that we can do as members of Parliament and the difference we can make in their communities, well, often those people say, well, they're all crooked. They're all the same. and only people with power and money have access to our elected officials. And as an ordinary Canadian, I can't have access to these people, so I can't communicate with an elected official. So why should I bother? Why should I care? And when we find ourselves in that situation, without supposing what a minister is going to do, we might think that she would be careful about giving the impression that the only people who have access to her are people who might donate to the Liberal Party. And that's a big black cloud that is now hanging over Parliament and over politics. And that is going to follow us everywhere, because even though I am very, very far from being a member of the Liberal Party, when I go door knocking in my riding, I meet citizens who say, you know, look at this situation. And I will tell them, well, yeah, but that's the Liberal Party. That's the good old Liberal Party. I'm doing politics differently, but it doesn't change anything, Mr. Speaker. Those people will still say, it doesn't matter. You're all the same. You're all crooked. So we all have responsibility as elected officials to do better. And for ministers, that responsibility is double or tenfold, because they don't just represent the people in their riding. They represent political institutions, and especially in the case of the Minister of Justice, when we consider the responsibilities that have been granted to her. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is a trend that we are seeing more and more. It's not just the Minister of Justice. We're also talking about preferential access to the Minister of National Revenue. It's tax season, so some people are going to receive their tax returns. They're going to make checks out to the government. So for some people it's a happy time of year, and for some people it's not. But at the end of the day, regardless of how those people feel during tax season, pay their fair share. So people who are millionaires and who deal with KPMG can also take advantage of the tax season. And that is fine, except that we learned this week that there are cocktail evenings for people who are supposed to be monitoring tax evasion. So this fuels Canadian cynicism more and more with regard to preferential access. And the Minister of National Revenue, just like the House Leader, rose in this House today and said, well, listen, it's normal. The people who work for CRA are in the same professional order as people who monitor tax evasion. So this has nothing to do with tax evasion. It's a question of participating in an event given by their professional order among accountants. This group of people who are accountants. But once again, Mr. Speaker, it's a problem of perception. Who knows what goes on at those meetings? Who knows what they discuss? And you have Canadians who say, well, you know, if I had that much money, if I could go to those secret meetings, maybe I would be heard as well. But this type of situation creates a perception that is extremely problematic, and it certainly undermines the trust that people have in their public institutions, that Canadians have in us as elected officials. And it is a completely unacceptable situation, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are going to be supporting this motion. So yes, we do support it, but I dare to hope that we understand that this is scandalous. It's a terrible situation. But when I think that there are people who are losing their jobs, when I think about C10, that has just been time allocated, the hypocrisy of the Liberals in this regard, well, when I consider people who don't have access to EI, despite the rhetoric on the part of the government who say they're going to change the system, when I think of the matter of tax evasion, I fervently believe that despite the problems that are plaguing these two parties, and now that the Liberals have taken power, well, I think that we need to stand up and debate issues that really affect people in their daily lives, and that's what we should do. So, yes, we're going to support this motion, but let's get back to real matters, and that is what is the most important.
I'd like to make one last point before concluding, Mr. Speaker. I would say to everyone watching that when they see this kind of behavior, they shouldn't give up hope. If they find this unfortunate and deplorable, we need to work to change the attitudes. What we hope to do is to replace this government that is not keeping its promises, this one or any of its others.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, but there's something I'm wondering, and that is whether our friends on the other side of the floor have their heads in the sand. It's one thing to attack the minister, but I find it very surprising to hear them say, who was there, who attended, who did she speak with? That makes no sense. Do they even have to know when the minister speaks to her husband? They need to speak the truth. Do they think that the minister committed an illegal act? They need to say so here in the House and outside the House, if so. They need to do that. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the context of the conversations with her husband, I hope that we will have a little bit more explanation on certain aspects there. What I said was that I don't doubt the integrity of the minister, but the fact remains, what she did, it may not be illegal, but it may be unethical. So that is the distinction we have to make. When people pay $500, $600, it doesn't matter the amount, for access to the Liberal government, to this minister, then this is activity that goes against what the Prime Minister called for. It is immoral. It is a violation of the commitments made by this government to be open and transparent. Now, I put that in quotes because that's not what we're seeing. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. I enjoyed listening to my colleague from the South Shore of Quebec. I really enjoy hearing him and what he had to say. I'm pleased to take part in this debate and this kind of debate, but we need to talk about creating jobs, about natural resources, creating wealth, helping small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. Now, we have concerns about the ethical issues involved in the management of public money. We know that the NDP had these satellite offices involving $2.7 million, so I think they should be careful. Now, beyond appearances, could I ask the member whether he feels that the Minister of Justice did something that goes beyond appearances? What is the opinion about that? I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for his compliments, and I don't want to go back to the kangaroo court that found the NDP guilty with respect to those satellite offices. I really want to talk about the Prime Minister's guidelines and how they haven't been followed. The Conservatives were the majority at that time on the Internal Economy Board, and that doesn't have anything to do with this situation. The ministers have even more responsibility than ordinary members. Ministers represent their departments, the institution, and so this is why the situation is even more problematic in this case.
Or Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think just to set the context, I doubt I'm the first to read this into the record today, but I think it's just worth quoting the ethical principles that the ministers were given. quote, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they've made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. Now, I share the view expressed by many members here today on both sides of the House, actually, that these are not the kinds of things that I came here to talk about. I think there are a lot more important issues that we should be addressing. But that can't be used as an excuse. I would say that's an argument for ministers not to engage in this kind of activity, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't have to spend time talking about it. Because so long as there is going to be that kind of activity, then we have to talk about it. So it's not opposition members who should be blamed for having brought this issue forward. If the government earnestly wants to spend our time talking about the other issues, and I would agree with them that we should be talking about an expansion of the Canada Pension Plan, we should be talking about instituting a national pharmacare program, we should be talking about rolling out childcare across the country, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'd like to be talking about. But so long as the government is going to engage in the kinds of activities that brought about this debate, then we're not going to be able to do that, because these things have to be addressed and not cynically used as a smokescreen to try and get the government out of trouble when their ministers are behaving in ways that are obviously inappropriate, not illegal. We're not here to say that this is an illegal activity, but they're inappropriate activities, and we do hold ministers in this country to a higher code of conduct, and that makes sense, Mr. Speaker. I think that's what Canadians expect. It's certainly what I expect, and I think that this tendency, and we've seen it with other governments. I think we saw this under the previous government. We saw it under governments previous to that government, Mr. Speaker, to insist on the narrow legal definitions of conduct for ministers and not accept that there is a higher code of conduct, and that ministers not only have to be following the law and not only following principles of ethics, but they have to be seen to be following those principles, or there is a problem. Now, traditionally, you would have ministers step aside if there was a problem while it was investigated. Those ministers then later would come back if they were cleared, and not if they weren't. And this tendency, Mr. Speaker, that I find quite unfortunate to bear down and say, well, if you can't prove it in a court of law, then too bad, we're going to carry on as if it doesn't matter, is not acceptable, and it flies in the face of the code of conduct that the Prime Minister himself, not eons ago, this isn't some former Prime Minister that brought these things in 100 years ago or 150 years ago. This is something that the new Prime Minister himself, just months ago, brought in and said that it was important that his ministers be held to this higher standard. And so it's not something that the opposition is just suddenly making up, Mr. Speaker. And it's not something that the Prime Minister just brought in willy-nilly either. I mean, this was part, and we hear it every day ad nauseum, frankly, Mr. Speaker, when ministers get up to talk about transparency and openness and accountability and how they're setting a new bar. What has happened here, a private fundraiser for lawyers to meet the Justice Minister and to advertise access to the Justice Minister, is not anywhere near consistent with setting a new bar, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty low, and people have a right to be concerned. They have a right to be concerned not just because this is selling access to a minister of the Crown, but also because it's doing that within her area of responsibility, which is quite significant, Mr. Speaker. This is a person who appoints judges for Canada. And so it's a fundraiser of potential candidates, or potentially, I mean, we don't know exactly, but certainly people who practice law are potentially candidates for appointment to the bench. And they bought a $500 ticket to an event to meet the person that could be the gateway to the next promotion in their career. I don't think you have to be a lawyer or a professor of ethics to understand what's wrong with that, Mr. Speaker. I really don't think you do. Now, I was sympathetic early on. I mean, there were accusations leveled pretty early on about the Justice Minister. Another member alluded to that earlier, having to do with her husband. And my own privately, I kind of felt, well, you can't put your spouse in a blind trust, and I understand. And there hasn't been any evidence so far that she's going to demonstrate poor judgment. So let's wait and see. Well, we didn't have to wait very long, Mr. Speaker, to show that this minister is capable of great lapse in ethical judgment, because this is just not defensible. And then to try and say that, oh, well, you know, it wasn't really in my capacity as minister that they wanted to meet with me. No, a whole bunch of high-priced lawyers in Toronto just wanted to meet with me because I'm an MP for Vancouver. Come on. Come on. I mean, this is just, I mean, it's amazing to hear, and I appreciate it. So government members want to try to defer to the ethical lapses of the previous government, and there is a lot of material to mine there, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I mean, I can appreciate that they want to bring those things up. They want to bring them up because, in part, it was those arguments and it was those actions by the previous government that created the impetus for change, which they promised. But it's a double-edged sword, Mr. Speaker, to remind Canadians just how angry they were with the ethical lapses of the previous government when your Minister of Justice is involved in the very kinds of activity that we're here to talk about today. Part of the issue, Mr. Speaker, is about trust. So, you know, when we hear the kind of defense that the Minister of Justice is putting forward about her actions, and it doesn't pass the smell test, that hurts trust in government. I'm going to have to take this occasion just to say, because I think it speaks to questions of openness and transparency. I mean, just before I got up to speak, and the member previous got up to speak, the government came into the House, and again, I mean, if they wanted to distinguish themselves from the previous government, what did they do, Mr. Speaker? There's a serious debate before the House about the jobs of Canadian aerospace workers, and we just witnessed the government House Leader come in this House and serve notice of a motion to invoke closure, Mr. Speaker. This is, I mean, of all the cynical tools and all the worst tools of a majority government to ram its agenda through, closure is the worst. The previous government took that tool and reformed it and brought it to new heights, I would say, Mr. Speaker. And again, consistent with this, you know, or so we thought, criticism of the previous government, we were told we're going to have a new government. It was going to take the role of Parliament differently. It was going to treat Parliament differently. The ministers are going to be held to a higher ethical standard. And we see on the legislative end now, I mean, they hardly have a bill before Parliament, Mr. Speaker. They've had several routine bills on the estimates. They've got 2 bills that are mandated by the Supreme Court with a deadline before summer. They've got a few bills that simply repeal some acts of the previous government. They hardly have a bill of their own that they actually wrote themselves. And it hasn't been before the House. We've had 2 days of debate on that bill, and they're already invoking closure, Mr. Speaker. It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable when we have such a sparse legislative agenda that they would be using closure. And then they want to say, just trust us. Just trust us on the other stuff, and don't talk about our conduct outside the House. We're a trustworthy government. But when we want to have a discussion, apparently or not, as closure would seem to imply, about the jobs of 2,600 families, you know, with members who are working for Air Canada, we're going to shut that down. That's what we're going to do, and that's what we're seeing from the government today. So if they wanted to show to us that they are to be trusted, that we don't need to have these kinds of debates to hold them to account, I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that as time goes on, they're beginning to look a lot in their methods like the previous government. And where the previous government, to its small credit, Mr. Speaker, had a similar fundraising scandal with an MP from my hometown, the former MP for St. Boniface. She at least paid the money back, Mr. Speaker. So I hear the arguments of members across the way on the government side in terms of their disappointment in the ethical conduct of the previous government. However, I would say that the more they make these arguments, the more it raises the question, why wouldn't you at least do what they did, at the very least? I mean, never mind holding yourself to a higher ethical bar, Mr. Speaker. At the very least, you could hold yourself to the same bar. We're not seeing that, and we're seeing it's not long in, and already this government is beginning to adopt some of the habits of the previous government. I find that quite unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, which was very naturally delivered, very well documented. We see his great interest for democracy. And we can see that the Liberals talked so much about this idyllic, new, sunny ways type of government. They really hammered that home so much. And that's a little bit maddening when we see what's happening. The opposition, the official opposition as well, has a duty to look at the truth. And we've been told we should not have any doubts at all about this new government. They have this concept of the natural governing party. So does my colleague not think that there is a huge amount of pretension here in their conduct?
Well, thank you very much for the question and the point well made within the question, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I would agree with you there. I think to summon the kind of indignation that we've seen from the government bench on this issue when the facts are quite clear. So, I mean, and again, we're not here to say what's being done is illegal. That's a red herring, Mr. Speaker. It's a red herring according to the very criteria that the Prime Minister himself set out not more than 6 months ago. Because what's at issue is not whether the law was broken. What's at issue is whether this is conduct becoming of a minister under the Code of Conduct implemented by the new Prime Minister. And when you see what happened, a $500 a plate fundraising event in Toronto, apparently for the member from Vancouver, Granville, unless you were wrapped in this sort of insulating blanket of self-righteousness, you could not be blind to the fact that this does not meet that bar, Mr. Speaker. And so there's clearly something getting in the way of Liberal members having a sort of, veridical appreciation of the facts, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know what that is, if it's rose-colored glasses or that blanket of self-righteousness or what. But this is just clearly, this merits an apology. It merits giving the money back. And then it merits moving on and getting down to the real issues when we have a government that knows how to behave.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beyond the debate that we're actually having here today, and I certainly listened carefully to the very interesting speech made by my colleague here, but is the debate not really about the funding of political parties, how that financing should be done? The former Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, established two principles, and one was that those who vote should contribute, and also that there is a duty to provide each political party with funding based on the number of votes obtained. Both of those principles were jettisoned by the former government. Prime Minister Chrétien and the Liberal Party at that time established these two principles, that is, that $2 per vote would be provided to each party, and also that voters should be doing the financing. Then we wouldn't have to have these $500 soirees to get ready for elections. Thank you very much for the question. I am sympathetic to the principle that political parties should be supported through public funds to a certain extent, but I would also say that it is important not to use that argument to excuse behavior that is not excusable, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, I think that we should have a debate and reopen that issue of political financing through public funds. But that is not an excuse for the conduct of the minister.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, j'aimerais commencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton Riverbend. So many people stood up today to talk about this motion. And I would like to discuss the government finances or other issues, or the lack of respect that towards workers in the province of Alberta who are in the energy industry, the oil industry, who are looking for work. This government's not doing anything for them, but this Parliament and this House is able to choose any subject for the debate on this day. And the subject today is government ethics and the decision of the government minister, the Minister of Justice. Her mandate letter says in one section that we're also committed to raising the bar in terms of transparency within the government. And of course, this is drafted by the Prime Minister, and it says if we make mistakes, we must recognize them immediately. Canadians do not require of us that we be perfect, but we have to be open, honest, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. And I agree with that. On this side of the House, therefore, we're not asking for perfection from the Justice Minister and the other members of Cabinet, but we are asking that the mandate letters sent to the Minister be respected. That's exactly what we're asking. Moreover, on the Prime Minister's website on the 17th of November 2015, on what was stated about ministers, it was said that standards must be respected, not just the law. And he said they are bound to carry out their official obligations and their personal business in a way that would stand up to the most rigorous inspection.
This issue so far, we've been looking at the law and the expectation, and that side set the expectation very, very high. So what we're asking on this side of the House is simply to meet the expectation that they put forward to the general public, to members of this House, regardless of the party that they're in. And they're not doing this. They're actually not living up to this high expectation that they set. If they want to be treated differently, if they want to get credit for acting to a certain ethical bar, then they should meet this new expectation. In fact, when the previous Conservative government was brought to power by Canadians who voted for them, one of the very first large piece of legislation brought in was Bill C-2, which was the Accountability Act. The greatest change to how this House works, how public office holders are expected to act and what they're expected to be doing in their dealings with interest groups, stakeholders, persons who may want something out of the government, who are seeking an advantage of some sort. And I'm worried that when certain members get up and they begin to pontificate and tell us, we can't be debating this because it's not an issue, let's go back to 2006. Let's go back to the 1990s, if you want to, and see what that caused and eventually led to the introduction of the Accountability Act. And the Accountability Act was a response directly to the sponsorship scandal, and it was members of the Liberal Party who caused the sponsorship scandal. In fact, I finished reading recently Révolution Tranquille by Martine Tremblay, which kind of gave us a history of the Bloc, the party, the movement in the province of Quebec. And the sponsorship scandal gave fuel to that party. It basically gave fuel to them and allowed them to continue on an extra decade. And I would say that that scandal involving millions upon millions of dollars, Liberal Party organizers, funneling money from government programs to their pockets, did more damage to our Confederation, did more damage to federal unity than I think any other act in the last 50 years that I can remember. So we should start with that. It's interesting, too, because when you think about this, about 10 years ago, it was April 11th, 2006, when the first reading of that bill was tabled in this House. And the third reading was by the 21st of June, 2006. So it's almost exactly 10 years since that happened. In that act, in Act C-2, the then Conservative government, proposed the Conflict of Interest Act, creating for the first time a legislative regime governing the ethical conduct of public office holders, both during and after employment. I think we have to imagine that no party is perfect, no individual is perfect. The only expectation that we have is if you set a public expectation that you will rise up and live up to the expectation you've set with the public. So I think it's important to remember that when that bill was reported back, it was after a fulsome debate at committee, and that actually many amendments were made, both by members of the government and by members of the opposition at the time. So that act, the bill that basically reset the ethical standards, the expectations that both ministers, members of parliament have to live by, had unanimous agreement that this needed to be done, that the contents of it were something everybody could agree to. Now, I want to take this opportunity too, like I've done in every single speech, and I'm sure the member for Westmount will appreciate this. I do have a Yiddish proverb I think that applies here, and it's that caution brings speed in the end. And I think if the Minister of Justice had been more cautious in her dealings with stakeholders and more cautious in how she approached these types of events, that she wouldn't find herself in a situation where members are calling into question the behavior that she has done, the acts that she has done outside of this House. And I think that's really unfortunate. I think I heard during question period today, the Prime Minister said that he leads a cabinet and a government by cabinet. So cabinet members decide. I think we don't do any favors to any member of the cabinet when we don't allow them to speak for themselves. And the Minister of Democratic Institutions spoke up today on this matter, and she raised a few interesting points. I'll give her that. But she also said that the previous Conservative government disrespected Parliament, disrespected the House, and I guess did not meet her expectations for ethical conduct. But, I mean, what could be more disrespectful than not allowing the minister to stand up and speak up for herself and defend her own actions, when instead we have the government House leader often doing it? I'd love to hear from the Minister of Justice and get her version, her facts, and her way of thinking when she took those actions. So I think that's an important thing to remember. We should always live up to the expectation we've set, not perfection. So it was also when one member previously also mentioned prorogation. So the Conservative government did prorogue Parliament, as I remember, but it was also Prime Minister Chrétien who, as I remember, prorogued Parliament to avoid the Auditor General's report on the sponsorship scandal. So let's remember that too, that we're not all perfect. Not all governments are perfect. Governments make mistakes. Sometimes individuals in the governments make mistakes. So let's not call for perfection. Let's call for just meeting a new standard. And when I think of these facts, I think of like the debate until now has kind of ignored the fact that nobody has called for perfection. People have been calling for common sense, reasonableness, a test of reasonableness. In fact, the Minister of Justice is going to be moving on for headlining $1,000 per head fundraiser later this month, basically copying what the provincial Liberal government had been doing up to now, which is setting fundraising targets for their ministers. Now, it leads us to wonder, is that happening on that side of the House as well? Are they adopting these practices? And when I think about that too, I mean, I go back to the budget document, Mr. Speaker, and in here on page 210 on Chapter 7, it says, better government for Canadians, focusing on outcomes. And that's, I think, what the government should be doing, and what the minister should be doing is, whenever they take on one of these fundraisers, whenever they agree to a meeting with these stakeholders where there's exchange of money potentially, because they're buying tickets to attend, you should look at the outcomes. What will be the public outcome of this? What will the public think if you're meeting with individuals that could be potentially eligible to be appointed to a government and council appointment, either to become judges or heads of crown corporations, ambassadorships? What is the outcome of having this fundraiser? And it's a debate in the House, debating whether the actions were correct, whether the actions were incorrect, whether they should return the money, whether they should keep the money or not. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the debate has been fulsome. Lots of members have raised interesting points. They've spoken up on the importance of ethics and meeting a new expectation, and that's what I want the government to do. This is a government by cabinet that I want the Minister of Justice to be able to stand up and speak up for herself. And I would call on to her to return the money. That's the right thing to do. I would also say that I invite all members to vote for this motion. It's a good motion. It's straight to the point. It's all we're asking for, Mr. Speaker. Thanks very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Laurent.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
not brought to power by the people who voted for them, as the member says, so much as by the sheer force of the number of voters that were suppressed by the Conservatives' unethical electoral practices. Mr. Speaker, how do Conservatives sleep at night knowing that they have condemned a young, unilingual, non-technical local staffer to jail for a national, coordinated, bilingual, and highly technical voter suppression scheme? When it comes to the Conservatives, ethics are as mythical a creature as balanced budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I'd like to thank the member for his question on this. It's an interesting one. I speak as a bilingual member of parliament from Calgary Shepherd. As I remember, this election actually had one of the highest voter turnouts, despite what they claim on that side of the House, that there was a problem with the Fair Elections Act. In fact, I think in my riding, we had the highest voter turnout ever. I won by, whose count, about 43,706 votes, the highest in Calgary. I thank my constituents for entrusting me with this. In fact, I believe I got more votes than the former Prime Minister as well in his riding. But there was nothing wrong with the act itself. If I look at the Ottawa region, I think it was an 80% voter turnout. So the act had no effect on voter turnout. And as far as staffing decisions, and as far as conduct for the previous government, again, I'm one of those members that was just elected to this parliament, so I can speak what's happened now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, and I note his point that he was elected to this 42nd parliament, but I recall the beginnings of the 41st parliament where the previous Conservative platform called for an Accountability Act with 52 specific measures. Many of them dealt with the issues we're debating today, and we wouldn't be debating them today if the previous Conservative government had kept its word and brought in those 52 specific measures. This was an issue much discussed by the most knowledgeable group in the country, Democracy Watch, and I'd ask the honourable member if he would support bringing back the 22 missing ethics commitments of the Conservative platform from 2006.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. That's a good question. I wouldn't mind looking at all 52 of those recommendations one more time. It has been many, many years. I think when it comes to the question of ethics, it's not so much what you put into the law. It's its application and the expectations that you set. So there's, like I mentioned on the Prime Minister's website, there's a question of what the law says and then the expectation you have to live up to. And when I was the registrar for the HR profession in the province of Alberta, what I would recommend to members when they asked me ethical question was that what the law says is the minimum requirement. It's the minimum bar you have to meet. But it's the perception that you could have a conflict is what you should be worried about. And many of my members at the time, what they had was basically problems between a company code of ethics and a professional code of ethics and how the two meet together. So in there, they would have to see where the minimum bar was set and then what the expectation would be both of their clients, their employees, their employer, and then outside stakeholders as well. So I think when we're looking at the law, what the law says, we also have to look beyond that at what society expects out of professionals, members of parliament, and ministers as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Nous avons le temps pour une.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for the excellent speech. His references were very good and done in excellent French as well. And his performance in the election was unbelievable. And he was maybe bettered only by the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to ask him is what the minister should do to start afresh from this story. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, 50 seconds or less, please. Thank you very much. And I thank my member for the question. The member should give the money back and apologize to this House. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member
for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's I wouldn't necessarily say it's a privilege and honor to rise today. It's something that unfortunately we all have to do in the House, particularly when there's an incident like this one. And I commend the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, for bringing this motion before the House. I think it's something that he's worked hard at to ensure that we're holding this government accountable, not only in his critic role, but as a member of Parliament as well. He's been doing a bunch of media interviews I've seen him on, and it's been something that I know has kept him up late at night, and something that he prepares for each next day. So when I heard the government House Leader in here go give his speech, which he had some interesting points, but then he comes and he begins to attack the honourable member from St. Albert Edmonton on the very issue that he's in here debating, that he had a fundraiser with then the Minister of Health. It was a $35 fundraiser versus a $500 a plate fundraiser, and it wasn't in the capacity as the Minister of Health. There were no health stakeholders there. There was nothing to be gained by members attending that within the health profession. So it's rich to hear that that's the attempt that was made by the opposition, or the members opposite, because quite honestly, with why we're here is because it's a lot of back and forth. We've had finger pointing all day on both sides of the House. It reminds me of being back home in the wonderful constituency of Edmonton Riverbend. I have two little daughters. One's 8 and one's 7, and they will constantly attempt to blame each other and say, no, it was her, no, it was her. But at the end of the day, it's not necessarily about who did it, why they did it. It's getting an apology from one to the other, and that's a trait and a value I try to instill in them. And to see the Minister of Justice, first of all, repeatedly refuse to stand in the House and not acknowledge this, allow the House Leader to stand and do the dirty work for her, that's frustrating. But then also to not have her admit the mistake. That's simply what we're looking for. I would imagine how this day would be different if she did do that. Even if the government House Leader did that on her behalf, I'm sure that would have made the day a bit less like this, and a bit more progress we could see in the day. Mr. Speaker, I also like to. There's a few we talk about in the motion. We talk about the minister to follow her own guidelines. I guess perhaps we're assuming that the minister read the guidelines, and maybe that's where it's gone south for the minister, because quite honestly, I read the guidelines. It's penned by the Prime Minister, the open and accountable government. I have a number of tabs here. One of them, set limitations on outside activities, acceptance of gifts, invitations to special events, and hospitality and post-employment activities. That kind of, I think that's just that alone. If you're looking at that as a minister, you would say, wait a minute, maybe this is an event I shouldn't attend. Next, under Part 1, public scrutiny. Public office holders have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny, an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. Again, huge check mark. I would imagine that the minister would have read that and went, wait a minute, maybe this isn't an event I should have attended. Next, Annex B, the big one, if you will, Mr. Speaker. The appearance of conflict of interest and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. That is, again, what we're debating here. We're not standing and debating if the ethics commissioner, if we agree or disagree with her ruling, as a lot of the members on the other side have asked the questions. We're talking largely about this specific point in Annex B, page 21, for those of you following along. It's something that the Prime Minister has gone and told his entire front bench this is what he intends to hold them up to. And when they disregard this very point, it's questionable of what they're going to disregard in the future from the Prime Minister. Again, general principles, page 22. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. That, Mr. Speaker, again, huge check mark. I would think that the minister would have looked at that and said, wait a minute, let's double check with this before we go ahead. Not 48 hours before, but weeks before the event happened. As I bet you this wouldn't have gone forward if she would have done that. The last one, Mr. Speaker, ministers and parliamentary secretaries should not seek to have departmental stakeholders included on fundraising or campaign teams on boards of electoral district associations. Now, that gets me to the point I'd like to discuss that we don't know who was at this fundraiser. We will find out eventually when the report comes out. But simply asking in this motion is for the minister to tell us who was at the fundraiser. We want her to let us know so we can be clear on this side of the House that whoever that was there isn't going to be appointed to a federal bench job, isn't going to be appointed to any other sort of special committee. It's something that we, on our side, as critics for the government, we need to make sure that we're holding the government to account. And without knowing these sorts of things, it makes our job a lot harder. This would be something, when you speak of open and accountable government, would again make it a lot more open and transparent if we could have that. Mr. Speaker, then I'm assuming with everything I said with the open and accountable government, the letter penned by the Prime Minister to all of his front bench, that she didn't read it. If she read it, it wasn't incredibly thoroughly, but I assume she read her mandate letter then, Mr. Speaker. Where it says in her mandate letter, it is my expectation from the Prime Minister to the Justice Minister, my expectation that we will deliver real results, professional government to Canadians. I think the mere fact that we're having this debate calls that into question. Second, we made a commitment to Canadians to pursue our goals with a renewed sense of collaboration. I'm certain that's not what he meant when he indicated that was a fundraiser with a law firm. However, when in page 3, he says, it is important that we acknowledge our mistakes when we make them. Mr. Speaker, not standing up and recognizing that this was something, that a mistake was made. Obviously, she was not there as the member of Vancouver. Like, I think when the laughter from our side of the House is a good indication that probably wasn't going to go over too well in the general public either. But why would she be there as the member from Vancouver Granville to speak at a downtown law firm in Toronto? Boggles my mind, and to see each member standing up and defending that she was there. And what were her words? She was there as a member of Parliament to talk about Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I talk about Canada every day. People aren't paying $500 to come hear me talk. Granted, I'm a backbencher in the Conservative side, but still, as a member of Parliament, I go out and I talk about Canada. I think it's rich to have that as the argument as to the reason why she should be invited to a downtown law firm as the top lawyer in the country, going and talking to a bunch of other lawyers who a lot of them could possibly be looking for contracts in the future. So I think it exercised poor judgment on the minister's part. I would encourage the minister, this isn't her first run in here in the House, to consider this day, if this motion is defeated, to consider this as something that maybe perhaps she should continue to think twice, 3 times, 4 times before she goes and attends these events or any future events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to resist the temptation to provide some suggestions about what my honourable colleague across the way might fetch in the way of a speaker's fee. But here's what I would say. Look, we've spent a lot of time today speaking about open and transparency with respect to fundraising. And from our side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, this is not just about fundraising. This is about stitching together a number of components with respect to achieving that goal. So My honourable colleagues across the way used to introduce bills by way of omnibus fashion, and they would bury all sorts of policy, and the public would try and get at and unearth some of the essential components of those bills, and they couldn't do it because it was buried amongst volumes and volumes of pages and pages of legislation. We've done away with that practice. That past government on the other side of the aisle never published a single mandate letter that was attached to a ministry or a responsible minister. We've done away with that practice. We now, in the spirit of openness and transparency, are putting the mandate letters on the website, making them accessible to all. And with respect to the membership fees of our party, that side of the aisle is raising membership fees. They've now put it up to $25, and our party...
Point of order.
Direct you under Standing Order 11.2 to remind the member to return to the relevancy of this debate. He's going off on government things that aren't related to government business. I'd encourage you under Standing Order 11.2 to remind him to return to the relevancy of this debate.
Well, thank you. There's been a number of issues discussed this afternoon that are, I think, judgment is what comes up. I'll let the honourable member finish what he's saying, and we'll see what happens when he's done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is about a culture of openness and transparency, and our party and our government is committed to making this party and this government as open as possible and setting the threshold higher than it's ever been. Now, with respect to fundraising, what I would say to my honourable colleague, and if he demonstrates just a tad more patience, I'll get to that in a moment. The minister consulted with the ethics commissioner. She abided by all of the laws and the rules that are set, and she absolutely at no time breached any of them. So I wonder why the honourable colleague across the way won't acknowledge the proactive steps that she took in consulting with all of the appropriate authorities before she attended this event.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
I assume I have about 10 seconds, Mr. Speaker, but yeah, wow. So that was a bunch of inaccurate facts listed there. Let's first of all talk about how the omnibus bills. We just came, like not even an hour ago from a time allocation. It's I can't see how he can stand up and argue that fact. I'd like to think I could fetch a fee, but perhaps we'll see how the Justice Minister survives this, and we'll go from there, I guess. Mandate letters, I betcha wish that there was some changes to those mandate letters, particularly the lines that was quoted from. It's important that we acknowledge our mistakes when we make them. I think I outlined it pretty clear that this Justice Minister provided a very poor lack of judgment when she went and she agreed to do this fundraiser. When she then came into I think it was a media interview in front of the fundraiser, saying that she was there as a member of Parliament. There's honestly nobody, even the other side has to admit deep down they don't believe that she was there. And then to stand in the House and say she was there talking about Canada, I think it speaks to some of this culture that he speaks about that we've supposedly grown or changed from. This is her second incident. It's the agriculture minister. We've talked about him in the House. We've talked about the House leader in the House. We've talked today about the international trade minister in the House. I like to know what type of culture he's referring to, because this isn't looking too good on their end. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I believe I only have a certain limited amount of time to speak in this debate, probably not as long as the honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence just spoke in the questions and comments period. But that's good, Mr. Speaker, because to be honest, when I was first elected to Parliament, I didn't really expect to be speaking in debates such as this one. I have been very proud to rise in the House each and every time thus far that I've spoken, talking about issues such as the amendment to the Air Canada Act, such as talking about the budget in response to the throne speech, and talking about our opposition, our united opposition in this House to the BDS movement. But to be honest, I have very little interest in speaking in a debate that is simply one side throwing mud against the other side and going back and forth and back and forth. Personally, I didn't get elected to complain about what the last government did, and I didn't get elected to throw mud at my own government. I think that this debate is a futile waste of the time of the House of Commons. And to be honest, as somebody who is generally pretty nonpartisan, and I hope my colleagues in the official opposition believe that, I don't think that this motion was the best motion they probably could have come up with for today. I think I've seen much, much better motions from their side, and I'm hoping in the future I'll be speaking to much, much better motions from that side. So to me, what would have been useful? In the event that there is a concern right now over a fundraiser that the Ethics Commissioner has declared to be perfectly legitimate and in line with current guidelines, it may have been useful to put forward a motion as to how we should change Canadian fundraising laws, rules, regulations, procedures, so as to make something clearly not possible. But that's not what came forward. What came forward was simply a criticism of the Minister of Justice. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure to work with the Minister of Justice now for several months. I know her to be a woman of great integrity. I know her to be a woman who is not only intelligent, but is also somebody who would not put herself in a position that was compromising. She is somebody who checked this out. She checked with the Ethics Commissioner. She asked the questions. Now, I could understand complaints if nobody ever asked the question as to whether or not this was okay, but she asked in advance. She took the precaution. She wanted to be sure, and she did that. And for that, Mr. Speaker, you know, I can only say that I disagree as a result with the text of the motion. I'd much rather, Mr. Speaker, that we were talking about the economy. I'd much rather, Mr. Speaker, that we were talking about the $120 billion we're putting into infrastructure. I'd much rather, Mr. Speaker, we were talking about issues of substance and interest to Canadians, like the monies we're giving Canadians under the Canada Child Benefit, or the extra amounts we're giving to seniors under the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Because that's what Canadians, Mr. Speaker, really want to hear about. And I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that you're giving me the chance to wind down, because I'd like to share good wishes with all of the members of the House. There's been a lot of rancor going back and forth today, and I only hope, Mr. Speaker, that despite that rancor, we all leave here today as friends and colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have 1 minute. We still have 1 minute to go here. A very brief question. Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have liked to talk about the $30 billion deficit left by this government, the changes to tax programs. I would have liked to have talked about that too. But we're talking about this issue because there's a Minister of Justice who did not comply with the rules of ethics proposed by her own government. So how can the member defend a minister who acted in a non-compliant manner with the rules, a Minister of Justice who charged $500 to lawyers to be able to speak to her? The Honourable Member from Mount Royal. I'm very pleased to respond to my friend and colleague, and I would say that I will respond in a less aggressive tone. I believe very frankly that we have already provided an answer. The Ethics Commissioner already responded. She said that there was no violation of the Code of Conduct. And so how can they say there is a violation of the Code of Conduct when the Ethics Commissioner has told our colleague that there is no non-compliance? It's unbearable.
5:33 p.m. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved that the House urge the Minister of Justice to A, follow her government's own guidelines for ministers and ministers of state as described in Annex B of Open and Accountable Government 2015. Shall I dispense? Yes? I dispense? Did I hear a no? No? That ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government, that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties, and that there should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff or departments. B.
Apologize for the fundraising event on behalf of the Liberal Party with one of the top law firms in Canada. And C. Return all funds collected from the event, as was done in 2014 for the event involving the former Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I do wish, as well as the member that was speaking earlier, that we all leave today as friends and colleagues, but I do request that we defer the recorded division on this motion to tomorrow at the end of the time allocated for oral questions, tomorrow being Wednesday, April the 20th, 2016. Thank you very much.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow at the end of the period permitted or allowed for oral questions. Now I see l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle is rising. Is that concerning a point of order?
Speaker, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:48 p.m., not to be too specific.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:48 p.m.? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. So ordered. Orders of the day. Pardon, just a moment. It being
just a moment.
PM. The House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Of the day. Private members' business.
C-221, Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act, in the name of Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves that Bill C-221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise here today to speak to this bill, C-221, the Safe and Regulated Sports Wagering Act. And Mr. Speaker, I've served in the municipality of Windsor for 2 terms and as well in this House for 6 terms. And one of the things I've noted as a Member of Parliament and also formerly a City Councillor is that we often have time and energy and opportunity to vote about spending in these institutions, and including this one right here. This particular bill, Mr. Speaker, will actually give us a chance to actually increase revenues, taking them away from organized crime and putting it back to the coffers of the provinces should they choose to do so. And what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, is the underground economy, the organized crime economy, and that of offshore betting that's taking place for single event sports. It is common culture in Canada, North America, and across the globe, but is not regulated here. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to note this bill is an opportunity to redirect approximately $10 billion going to organized crime to that of the provinces. And that's a modest estimation, Mr. Speaker. And another $4 billion from overseas accounts and betting that's unregulated, some of them actually seeking regulation, back again to the provinces where they can use that money for health care, for education, for infrastructure, for public projects that we support, thus dismantling a significant, if not the most profound, basis of monetary support for organized crime. That's what we're talking about this bill. It's not just fun, it's not just jobs, it's not just the reality that is taking place in other jurisdictions at our expense. It's about taking away the capability of organized crime to affect our society. And Mr. Speaker, this bill was formerly known as Bill C-290. And Bill C-290 was from my colleague, Mr. Joe Comartin, former Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, from Windsor-Tecumseh, who brought this bill forward that was passed unanimously without opposition in this chamber. It got through this chamber, Mr. Speaker, went to committee, came back, and went through this chamber again to the Senate. And it made it, Mr. Speaker, to the Senate with hearings, but it just didn't have enough time to get through to get the final law passed. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, we have had to retable this bill in the House, this House, to make sure that we're actually going to get the job done. And so it's my pleasure to return to this place to do so. And things have changed, Mr. Speaker. When we look at illegal gaming globally, it's a $500 billion industry. $500 billion across this globe. When you look at what's going on, not only just North America, but also in China and other jurisdictions, we have a trough fund here, often going to organized crime or other businesses that are unregulated, unaccountable, and paying. We know taxes have been a big issue in this chamber the last number of weeks, not necessarily paying the taxes that they should. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, to know that. Currently, right now, Las Vegas has a monopoly on this product for North America right now. So when you look at even the Super Bowl and other jurisdictional betting that's been taking place, they have around 30 million visitors to that area, and they have significant revenues coming in from tourism on top of that. So it's not just the actual wagering that's taking place, it's actually the tourism that's coming on. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, will protect our jobs and economy. When you look at it, we have 250,000 jobs that are directly or indirectly related to the gaming industry in Canada. So we talk about places like Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Windsor, Niagara, Montreal, Halifax, and Charlottetown. So I've heard, Mr. Speaker, that some people think that these jobs are just entry-level jobs. They're not significant enough to look at. How wrong from that can they be? When you look at, you have value-added trained jobs that require education into our colleges, into our universities. They have web design. They have lawn attendants, cashiers, what you normally see, blackjack dealers, all those things in a casino, but industries outside that that are related to tourism. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I was coaching hockey this weekend, and it is hard to get 11 and 13-year-olds off the ice. And I can say to my colleagues that that is a lot of fun, but it takes a lot of energy out of you. So when you look at the sports information industry itself, you have online sports information, statisticians, odds makers, journalists, web tech supporters, marketing. All those things that are so important for our value-added economy, and also jobs where you can actually have benefits, a salary, and contributions to a pension, something all of us in this House agree should happen. In fact, Mr. Speaker, often there are actually pensions that relate to the private sector, a growth sector that we need to have for pensions for the sustainability of our economy. So we have this bill coming forward that has a number of different elements that will allow the provinces to choose if they want to. So nothing makes the provinces do anything with this bill. It's all about choice. And what happens right now is the federal criminal code, there's a prohibition to betting on a single event sporting bill or two games. So people go to the underground economy for that, whether it be organized crime or whether it be other types of venues or a click of a mouse to go offshore somewhere, because Canadians, Americans across this planet enjoy single wagering sports. All that revenue is lost, unaccounted for, and doesn't lead to the results we need as a country. And when we have that type of a revenue stream income, we also have accountability. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have the reductions of crime committed from this unregulated money in Canada being $10 billion, organized crime, nefarious betting, and offshore accounting at $4 billion, where we don't know where it goes. So what we do is we undertake that element and we put that to jobs that are taxed, pay benefits, deliver pensions, bring in tourism, and ensure that the billions of dollars of infrastructure that we have in type of our gaming facilities are protected. And Mr. Speaker, this is coming in the United States. It is not just Nevada right now that has a toehold on this and is going to be alone. There's others like New Jersey that are moving towards this target, and others will soon follow. There's no doubt about it. And I can tell you, coming from Windsor, we watched as the province twiddled their thumbs about building this new conference center. Detroit went ahead and did it and took our market share quite significantly. We still do good with a good brand, a good industry, and most importantly, great customer service that create a number of jobs, but we will lose out, and we will lose billions of dollars of taxpayers' money in infrastructure. Not smart, Mr. Speaker. So when you think about having a regulated environment, it's not just somebody in the bar, in the back room, or the basement that collects these things. We're talking about going to gaming authorities of the provinces that so choose to do so, where they have age controls. Right now, Mr. Speaker, if you want a single sports bet in our country right now, do you think organized crime or bookies or agents are carding people at 18 years of age? Don't think so. Don't think that's happening. They will predicate on those that want to. As opposed to legalized, regulated betting, we have age controls in place, sports security in place, monitoring of lines and irregular wage bets. That takes place. That's accountability. Gaming authorities across Canada, the largest contributions to player education programs, self-exclusion programs. So you can actually go, Mr. Speaker, to the websites of many places of the provinces that regulate this, and you can actually have face identification. And that's important because if you opt out of gaming and tell those associations you want to be prohibited from entering into casino or other types of venues, you're allowed to do that, and you can do that through the privacy of your home, and it's a self-awareness protection program that's have. And then they have staff training that takes place. Staff training to ensure that doesn't happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, scope of criminal activity associated with organized crime is best detailed by this quote that I have from Detective Inspector L.D. Moody, the Gaming Law Enforcement Systems Issues Conference that he spoke at. He said this: illegal gaming, while appearing to be a minor part of traditional organized crime network, is actually a foundation upon which most of illicit activities are supported. Illegal bookmaking, card dens, and video gambling machines are traditional organized crime's main source of revenue. Illegal gambling and related crimes such as loan sharking, money laundering, and corruption provided working capital to invest in more legitimate enterprises, thereby strengthening their entire illicit operations. So they use that and they transfer the funds to other operations. Sometimes legal, sometimes not. At least 8 murders have been committed in the Toronto area over the past 3 years that can be directly related to organized crime members dealing with the illegal gambling industry, whether by gambling debts or turf wars between the different organized crime groups. End of quote. Plain and simple. Direct correlation. Do we allow this to simply happen? Or do we take a stand here today and actually be members in this House that decide we're not going to spend revenue on an issue. We get lots of those bills, and it happens, and that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker, because about good issues about changing Canada, not a criticism. But in this unique case, what we found through all the evidence out there is we are simply shifting money away from organized crime, shifting money away from offshore accounts, and putting it towards our public systems that are so important. And by the way, the offshore is not insignificant. When you actually Google Canadian sports betting sites, you know how many hits you get, Mr. Speaker? 530,000 hits. Just that alone. Canadian sports betting sites, 530,000 hits on that alone. Top elements of this, Bodog, Bet365, Pinnacle, Betaway. And even more important, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the organizations, the NBA, for example, has gone to supporting a regulated environment. They're saying we want to be regulated to ensure the quality of their product is not influenced by these illegal factors, knowing that this is the future. Work with us to do it. And you go to other sites like the NHL site, DraftKings. You can go on the NHL site right now, Mr. Speaker, if you had a computer and you don't have one, I can see that right now. But you could use your mobile device, and you can actually bet on DraftKings through the NHL site right now. There's been major issues raised in the United States, other provinces, and other jurisdictions across this world that are now concerned with this unregulated environment that has no accountability. Forget about the Isle of Man, the Bahama issues, the Panama Papers. What we're talking about is an annual stream, Mr. Speaker, an annual stream of sports wagering that, if we do nothing, will continue to fester and undermine the intentions of this House and the intentions of other provincial houses who are asking for this, Mr. Speaker. They're asking for the right to do this. All we are doing is allowing that facilitation. And I can't understand, Mr. Speaker. I can go and bet on 3 games in Ontario, and I'm going to lose most likely, because if you have my betting skill, that's usually what happens. Then you can go, you can't do it on 2 games, which again would result in the same situation, I'm sure. And then lastly, I can pretty well guarantee the success maybe of another team, because I would pick the team that surely loses on a single sports bet. That's unfortunately my history with that. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make any sense. It was born of frustration of dealing with problems at a time long past. And today we need to do with the reality. And the reality has been brought together. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill, uniqueness of it, of actually not asking to spend money but to actually create new revenue, is supported by the Canadian Labour Congress and also the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Very unique, very real, and very wise for us to do.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the passion that he brings to this topic. I know it's something that's extremely important in his riding, and I was there for the debate when Joe Comartin brought the bill in the last Parliament, and it passed on a voice vote and then went to the Senate. And encountered some considerable headwinds at the Senate. It actually went to committee for study, as my honourable colleague would know. And the Senate heard from the NCAA, the National Hockey League, the National Football League, and the Toronto Blue Jays on behalf of Major League Baseball, all of whom expressed concerns that this would affect the integrity of the game. So, in fairness, I would invite my colleague to speak to those concerns that were raised at the Senate committee. I fully expect that he's aware of them, and that the House should be as well. Thank you.
A member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And boy, it would actually be great to have in Canada the Final Four, but the NCAA is not really, aside from a few exhibition games between colleges and universities that are not even sanctioned, come into our country. So I wouldn't really take that to much credibility in the sense that it's a product and a situation that's foreign to us. And for them, in a sports cutting culture, it'd be like us having a sports team over here, an association, demanding something in the U.S. where they don't even play. So that's one taken. And I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, by the way, and I'm glad he was here with the days of Joe Martin as well, too, because he will have the history of this. The NHL, yes, the NHL still has concerns, but you can go on the NHL site right now, do DraftKings, and you can pull down and you can bet on DraftKings right now. Go to your app, go ahead. Integrity of the game, they've had a past historical problem with some sporting issues, no doubt. But they were reined in because of the contact and the actual development from the association. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, they have important issues like concussions and accountability. NFL, again, same issue. A few games in Toronto, they're dealing with concussions as well and other issues, but they have their voice, another product that isn't in our country. And lastly, the Toronto Blue Jays and the NBA, the Major League Baseball, it's okay in Vegas. Why is it not okay here?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend the member on his efforts to get this bill through. I know it's the second time that he's had it in front of the House, but we just had a question asked about the National Hockey League. And in the last year or so, we're hearing about the potential expansion of the NHL, which I'm really excited about. Hopefully it's going to mean another team in Canada. Hopefully we'll have an NHL team from Canada in the playoffs in the next season. But Mr. Speaker, it appears that the city of Las Vegas is in the running right now. It looks like they're very likely to get a National Hockey League team. So I ask the member what his views are on that in terms of what the National Hockey League has had to say about this bill.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And probably one of the most important things to note is the member's statement there about getting a Canadian team back into the playoffs that I've heard so far in this session. We're all in remorse. And I thank the member for his question very sincerely, because it is interesting that the NHL is allowing organizing to take place in Vegas and growth there, at the same time saying no to Canadians to a product they allow in the United States. Doesn't sound right. Second to that, Mr. Speaker, guess where a lot of times the NHL awards are? In Vegas.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank my friend from Windsor West for bringing this forward again, and thank Joe Martin, a former colleague and friend, for initially bringing it forward. I have to say it's an entire education for me as someone who is essentially opposed to gambling, concerned about gambling addiction, to realize that there's an underground economy that's fueling organized crime. And I just want to ask my friend to comment, because I know there's a lot of literature on this. How does his bill, which I support fully, want to make sure I say that while I have a chance, how does this bill help us address the problem of gambling addictions when we are, in a sense, creating a legal form for single event betting?
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, and I appreciate that very important question, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for it. There's a couple of ways that we're actually going to tackle this. First of all, is that all the studies have pointed is that what happens is the activity is taking place right now. You just go to the offices, workshops, go online, any place you want, and there's usually some type of gaming going on. Sometimes it ends up being a single sport event. Look at the Final Four brackets that everybody does at work and all that kind of stuff. Well, it leads to one event at the end of the day. So that's happening. So the studies show that we're going to shift revenue away from organized crime and put it towards a regulated market where, Mr. Speaker, in the regulated provincial markets, there's avenues, money, and support that goes from that revenue that they're coming in to gaming, problem gaming. So problem gaming finally gets a revenue stream. I don't think anybody from organized crime is writing a check for problem gaming.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on Bill C-221, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting, sponsored by the member for Windsor West. During my remarks, I will be highlighting the concerns that I have with the proposed reforms. The government will be opposing the bill. As Canadian law now stands, single-event sports betting is illegal. However, provinces and territories may offer another type of sports betting known as parlay betting to their residents. Parlay betting requires the bettor to correctly predict the outcome for a number of games in order to win. Parlay betting offers bettors an opportunity to participate in a legal and provincially or territorially controlled betting environment. Single-event sports betting involves betting on the outcome of one single game, such as a game in the Stanley Cup Finals. This private member's bill proposes to repeal paragraph 207 sub 4b of the Criminal Code, which prohibits betting on a single sporting event. If enacted, the amendment would allow a province or territory to offer this type of betting if it chose to do so. In Canada, provinces are responsible for operating, licensing, and regulating most legal forms of lottery schemes. Each province determines the types, amount, and location of this kind of gambling activity within the province. If single-event sports betting were permitted, each province would be left to determine how to implement this reform. There are a whole host of issues that need to be considered when looking at legislative changes to the gambling provisions in the Criminal Code. The impact of Bill C-221 on issues such as match fixing and problem gaming would be best examined in conjunction with provinces and territories who would be responsible for single-event sports betting. The amendment proposed in Bill C-221 may be familiar to many parliamentarians because the same reform was proposed in former private member's Bill C-290 and before that in former private member's Bill C-627, both of which were sponsored by Joe Comartin, the former member for Windsor-Tecumseh. During debate and committee study of Bill C-290 in the Senate, senators and witnesses raised concerns with regard to the proposed reform. For example, the Senate Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights considered Bill C-290 in 2011 and heard that the NCAA, the National Football League, the National Hockey League, and the Toronto Blue Jays, on behalf of Major League Baseball, were all against this proposed reform. The major concern for these leagues was that the proposed reform could affect the integrity of their games. The government shares these same concerns. It is possible, as suggested by many sports leagues, that legalizing single-event sports betting could encourage gamblers to fix games, especially in areas where players don't earn a lot of money and may be more susceptible to bribes. The current parlay system of betting makes it unattractive to fix a game because the only way to achieve a guaranteed payout would be to rig multiple events, which would be much more difficult to accomplish. Single-event sports betting would make a fraudster's task easier since only one event would need to be fixed. I believe it's very important to ensure that the integrity of the game is sedulously fostered and believe that we should oppose legislation that may significantly affect this integrity. One of the sponsors' stated objectives is to stimulate the economy and to bring American consumers to Canada. The provinces and territories would stand to gain economic benefits from the proposed reform, but the question arises, at what cost? Specifically, at what social cost? Studies suggest that 3 to 5% of Canadians are at risk for problem gambling, and 30 to 40% of gambling revenues come from that small percentage. In 2011, the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto filed a letter with the Senate committee studying the former Bill C-290 and indicated that the empirical evidence in the field demonstrated that an increase in legal gambling opportunities could lead to an increase in problem gambling. The letter indicated a concern for sports betting in particular. The Centre for Addiction and Mental Health reported an Ontario study that found that people with incomes of less than $20,000 per year were the least likely to gamble. However, when they did, they were more likely to experience problems than those in higher income brackets. These statistics indicate that the cohort of Canadians in a lower income bracket who gamble are the most vulnerable for experiencing problem gambling issues. As well, individuals who live at or below the poverty line have little or no disposable income to spend on gambling. The amount spent on gambling takes a bigger bite out of their monthly budget. To someone making $20,000 a year, spending even $1,000 a year on gambling is a very significant percentage of their disposable income. Opposing this bill means protecting our most vulnerable citizens. The Centre for Addiction and Mental Health also demonstrated that people now patrons of illegal bookmakers would likely continue to do so because of easy access to credit, convenience, and better odds. The suggestion that this reform would be funneling money away from organized crime and redirecting it into provincial coffers is clearly not strong enough to rationalize supporting this bill. In short, this proposed reform would bring about more gambling and will contribute to the many ills in society brought about by problem gambling. While I appreciate that many would see these changes as a welcome way to stimulate the economy and to fund provincial activities, I do not believe that it should be supported. As such, I would ask members to join me in opposing this private member's bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-221 in the name of the member from Windsor West, the New Democratic member for that riding. I want to congratulate him on all of his efforts to try to get this bill passed. First of all, I'd like to say that the Conservative Party will be allowing a free vote of its members on this bill, and I would hope that the government would reconsider this opportunity to let their members have a free vote on this as well. I'd like to lay out the reasons for my support for this bill. First of all, in Canada, sports betting is only legal through parlay betting over a series of 3 games, and we've heard that already tonight, on what the outcome of those 3 games would be. Mr. Speaker, it's not a great leap to shift from parlay betting to single sports betting. Mr. Speaker, tourism in Canada has been on the decline. The legalization of single sports betting will give us the competitive edge that we need to bring some tourism back to Canada, especially along the border with the United States. In my own riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, well over a decade ago, there was a great debate that raged about allowing a casino to set up somewhere in the Thousand Islands region. And after a great debate, a number of plebiscites in the municipalities, there was a casino established on the boundary between the town of Gananoque and what is now the township of Leeds and the Thousand Islands. And at the time, there was many detractors who were talking about the evils of gaming. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, at that particular casino and in that region, there has been very little of the fears of the detractors of that casino that have been realized. In fact, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, the casino has become a significant tourist anchor, and furthermore, it has contributed literally millions of dollars to the tax base of the municipalities, as well has given direct payments to those municipalities and has helped boost other businesses in the region. So, Mr. Speaker, with the new avenue of gaming, Canadian casinos would have a product that many of those in the United States do not have. We've heard that it has become available for many years in Las Vegas. This would give us an upper hand on competing casinos right across the border and take back the traffic the Canadian casinos originally had. Currently, as I said, this form of betting is only legal in one state, and that's in the state of Nevada. So why should Nevada have the monopoly on this? The legalization of single sports betting gives us the opportunity to attract more Americans to Canadian casinos, taking advantage of our proximity in comparison, of course, to the state of Nevada. It would not only give us the ability to compete with Nevada for their tourism and casino traffic, it would put us in a strong position to grow both our industry and our economy. And not only is this legislation beneficial for the Canadian tourism industry, it is also mutually beneficial for our economy. We've seen in Nevada recently the mass tourism that was there for the Super Bowl. They weren't there for the Super Bowl game in Nevada. They were there to bet on that game. They were prepared for at least 200,000 extra visitors, more than they usually would have had. There was about $90 million that was spent betting on the game, and there was $150 million that was spent in Las Vegas on miscellaneous industries. This one event generated mass amounts of revenue for communities. With our geographic close proximity to the United States, I have no doubt that we would be able to reap those economic benefits. And Mr. Speaker, recently I read a case study that was done by the Canadian Gaming Association on towns such as Niagara Falls that would have heavily impacted and been by this legislation of single sports betting. What they found was that although single sports betting did produce revenue, the greatest increase in revenue was in the hospitality sector and entertainment industries due to the increased volume of tourists in the area. You see, Mr. Speaker, single sports betting would not just generate more financial flow within the casinos or betting pools, but it has greater financial implications that can benefit the whole economy. Imagine the opportunities that could open up for Canadian cities such as Niagara Falls if this legislation is passed. It is increasingly important that we work to better our economy in every possible way. And not only would single event sports betting generate greater income in our tourism and gaming towns, it would also open up greater jobs opportunities for the people that live there. Mr. Speaker, as we're all aware, unemployment has risen this past year to about 7.3% in Canada. Creating more jobs in Canada would be very beneficial for all of us. The Canadian gaming industry currently employs close to 4 million people, already having a significant impact on the economy. With the opening of single event betting, the increased traffic would allow for casinos to employ more staff. In Niagara Falls alone, it could create more than 200 more jobs, and that means 200 more people who would have security and 200 more people who would not have to struggle to survive. Not only would 200 more people be employed, which in itself is already beneficial, it is just 200 people in one area. The availability of more jobs in every major town that would facilitate single event sports betting would give us the means necessary to strong-arm the current high employment rate and substantially lower it. The reality of the situation is that while single game betting is illegal in Canada, it is still happening, as we've already heard this evening, through offshore gaming or through the black market. Through offshore or illegal bookmaking operations, the single event sports underground market generates as much as $14 billion a year in Canada. Instead of this large market going off radar, we would make it both legal and regulated provincially. Now, passing this bill would mean that the provinces could tap into money that is currently being spent illegally and use it provincially to support social programs as they see fit. Mr. Speaker, in Niagara Falls, it is estimated to make a net profit between $9 million and $12 million each year. Imagine what that money could do in a community such as Niagara Falls. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not a question of whether or not single sports betting will automatically become illegal. Instead, it will follow suit and give the provinces the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to legalize it. And due to the economic advantages of job employment and increased tourism revenue, it is necessary that the provinces have the opportunity to decide for themselves whether this is something that they want to support. Mr. Speaker, this bill has passed this House before until it was stuck in the Senate. Sports betting is already legal in Canada. It would be wise to further the scope of that legality. So I ask that members to vote yes again, taking note of the vast economic growth both in the tourism or employment sectors that could occur in Canada through its passing. So I leave you with the words of the Mayor of Niagara Falls. Whatever your opinion is on single sports betting, it's happening. And it's happening online or in Las Vegas. Let's keep those billions of dollars here in Canada by making it work legally here. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to speak today on behalf of this bill and compel members on its recognized merits. And I do believe that it is very important at this time for me to also acknowledge my predecessor in Windsor-Tecumseh, Joe Comartin, who provided me with a lot of history that I think he'll find helps you put in perspective as well. So this is a concise bill that is simply the repeal of one very brief section of the criminal code, and in effect, it would allow for sports betting on single sporting events in this country, in provinces which choose to allow it. There's two reasons for my pushing for this change and for the widespread support that this has garnered. One is the economic development tool, as has been mentioned. It provides communities, and particularly those with existing casinos or racetracks and other gaming operations, with revenue. We've heard from some provinces, as they are the ones responsible for deploying this tool, that they would be placing the operations in one of those centres, some more broadly and others on a more limited scale. We had a study done by the Canadian Gaming Association 2 summers ago, and it showed, for instance, in my region of Windsor, which has a very substantial commercial casino, Caesars Windsor, that it would secure 150 to 200 new jobs. The same is true for the casino in Niagara, and I mention these two casinos because we're immediately adjacent to the American border, and a number of bets would be placed by our American neighbors because this practice is illegal in the United States, with the exception of Nevada, and I'll get to that later. It would be a good economic tool that would draw tourism and gaming dollars from the United States and potentially from other parts of the world, depending on how it is deployed. The other major reason was the impetus for this initiative, and that is that this type of gaming is going on now, but it is almost exclusively offshore. And in Canada, it is completely controlled by and is a major revenue source for organized crime. We have estimates of billions of dollars being gained in Canada and tens of billions of dollars in the United States because it is illegal there. It would strike a blow against organized crime by taking revenue away from it. We know one of the major tools the government can deploy to fight organized crime is to take away financial incentive. This would help us do that. This is a very important bill from this perspective. That industry is very big, and it is entirely controlled by organized crime at the present time, both here and in the United States, because it is generally illegal in the United States to bet on one sporting event. The estimate in the United States is that $30 billion a year is bet on that, all going into the pockets of organized crime, and some of it offshore. It's estimated that as much as $2 billion is spent in Canada annually. With all of that money going out of the country to organized crime syndicates in the United States, in the Caribbean, and it's quite important, as you can see just from those figures, it's important that we move on this. And the other thing is that there's a National Gaming Association in Canada, and a couple of years ago, it completed a study that shows the employment would be created by making this into a legal business. And for instance, in Windsor, there would be another 150 jobs directly secured for current employment at the casino in Windsor. In the riding of the Minister of Justice, there is a casino, and a similar number of jobs would either be saved or added and thus secured in this job creation. The stakeholder support for this legislation is broad in both the public and private sector. The legislation has support from provincial and municipal governments across Canada, as well as unanimous support from the Chamber of Commerce community and the Canadian Labour Council. In addition, businesses and organizations operating in the tourism sector have expressed support, as well as firms in the so-called grey market. And that's the legitimate multinational sports betting operations catering to Canadian clients on the internet who want to operate in a clearly defined and regulated environment. I would also note, as my colleague from Windsor West has discussed, that this legislation has support from the law enforcement community. It is generally recognized as a safe, legal, and regulated environment around this activity that will detrimentally impact organized crime by significantly reducing their revenues from illegal wagering by providing customers with a legal option. The previous legislation was originally opposed by all 4 major sports organizations in North America. That's true, the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, the MLB. But since 2011, the NBA has completely changed their position on single event sports wagering, and the NHL is increasingly becoming involved in gambling after announcing a formal partnership with a major online fantasy sports wagering operation that's been mentioned, DraftKings. In short, the leagues are coming to the realization that sports wagering can be an asset to their business, and they are beginning to alter their position. And what is the best thing about this bill? Well, it costs the government nothing. It does generate considerable revenue for the province, which regulates the practice and puts funding in the coffers for adequate treatment. And from this perspective, it is a safe bet indeed. It is important to set this bill within a historical context. And I take this history, by the way, from the esteemed member who held my riding, Joe Comartin, prior to the 2015 election. If we go back and study this closely, the laws on gaming in this country go back to the 1600s in England. And I believe it was Charles I who was the king at the time, and this was a period of time when he was very worried about his military's gambling excessively. Laws were then passed in Westminster to prohibit all gambling in the country. Over the centuries, as we know, we have eroded that position, and in fact, to follow the history in my writing, my predecessor, who is actually the immediate predecessor of Joe Comartin, the late Shaughnessy Cohen, she moved a similar amendment to the criminal code that allowed for betting at roulette tables, which was prohibited at the time. It allowed for roulette tables to come into casinos across the country. Following in that tradition, this is one of those periods of time when we should have our criminal law catch up to the reality of what is happening in our society. In 1985, the federal government effectively gave up the administration of gaming operations to provinces. It was one of those periods of time when there were some trade-offs going on with regard to revenue sources. This was a mechanism for the federal government to create new revenue sources for the provinces. Since that time, a number of provinces have moved into gaming in a variety of ways. Lotteries, casinos, additional betting being allowed at racetracks, and we can go on down the list. But allow me to recap before closing the reasons for supporting this bill. It would be a blow against organized crime, a potential creator of good jobs in our economy. As well, it would move additional revenue into the hands of the provinces that choose to allow single sports betting now that it is no longer a criminal act. And it is a very simple amendment that does not require a great deal of effort to understand. I would encourage all members of the House to reconsider and support this bill.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Desnathy Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to Bill C-221 today, an act to amend the criminal code. First of all, this bill will modernize the criminal code by allowing provinces to properly regulate sports betting. If single-event sports wagering was permitted, each province would therefore determine if and how it would be implemented. The Canadian Criminal Code, which is enacted by the Parliament of Canada, sets out the parameters of legal gaming in Canada. However, since 1985, as a result of a federal-provincial agreement, the federal government has given up its right to conduct lottery schemes. Sports wagering is defined as lottery schemes in the Criminal Code and explicitly prohibits provinces from allowing wagering on any race or fight or on a single sports event or athletic contest. This bill calls for the deletion of this section of the Criminal Code. The bill will help modernize the Criminal Code to recognize the jurisdictional responsibility and reality of gaming throughout the country. If provinces were able to provide a legal, regulated sports wagering product, the economic impact would be significant, particularly for communities with casinos. A recent report by the Canadian Gaming Association on the impact of sports wagering on Ontario border casinos highlighted the benefits of offering a legal, regulated sports wagering product in the Ontario border casinos of Windsor and Niagara Falls. Another thing that Bill C-221 will allow us to do, and that is to reduce the influence of organized crime. Illegal sports wagering includes both illegal bookmakers and illegal internet betting companies operating within North America. While the exact size of the illegal bookmaking market is not certain, published reports by government and law enforcement officials suggest it is substantial. For example, based on a review of the annual reports of the Criminal Intelligence Services Canada, bookmaking exists in every region of Canada. According to the reports, gaming profits provide revenue to organized crime groups to fund their illegal and legal activities. What's more, while the size of the illegal bookmaking market in Canada is unknown, it is thought to be significant. It has been estimated that Canadians illegally wager between $14 and $15 billion annually on single sporting events. Bill C-221 would allow the provinces to police this unregulated market and so doing return the economic benefits to our communities and reduce the influence of organized crime. It will reduce the opportunity to allow bettors using illegal systems, the safety, security, and surety of a government-regulated betting regime. Mr. Speaker, I would like to mention that much support has been expressed for C-221. Many validators have already supported this bill, such as municipalities, associations, and corporations. Among those, there is the Saskatchewan Gaming Corporation, the Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority, the Municipality of Windsor, the Attorney General of Ontario and of British Columbia, and the Canadian Gaming Association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to begin my speech by thanking my colleagues who have worked so very hard on it.
Member for Windsor West for the work that he's done on this bill, and not only in this parliament but the previous parliament, and also my colleague from Windsor Tecumseh and her predecessor Joe Martin, who worked very hard on this bill as well in a previous parliament. Et je pense que c'est.
And I think that this is a bill that is very important because we are seeking to modernize. Well, actually, I'm going to back up a bit, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where bets are controlled by the provinces, but we understand that from this viewpoint, there has to be a certain amount of legislation, and that legislation needs to be modernized. And what I appreciate in this bill is that it seeks to give us the opportunity to reduce the influence and even eliminate the influence of organized crime. And that is not something that exists in my riding because we don't have a casino, but I know that people in Windsor and elsewhere have experienced this situation, and I think that their expertise and the expertise of partners who have taken this position shows that it is high time to apply these new rules and to modernize the legislation that affects sports betting in Canada and bring it into the 21st century. We need to get rid of the influence of organized crime, and I think that's the most important thing. But I can't talk about this bill without once again coming back to the unacceptable situation that exists in our work as parliamentarians here in Ottawa. Once again, we have seen the Senate delay this bill so much that it died on the order paper further to the kickoff of the elections. And according to we in our party, the NDP, we don't think that that should affect a private member's business bill. We saw the bill on climate change put forward by Jack Layton, and it died in the Senate. It was killed in the Senate, basically, and that is once again true with this bill. Now, regardless of what any member in this House might think of the bill, put forward by my colleague from Windsor West, regardless of what people think of the bill, we must agree on the fact that it is appalling that in a 2016 democracy, well, it was 2014 at the time, but still, in the 21st century, it is unacceptable that we should be in a situation where a House is adopted, is passed in the House of Commons, that it goes to the Senate, and that the senators in committee delay procedure so much. They didn't even get to a vote. They simply delayed the bill over and over. It died on the order paper, and that brings us to the situation where we are today. My colleague from Windsor West had to reintroduce this bill again in this Parliament, and apparently the government is going to oppose this bill. So the work that was done in a previous Parliament, unfortunately, has really all been for naught, thanks to this undemocratic institution on the other side. Now, we look at single sports betting. We look at the many partners who are interested in it. We have heard interventions from the different sports leagues. And we have to understand where they're coming from when they express this viewpoint. Under the current rules suit them, but under this new bill, moved by my colleague from Windsor West, well, it's not a new bill, but it's being reintroduced, but it could have been adopted long ago by the Senate if the Senate had done its job by adopting this bill during the 41st Parliament. But now we're in a situation where my colleague is moving a bill. It doesn't seek to exacerbate an existing problem. The bill in its current version means that people can bet on one single sports event. And once again, the aim is to eliminate organized crime and eliminate its influence on sports betting in Canada. So if we didn't have the right approach, well, then we wouldn't have the support of so many partners, so many stakeholders who have supported us. So this was a very problematic situation in the Senate. We were in committee, we asked questions, and obviously those questions had to be asked. The senators needed to clearly understand what this bill was about and where we were at on the file. They wanted to understand the current law, they wanted to understand how this bill would change it, but I find that it is very problematic when you have partners and stakeholders who are in favor of this bill. You've got the members who introduced the bill, and we tried to clarify our position in the Senate, and I'd like to congratulate my colleagues from Windsor who are persevering. They're introducing this bill over and over because it's supported by the municipality of Windsor. The municipality came out in favor of it. And not just in Ontario, but in other provinces as well. For example, in Saskatchewan, we heard my colleague explain that it is very important to be mindful of all of this when we consider the current situation. And what I find a real shame is that the government is now going to oppose this bill. But in the last Parliament, maybe it's just me, but I didn't hear the Liberals speak out against this bill, and now we're in a situation where they seem to have changed their mind, and they can't really explain why. So I think that when we consider that when members from a certain region come forward with a bill supported by the municipality they represent, by the different gaming commissions, because it is the provinces that have the ultimate responsibility. So when you have all these stakeholders who come together around a bill to support it because they understand that it's a good legislative measure that must be adopted in order to effect a change that is required, well, then we wonder why now the fact that the Senate dithered for such a long time, and they waited until an election was called, so the bill died on the order paper, and now my colleague has to reintroduce the bill again, and all of a sudden it's a new government, which was the third party before the election and never really said anything against the bill, and all of a sudden they show up as the government and they're going to vote against it. So I find this a real shame, Mr. Speaker. I must say that it's a shame. I'm getting to know Windsor. I don't know it very well, but I have discussed this matter a great deal with my colleagues from Windsor, and I understand the influence, the positive impact that such a bill could have on that region by eliminating organized crime with regard to gaming and betting in Canada. And I think that just for that, this bill deserves our support. And I hope this government will have the opportunity to revisit its decision. So I might remind the backbenchers that for private members' business, they are free to vote their conscience, and I urge them to do so, because when it comes time to vote on this bill, they should use their common sense instead of towing the party line. I see that my time is up, so I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly wishes, he will have another 1 minute for his speech when the House resumes consideration of this motion. The time provided for private members' business has now expired, and the order has dropped to the order of precedence on the order paper. And now at this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and adopted. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose in this House on February 4th to ask for an explanation further to the signing of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement by the Minister of International Trade. The Conservatives negotiated the TPP in secret, and during the election campaign, the Liberals promised to bring change, but instead they went forward with the Conservatives' agreement as is. It is dangerous to sign this agreement. It's dangerous for many workers and could severely hurt our economy. In Canada, 60,000 good jobs are threatened. In Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, agriculture is the pillar of our economy. Hundreds of farmers earn their livelihood from this industry, and people are concerned because the TPP is also threatening supply management in Quebec. And I am worried as well because the negative effects can already be felt. And these negative effects and the uncertainties caused by the ratification of the TPP are already having effects. Last week, there were 250 dairy farms decided to shut down. We're talking about men and women who work very hard to provide us with high-quality products. May I remind you that supply management guarantees Canadians access to quality food from here at home at reasonable prices. It also ensures our dairy, egg, and poultry producers a livelihood, but this TP is putting that in danger. I am calling on the government in this House to commit to stop the decline of family farms and to protect supply management in its entirety. It's not enough to say, yes, we're protecting it. They have to make concrete gestures to do so. Since the beginning of my term here in the House, hundreds of farmers have called upon me, whether it be by email, by phone, or at my office riding office, so that their voices can be heard. But unfortunately, the government seems to be ignoring these people. Although the TPP has been criticized by all sides, the Liberals still intend to ratify it. And yet we have been saying for a long time that the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiated by the Conservatives and signed by the Liberals is not good for Canada. This partnership will weaken many of our major industries. It will reduce good salaries and put corporate interests first. We are not the only ones to say so. People across the country think that the TPP is a bad thing, and they are speaking out to denounce it. Early in this month, even the Stiglitz, an American economist, warned that Canada should reject the TPP by saying that it was the worst agreement in history and that, in his opinion, it would only benefit large companies. Not only are the Liberals hell-bent on going forward with this TPP, but they are also jeopardizing compensation for the dairy industry. We heard nothing about it in the last budget, nothing at all. Once again, another broken promise. This government has the duty to honor its commitments and to protect its supply management in its entirety. When will the Liberals hear our concerns and stand up for workers, stand up for employees here in Canada, and stand up for producers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this question.
Economic growth is directly linked to international trade. This government strongly supports free trade as a way to open markets to Canadian goods and services, grow Canadian businesses, and create good-paying middle-class jobs. The scope of the Trans-Pacific Partnership is significant. To restate the often quoted figures, the TPP encompasses 800 million people in 12 countries, with a combined GDP of $28 trillion covering nearly 40% of the world's economy. It is also an agreement that was negotiated by the previous government. Our pledge to Canadians is to ensure they are fully consulted on the outcomes of the TPP. Our job is to carefully review the text and continue to consult with Canadians. The government wants to ensure that Canadians can have a good look at the TPP and that they can ask questions and can express their views on whether the agreement is in the best interest of Canadians. With this in mind, the Minister of International Trade is undertaking an extensive consultation process to offer Canadians the opportunity to provide their views on the agreement and Canada's participation in it before the government makes a decision whether to ratify it. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, signing the TPP is only a first step and does not equal ratification, nor does it bring it into force for Canada. Signing preserves Canada's status as an originating partner in the agreement, with all the rights and powers that go with it. It also allows our government to pursue our consultations and allow parliamentarians an opportunity to discuss the impact on their regions and on the future of this country. The Minister of International Trade is also working closely with her colleagues whose portfolios are also implicated by the TPP to engage Canadian stakeholders and hear what they have to say. This is a whole-of-government effort, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture has been busy engaging with agriculture stakeholders on the TPP. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development is doing the same with stakeholders from his portfolio. And other relevant ministers are also undertaking the same kind of work. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade is also engaging Canadians. Since November, the government has held over 250 interactions with over 400 different stakeholders to discuss the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The government is committed to a full and open parliamentary debate. In addition, the House Standing Committee on International Trade is currently studying the TPP and holding consultations with Canadians across the country, and we're in Calgary today. The House Committee is accepting submissions from all interested parties, and those who have views to share are encouraged to participate. We recognize the immense value and contributions of farmers, processors, retailers, and producers who bring the products to market. As mentioned, the government supports free trade, but this government is also committed to being fully transparent and hearing the views of Canadians on the merits of the TPP. The government pledged to take a responsible approach to examining the details of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. As part of this ongoing consultation, the Minister of Agriculture and Minister of International Trade have met with dairy stakeholders, including farmers and their representatives, where the TPP was discussed, and where we heard their views about the agreement. Global Affairs Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada officials have also met stakeholders across the dairy value chain, including unions, processors, and retailers. We are following through on that. Should Canada decide to ratify the agreement, we will work with the affected sectors. The government's engagement with Canadians will continue in the weeks and months to come and will include businesses, labour, farmers, civil society, academics, and youth. The government's TPP engagement has already touched many areas of Canada, with recent stops in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, Edmonton, Halifax, Oakville, Windsor, Winnipeg, and Regina. Some Canadians support the TPP while others have concerns. The Government of Canada remains in listening mode on the TPP and welcomes views on the agreement. Members of Parliament will also have the opportunity to make their views known in this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to represent the riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, which is the agri-food capital of Quebec. Farm producers don't just want to be called upon to cooperate. They need to be reassured because our region is home to hundreds of farm operations and food processing operations. For us, if those farms are jeopardized, then the villages themselves will be endangered. On Saturday, I was talking with a dairy producer in Saint-Dominique, and she said how saddened she is to see the dairy farms shut down one after another. 2 weeks ago, I was sitting beside Marie-Ange Lapointe, who had been on her dairy farm for 5 generations, and she said the same thing about so many dairy farms shutting down. In my riding, there are practically no more dairy producers, whereas there used to be many, many. So farming has to be not treated like any other sector, any other commercial sector.
As I mentioned, the government is committed to consulting widely on the dairy industry as well as the agricultural sector in Canada more broadly. We promised during the course of the election campaign and after that we would study the TPP, and this is precisely what we are doing. The Minister of International Trade wrote to her colleagues in the House to ask that the Trade Committee carefully study the agreement. The House Committee on International Trade has already begun this important work, which allows parliamentarians an opportunity to discuss the impact of the TPP on their regions and on the future of this country. As mentioned, the government supports free trade, but we are serious about wanting to consult and hear the views of Canadians and parliamentarians on the merits of the TPP and whether this is a good agreement for Canada before determining next steps. We look forward to updating this House as these consultations progress. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted, and the House thus stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.